300 years ago, the world was saved from annihilation by the legendary warrior King Yutoki. He was so powerful that even the Constellation gods became his disciples, but he perished while destroying the Tower of Destruction, reincarnated in the body of a 17-year-old student. Our protagonist enters the greatest academy in the world, Valhalla, where no one can face him, no matter how arrogant they are. The heirs of the great houses rely on the power of their constellations to prove their superiority, but they stand no chance. He humiliates them all with his unmatched strength. After all, these constellations were once his disciples and are now worshipped as gods. Still, time has changed them all. They have lost their memories and no longer recognize their master, although each one still seeks him, in their own twisted way. This is where it all begins. Let's discover more about this academy and how it all started. In Valhalla, one of the most prestigious hunter training institutions, every year, thousands apply, hoping to carry its name, but only 1 in every 500 is accepted. Even after admission, fewer than 150 graduate. The competition begins immediately, even during orientation. Lisan, Valhalla's main combat instructor, observes the new recruits. He feels the workload is heavy when Yumin, a member of the renowned Yushin family from Korea, approaches. Lisan assumes he is there to check on his niece, Soyon. Yumin confirms and mentions that the Yushin family has great minutes, hopes for Soyon, an exceptionally talented individual born into the powerful Yushin family. Sohan has shown remarkable abilities since she was young. At 10 years old, her mana levels matched those of high school students. By 13, she could infuse her sword with mana, and at 16, she defeated members of her own family in combat. Lisan reviews her records and finds nothing new until Yumin reveals that she can communicate with the guardian constellation of the Yushin family. This is a rare ability in Korea. 5 elite families share a special connection with their guardian constellations, granting them extraordinary power. The Yushin family follows the god of the sword, while the other families receive blessings from their respective constellations, such as the Saint of the Lance and the King of the Fist. These unique blessings give their members superior talent and abilities. Lisan recognizes that Soyon must be a genius for possessing such a skill. Yumin then asks about his niece's progress, turning his attention back to the screen. The eldest daughter of the Yushin family, Soyon, faces King Jo-yok. Lisan observes that he seems strangely calm, and Min wonders if he has already accepted defeat. Knowing Soyon's strength, when the fight begins, Soyon advances, demonstrating masterful sword techniques and precise mana control. Lisan is impressed, but in a shocking twist, she is defeated with a single blow. The spectators are stunned, and he casually wonders why everyone seems so fragile. 300 years ago, Kim, known as the martial god, fought against Bart, the chief of the Tower of Destruction, to prevent the world's ruin. In the end, he managed to defeat Bart, effectively destroying the tower. When a screen appeared before him, confirming that the tower had collapsed due to the chief's death, he wondered if eliminating Bart had been the cause of the tower's destruction. Reflecting on his past, he remembered how his life as a hunter had been relentless work since childhood. Just when he had achieved wealth and recognition, something unexpected happened. He briefly considered that taking his disciples with him would have made a difference, but in the end, he knew the truth. Strength had always been everything. Even if they had accompanied him, their fate would have remained the same 3 centuries later. After defeating the chief of the Tower of Destruction, he found himself reincarnated as a 17-year-old young man. Although he was pleased with his second chance at life, he noticed that his body was weaker and younger. However, his knowledge as a martial god remained intact. He believed that once adjusted, he could enjoy a life of comfort and ease. But his plans were interrupted when a translucent screen appeared before him displaying a warning. The Tower of Destruction would rise again in 5 years. Regret flooded his mind. He should have thrown the tower into the lava when he had the chance. Now history threatened to repeat itself. Determined, he decided to destroy the tower completely this time and ensure that nothing remained. Then another message appeared, instructing him to recover his weapons and memories. On the 3rd floor, 5th room on the right, inside Valhalla, although he understood the importance of the weapons, the mention of memories intrigued him. His first objective was clear. He had to find Valhalla on the 4th day in Valhalla. The competition of the top 10 begins, and an announcement calls the participants to the arena. Upon hearing this, Kim debates whether he should go. In the end, he steps forward to face his opponent. Lee observes that the event has attracted an unusually large crowd, as the fate of all 5 great families seems to converge at this moment. Much of the attention, however, is on a rising star, either Yuki, the eldest son of the family, or Sun, Kim's opponent. Ryuk assesses the big guy. He remembers that this is the same fighter who defeated Soyon on the first day. However, he does not recall having seen much of him before. If he wins, his prestige and reputation will soar. With a confident smile, Ryuk tells him that he will crush him, and with that, the fight begins. Despite lacking skills in literature, strategy, or martial arts, he possesses an innate talent, unmatched by others. Even with minimal training and no mana, his power grows exponentially, allowing him to perform feats beyond the capabilities of most warriors. He is born with an exceptional physique that requires no effort to maintain, making him a natural genius in combat. When the fight begins, those who recognize his impressive physical strength believe that this gives him a true advantage in a pure test of power. However, he understands that brute strength alone does not guarantee victory. Success in battle depends on much more than just brute force. Despite the overwhelming physical power of his opponent, he dominates the fight through his mastery of martial arts. The ability to read the opponent's movements is crucial, and he takes advantage of every opening. A lack of balance leads to defeat, and with a well-placed strike, he brings his opponent down. Although he notices a slight decline in his own strength compared to his previous life, he remains confident that this will not hinder his ability to hunt monsters or reclaim his position as a high-level hunter. The crowd erupts in shock. News reporters rush to cover the unexpected outcome. Yuki, unable to process what just happened, falls to the ground, only to be hit again. Before he can react, no one expected such a direct attack to decide the fight. Watching the humiliating defeat of his son, the head of the Osun family, King Okushin, boils with rage. He believes that even if Ryuk had focused solely on strength and ignored martial arts, he should have dodged easily from one attack from any of his peers. However, against Kim he fails. Ryuk's father knows he lost control, and in a reckless attempt to change the course unleashed a rare explosion of magic. Hoping to end the fight instantly, he shifted his weight, convinced that Kim would be caught off guard. However, from the moment Ryuk made his move, our boy had already devised a counterattack. His ability to think ahead and plan is exceptional. Standing out from the competition, Yushin, now fully aware of his potential, makes a bold statement. He will challenge the Osum family at any cost, while the crowd chants his name, fueling his growing reputation as he hears the cheers, finding amusement in their exaggerated praise. Some even call him Nuna, a title generally reserved for those with military experience, despite him being only 17 years old. He then faces the second daughter of the Choi family, Choi Aram. When the fight begins, he immediately realizes she is waiting for him to attack first. He respects her for her tactical awareness. She understands the situation better than most. She unsheathes her sword, revealing her mastery over the Choi family's unique ability of adaptability, a skill she has perfected at just 17 years old. As Rin attacks, her technique makes it difficult to predict her strikes, but she unconsciously reveals her next move through her gaze, which quickly adapts, making it impossible for her to land a clean hit. When he strikes her blade, it doesn't feel like hitting solid metal, but he remains calm. He challenges her with a question, forcing her to react. Then with a decisive blow, he says, "Weapon." Her sword falls to the ground, and with that, the fight ends. Our young hero emerges victorious, securing first place in the rankings as reporters swarm around him. Eager to hear his story, they bombard him with questions, some asking him to join them, some even promising first-class treatment if he joins the group. Frustrated by the endless questions, he remains indifferent. When Kim loses his cool with the press, all social media begins to talk about his outburst and how he became arrogant after claiming first place in the rankings. Meanwhile, the top 10 members are officially welcomed to Valhalla, but the young man finds the whole process tedious. He remembers the screen, instructing him to retrieve his weapons and memories in room 5, on the 3rd floor. He sees no reason to delay, just to go in and out. With that, the entrance ceremony ends, and the students are taken to a virtual combat simulation room. Their instructor, Ligum, the former leader of the Choi Guild, assesses the class arrangement with confusion. In the front row sit 3 of the 5 prodigies from the great families: Soyon from the Yushin family, Aram from the Choi family, and Seryuke from the Osum family. Despite claims of random selection, the instructor finds it suspicious that so many top talents ended up together, and why. Who is in this class? He anticipates trouble and realizes he must establish authority. Quickly introducing himself as the class instructor, he suddenly presses a button, throwing everyone into chaos. Confusion spreads as the students find themselves in an open courtyard. It radiates bloodlust, creating a protective barrier that hides them from nearby monsters. While everyone processes the monster-filled environment, the instructor asks if he can take care of all the monsters. Alone, he confirms, but the instructor assumes that his confidence is arrogance. He knows that most students have only read about monsters in books and have never faced them in reality. Hoping the young man's ego will falter, he tells him to stop pretending and just admit that he can't do it, so they can move on. But instead of backing down, Kim smiles. The irritated instructor asks what is so funny. Our young man, now intrigued, questions why they are doing this on the first day and suspects there must be a reward involved. He asks what he will gain from this challenge. The instructor smiles and offers a deal. He will fight against the monsters. He can do whatever he wants in return. After considering the offer, he agrees. The instructor, unimpressed, comments that he doesn't understand the monsters in the system, ignoring what he simply asks for a sword and questions how he expects him to fight without weapons, asking if he plans to fight with his bare hands. Eventually, the instructor hands him the sword, and the young man advances to face the monsters. All eyes are on him as he draws the sword and confidently charges into battle. He fights skillfully, cutting through the monsters as he advances. He remembers that it has been 3 years since he wielded a sword for the first time. Still, it feels natural in his hands. During this time, monsters have disturbed the world, forcing people to use any weapon they could find. However, the sword remained a reliable and widely used weapon. Lost in thought, he suddenly feels a monster lurking behind him. Without hesitation, he quickly takes it down before it can attack. Observing the battle, the instructor is intrigued. He wonders how an ordinary sword without magical properties is allowing Kim to cut through the monsters so easily. It almost seems as if the sword is absorbing them. Meanwhile, the 3 elite students from the 5 main families watch closely, equally fascinated. Kim, finishing off the creatures, approaches the instructor and recalls their agreement. With the class now over, the instructor acknowledges that this was the first session and suggests that the students go to their dormitories to rest. Our young man, however, finds the lesson too long and just wants to grab what he needs and leave. He never intended to be a student and has no interest in formal education. Despite his boredom, he learned some valuable information, particularly about constellations in this world. Constellations are not just stars, they represent those who have attained great power and become gods. Many are linked to hunters, acting as divine artifacts that grant special abilities. In Korea, they hold significant importance. Valhalla is the 3rd largest academy in the world, home to numerous relics linked to the constellations. Those who do not see value in swordsmanship or monster hunting believe their time would be better spent training in martial arts, as their body is weak. While pondering this, he feels someone is following him. Turning around, he finds Rin standing behind him in the professor's office. Lee-san, the highest-ranking instructor of Valhalla, is talking to the instructor about the young man. Lee-san acknowledges that the instructor has faced many challenges, but he dismisses it, calling it more embarrassing than difficult. He finds it hard to believe that a mere high school student could achieve such feats. The instructor then reveals that he set up 120 virtual monsters in the combat simulation, hoping it would be a challenge. Yet, Kim defeated them all, despite never having fought real monsters before. Their discussion shifts to Kim's background. Lee-san observes that he does not possess exceptional qualities, and believes that his time would be better spent training in martial arts since his body is weak. While pondering this, he feels that someone is following him. Turning around, he finds Rin standing behind him in the professor's office. Lee-san, the highest-ranking instructor of Valhalla, is talking to the instructor about the young Lee-san. He acknowledges that the instructor faced many challenges, but dismisses it, calling it more embarrassing than difficult. He finds it hard to believe that a mere high school student could achieve such feats. The instructor then reveals that he set up 120 virtual monsters in the combat simulation, hoping it would be a challenge, yet Kim defeated them all, despite never having fought real monsters before. Their discussion shifts to Kim's background. Lee-san notes that he does not possess exceptional qualities. What makes his abilities even more unusual when the instructor asks about his past, Lee-san explains that he is an orphan from a dangerous region. The instructor speculates that he might be a forger, but Lee-san dismisses the idea, stating that he has thoroughly investigated and found no evidence of deceit. He also questions why a forger would try to enter Valhalla and draw attention at the welcome ceremony. Lee-san then mentions Kim's interest in accessing the Constellation room, which the instructor confirms. The young man intends to enter after the first semester to accommodate this. Lee-san asked permission from the director to access the basement on the 1st floor, taking responsibility for it. The instructor appreciates the effort, but raises concerns about the restrictions on the upper floors. However, Lee-san reassures him, saying that reaching the 1st floor should be easy if he moves quickly. The instructor worries about the challenges ahead, especially with the presence of 3 elite students from important families in their class. Liam tries to ease his concerns by mentioning an exchange student from the Ventric family in another class. When the instructor hears that Rock from Ventric was expelled from the British Academy for misconduct and is now enrolled, he feels relieved that his situation is not the worst. Meanwhile, when Kim turns to see who is following him, he comes face to face with RM, the daughter of the Choi family. She approaches him with a request. She wants him to teach her fencing. When he turns around, RM insists, asking again for him to teach her fencing. He categorically refuses, and when she insists for one reason, he abruptly questions why she is so persistent. Frustrated, he makes it clear that he has no intention of teaching her and walks away. The next day, sitting in class, he reflects on his struggles with magic and his inability to control mana. He realizes that overcoming this challenge is essential for his growth. Lost in thought, he is interrupted when someone stops in front of him. Rock from Ventric, accompanied by his assistant, Urua de Felix, our boy, questions their identity, and Rockdill, surprised by his ignorance, introduces himself as a member of the influential Ventric family. He then directly asks him if he desires power. In most families, secondary lineages struggle to gain influence compared to the main family, but the Ventric family is different. They possess the Beak Mask, the Guardian Constellation, providing unique advantages unlike other elite families that rely on Constellation Guardians for protection. The Ventric family has adopted an unconventional approach by signing contracts with foreigners, allowing them to select members without dispute. This decision solidified their dominance in Europe, granting branch members power equal to that of the main family. Rockdill, arrogant due to his family status, was previously expelled from the British Academy for causing trouble. Ignoring past concerns, he boasts about his family's ability to handle any problem, insisting that, as a Ventric, he always gets what he wants. Impressed by Kim's performance at the entrance ceremony, he offers him a place by his side, promising access to the Ventric family's constellation. However, the young man rejects the offer, provoking Rockdill's anger. Before the situation escalates, the head instructor of Valhalla, Lisan, intervenes, ordering Rockdill to return to his place. He reprimands Lisan for using his full name, but Lisan reminds him that despite the Ventric family's influence, they must follow the Academy's rules. Rockdill obeys but warns Kim that they will meet again after class. Later, returning to his dormitory, he is frustrated for not having made any progress in accessing the Constellation room. He remembers his previous encounter with Rockdill. Upon returning to his dormitory, he is frustrated for not having made any progress in accessing the Constellation room. He remembers his previous encounter with Rockdill, during which he learned that scouts from foreign guilds were gathering information about him at the Academy. Deep in thought, he suddenly realizes that someone is following him again. Turning around, he finds Rin once more, begging him to teach her how to wield a sword. Desperately, he remembers that he had already refused her. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Rockdill, boiling with rage, breaks a lantern out of frustration. Rockdill seethes with anger, unable to accept that Kim, an orphan, dared to humiliate him. He orders Yuru to call Sarah immediately. While Yuru remains frozen due to hesitation, he grabs her by the hair and questions her loyalty, threatening to expel her from the family. Despite her denial, he throws her to the ground forcefully and demands that she contact Desera. He immediately instructs her to inform Desera Ventric, a second-degree member of the royal family, that he wishes to meet him. Yuru silently nods and obeys. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, Kim sits alone, running his hands over his body, acknowledging his limitations. He has no magical talent, nor can he wield great strength. Lost in thought, he remembers his previous encounter with Rin when she was behind him. This girl is literally the female version of Joe. Goldberg confronted him, demanding to know why she continued to follow him. Rin repeated her request for sword training, testing his patience. Annoyed, he compared her persistence to that of a parrot and told her to leave him alone. However, she suddenly offered 10 million won in exchange for lessons. Surprised, he asked if the amount was just for one lesson, but she remained silent, watching closely. Rejecting her offer, he stated that she couldn't afford him, and turned to leave. She then asked for his phone number. Skeptical, he asked why, and she explained that she needed to enter his number to facilitate money transfers. When he looked at the screen, he was surprised to see a transfer of 100 million won. Once again, she asked if he would teach her now. Despite the astonishing sum, our boy refused both the money and her request, remaining confident that he could earn money elsewhere and prepared to leave. Finishing, he set off to explore the secret vault. His mind races as he remembers exploring the area before enrolling in Valhalla. He knows that most of the notes, hidden 300 years ago, were lost, but research suggests that at least 4 should still exist. probably 3 buried deep in the Valhalla Mountains. With determination, he begins his search. Using his limited magical power, he detects spheres that react to his energy, leading to the buried notes. Despite his success, the excavation proves to be much more difficult than he expected. As he struggles with the task, he reflects that if he had anticipated this challenge, he would have chosen a more accessible hiding place. The need for this endeavor stems from the events of the Tower of Destruction. Centuries ago, the world nearly collapsed, making it impossible to protect his wealth, forcing him to write and bury these notes. When dawn breaks, he finally unearths what he was looking for. However, another obstacle appears. The lock is there, but a common key does not fit. Impassive, he channels his magic to create an improvised key. From a cord, with patience and effort, he finally unlocks the hidden chamber upon entering. His gaze sweeps over the vast wealth before him, and with a smile, he sarcastically asks if his riches have been well cared for. Seeing his fortune, he feels relieved as money is no longer a concern. His eyes land on storage stones, triggering memories of how he infused them with magic to protect his notes. Understanding their importance, he decides to use them. As he picks one up, a wave of energy radiates from it, confirming the power within. He considers dealing with the stones first, but he hesitates upon noticing the contrast between the heavy gold bars and the delicate jewels, weighing his options. He wonders if he should prioritize the lighter values back to an academy, Valhalla. He reflects on the possibility of creating more notes in the future. Attention to the muscles from his previous excavation makes him pause, just as Aaron approaches and sits beside him once again. She asks him to teach her the art of the sword. Irritated, he questions her persistence, reminding her of her family's lineage. The Choi family has a strong reputation in fencing. Despite having access to elite training, she insists on learning from him. Curious about her unwavering determination, he presses for an explanation, asking why she chooses him over her own father, a respected figure in the Choi family. Their conversation is interrupted when the instructor arrives, summoning Kim to the teacher's room. Sensing it's something important, he asks about the reason. The instructor reveals that it concerns a question he had asked earlier. After a brief hesitation, he agrees to follow. As he prepares to leave, Aaron calls him. Turning, he sees the confusion on her face. In response, he extends an invitation. She can join a training session the following morning at 6 o'clock, surprising her. Aaron hesitates before nodding, accepting the offer. Inside the teacher's room, the instructor gets straight to the point. He informs Kim that his request to enter the Constellation room has been approved, but with a restriction. He can only access the basement floor, nothing below. Curious, our boy asks when he can visit. The instructor suggests that very night. Without hesitation, he agrees, surprising the instructor with his enthusiasm. As night falls, he takes him to the Constellation room, the heavily guarded treasure of Valhalla Academy. Observing the reinforced security, he comments that the defenses here surpass even those of the main gate. The instructor explains that the importance of the room is what elevates Valhalla to one of the top 3 academies, while admiring the grand exterior, the walls. He reveals that they are reinforced with various magical protections, except at the entrance. Curious, our boy asks how someone can access the second floor, sarcastically suggesting it might require illegal means. The old man clarifies that, while it wouldn't make him a criminal, it would lead to immediate expulsion. He also warns him about losing his mental state. Before leaving the school, confused, he asks what he means. The instructor explains that the second floor is extremely dangerous. Exposure to the raw magic of the Constellation can drive people to madness instantly. Observing the young man closely, he wonders what his true intentions are, asking if he is determined to go deeper or if he is struggling against uncertainty with the tight time limit. The instructor instructed him to return within 30 minutes. He confidently agrees and passes through the gate. Inside, a familiar screen appears, directing him to retrieve his weapons and memories from the 5th room on the 3rd floor, indifferent to the risk of expulsion. His main objective remains reaching the 3rd basement level. As he descends, he notices how the building seems extraordinarily vast, with endless flights of stairs and little visibility. This makes him question its purpose. Could Valhalla be hiding a prison in its depths? Doubt arises, and he realizes he must learn more about the room of the Constellation. As he advances, his mind races suddenly. A screen appears informing him that he has met the conditions and will be transported to the designated room, arriving unexpectedly. He tries to understand what this means. When a deep voice greets him, he looks up, dazed to see below him the master of the tower. He recognizes that 300 years have passed since their last meeting, but instead of a warm reunion, who reacts with fury, immediately launching a powerful punch. Despite the attempts of the master, To reason with him, our boy refuses to listen, attacking relentlessly. Driven by anger and resentment, he continues to strike, ignoring the master's attempts to calm him. The master of the tower warns that he will have to retaliate if this continues, but who does not stop? With the last punch, the master is knocked down. Even in his fury, the hero insists that he is normally not a violent person. He then accuses the master of the tower of ruining his future, his wealth, his honor, and all the time he dedicated to training his disciples. However, Kim stops when the master asks if he wants to know more about the place he is in. According to the master of the tower, this space exists within a relic, and the master he is seeing is merely a manifestation within it. Since the true master of the tower died 300 years ago, the revelation leaves the young man confused, leading him to ask if he has always been inside the relic. The master confirms this enthusiastically, revealing that he has become a constellation. However, this only irritates Kim, who responds by punching the master of the tower in frustration. Meanwhile, outside, the instructor continues waiting, only to be surprised to see Hu emerging suspicious. He asks if anything strange happened down there, but he denies it with that. They go their separate ways. However, as he walks home, his encounter with the master remains on his mind. Back in the constellation room, he wondered if the master had been the one sending him the notifications, but the master of the tower himself remained uncertain, having been trapped inside the relic for the last 300 years. According to Barry, he had also received a notification instructing him to hire the reincarnated Kim to recover his lost memories. This supposedly happened due to the intervention of a mysterious individual who had appeared. The master of the tower speculated if this person was responsible for making him the owner of the Tower of Destruction. However, when the young boy asked more about this individual, the master admitted that he did not know, as that part of his memory was absent. He then remembered his own notification, instructing him to find a weapon and recover his memories. However, he could not read it completely, as parts of it had been censored. Despite this, he had never lost his memory, as he still clearly remembered what happened in the tower. Bart explained that, since he had already found the weapon, his memories might still be incomplete. The space they were in contained 4 weapons, swords from the village imbued with immense power. The master himself had become a constellation. By using one of those swords as a relic, this revelation enraged the hero, making him shout at the top of his lungs, returning to the present. Who continues to be confused about his situation. He intended to destroy the sword and leave it behind, but without it, he knows he cannot complete the mission. Displayed in his notification window, while examining the sword, he is suddenly confronted by a group of second-year veterans. The school bullies calling for their hazing session. Their leader, Larry, is the eldest son of the prestigious Sunrise family. Impassive, he mocks him, further enraging the bullies, who become determined to beat him. When one of them lunges to attack, Kim reacts instantly, delivering a swift kick that sends his opponent crashing to the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing one of his friends thrown and collide against the wall, the remaining bullies become nervous. While Kim holds his ground, confidently gripping his weapon, he boldly challenges them to attack him 3 hours earlier. Larry was in a meeting with Rock Dill, who offered him a reward for defeating Kim in a Rock Dill also assured him that he could use weapons freely as he would personally handle the consequences. Although hesitant at first, Larry eventually accepted the offer. Upon leaving the room, he remembered that a first-year student was still a first-year student, even though he had ranked first in his class. This was due to the school system. Second-year students had to enter the Constellation room to form a contract with one of the celestial beings, and if successful, they were recognized as second-year students. These students could use special powers, and as one of them, Larry was confident he could easily defeat Kim. However, returning to the present, this confidence quickly fades, seeing him beat his classmates effortlessly. Larry, who becomes anxious, determined not to back down, he and the others launch an attack, brandishing their weapons against him. However, despite their numbers, he counters each strike with ease, completely dominating them. Larry, who is incredulous by the logic second-year students should have much more experience than a first-year student. However, his classmates were completely defenseless against our boy. He begins to realize that despite holding back in his attacks, those who are hit are still receiving significant damage. With the others already defeated, the boy challenges the remaining students, who now tremble in fear to face him. Upon hearing this, Larry's frustration overflows. Enraged, he draws his sword and charges. However, before he can attack, Kim simply presses the sheath of his sword, still sheathed against Larry's stomach, causing him to collapse to the ground while Larry is unconscious. He wakes him up with a hard slap, demanding to know why he attacked. Larry insists it was just part of the hazing, but he sees through the lie and presses him further, knowing there is more behind this. However, even under pressure, Larry remains silent, which unexpectedly earns Kim's respect. Turning to our boy, he announces that he is leaving, but before he can go, Larry issues a warning that once this incident spreads, he may face expulsion. Impassive, he retorts, questioning what the whole school would think if they found out that a group of second-year students was so completely defeated by a first-year student that he gives a final stern warning before leaving. Meanwhile, Rockdill is still waiting for Larry's call to confirm that the job is done. However, when the call finally comes through, and he is shocked to hear Larrick declare that he is completely giving up. Larrick also warns Rockdill to stay away from anything related to Kim, leaving him completely confused when he is about to end the call. In frustration, Larrick casually suggests reporting to the administration, which immediately piques Rockdill's interest. Eager to explore the situation, he asks if any of the students suffered injuries that could be used as an advantage for the report. To convince Larrick even more, he even offers the payment that he had initially requested. However, Larrick immediately rejects the offer, stating that they lost in an honorable fight and he has no intention of degrading himself further with it. He hangs up, leaving Rockdill furious. In a fit of rage, Rockdill breaks his phone and turns to his assistant, demanding to know if she has contacted Desera. She confirms, explaining that since she lives far away, it will take some time to arrive. Meanwhile, at the Arifia Academy in Mexico, Desera Ventric is sitting on top of a pile of defeated opponents, casually answering a call. Rockdill's assistant informs her about a lucrative opportunity, in which he wants her to take care of someone named Kim in exchange for a generous reward. This offer excites Desera, as she has been facing financial difficulties since being expelled. Now, with this new opportunity, her luck is about to change. The next day, in Valhalla's training room, Kim is eager to train, when suddenly, he hears Bart's voice, catching him by surprise. The master of the tower speaks from within the sword, making him think for a moment that he has appeared, but Bart quickly denies it. As the young man starts to stretch, he questions Bart about the sword. Originally an artifact that had been kept as a valuable possession in Valhalla. Still, Kim managed to leave the room with it after their conversation. The master of the tower reassures him, saying that he replaced it with a replica, so there is no reason for concern. When he asks more, Bart reveals that he has the ability to create replicas since gaining consciousness. As Kim continues his warm-up, Aaron arrives, fully prepared for the training session he had promised her. However, she is confused when Kim reveals that they will start with endurance training, instructing her to begin stretching. She immediately complies while Kim, in his mind, understands that increasing her endurance will ultimately also improve her mana control. The current training system for students is flawed, as they focus on mana before developing endurance. Aaron, for example, has immense mana reserves, but has the endurance of an average student handling swords. Determined to properly build Aaron's foundation, Kim makes her start with real endurance exercises, including push-ups, squats, and bicep curls. As she progresses through the exercises, fatigue begins to set in, but to her shock, there is still a 20-kilometer run ahead. Later, in class, Kim, observing Aaron's progress, is happy to note her improvement in training. The class is then conducted by Lily, the instructor and supervisor of discipline for dimensional monsters. Having previously instructed the students to study on their own, she announces a written test to assess their knowledge about various dimensional creatures. When the test begins, the students concentrate intensely, writing their answers, while those who merely look at the paper. Time passes, and once the stipulated period is over, Lily collects the tests, informing the class that their performance will be used to determine their placement in the next session. She then dismisses them, announcing that the next class will be held in the placement virtual combat simulation room. As she leaves, Bart questions if anyone really expects to pass the test after barely writing anything. Caught off guard, he wonders if the Tower Master can hear his thoughts, but he lowers his head, clarifying that he can only pick up thoughts related to him. He remains impassive, revealing that he wrote only what he knew about the subject. Meanwhile, in the first-year teacher's lounge, Lily is furious upon checking Kim's test. Frustrated, she throws the paper in her hands, calling his answers completely absurd. The instructor present notices her changing expressions, and she seems visibly irritated. Curious, he asks about the matter. Lily explains that the recent test focused on how to effectively eliminate a monster. In her opinion, most students did well. As the instructor takes a sip of tea, relieved by her words, he nearly chokes when he hears her suddenly shout Kim's name in frustration. To Lily, his approach to the test is completely unacceptable, and she refuses to ignore it. Determined to correct him, she declares that in the next class, she will make sure he understands that monsters cannot be treated so recklessly. A week later, in Lily's next class, held in the virtual combat simulation room, she announces that most students performed admirably. After a brief pause, she calls Kim to the front, raising his test. she furiously reveals that he scored 0.00. Pointing to the first question about how to deal with stone goblins, she highlights Kim's answer: stab them in the stomach. Her frustration only grows as she flips through the test, revealing that all his answers are brutally simplistic, focused solely on directly killing the monsters without any consideration for strategy or context. According to Lily, stone goblins have a Class B defense, which means a regular sword would be ineffective against them. However, he still wrote that he would use a sword, claiming he would finish them off in one blow. Frustrated and determined to teach him a lesson, Lily gives him the chance to explain himself by placing him in a simulation against a stone goblin. She declares that, if he can defeat the goblin using the method he described, she will reconsider his grade, accepting the challenge. He approaches the goblin calmly, while Lily watches nervously, uncertain of what he will do. Suddenly, the goblin leaps at him, but he quickly drives his sword into its stomach, killing it instantly. He executes exactly what he wrote, stabbing the goblin in the stomach. The entire class, including Ian, is in shock, unable to believe he defeated the goblin without using any magic. Embarrassed, the instructor demands an explanation, knowing that to kill a stone goblin with just a sword would require at least a ranking. With a confident smile, Kim simply states that he proved himself for his next test answer. He is placed in front of a group of jungle goblins, each known for their severe anger management issues, just like my boss. The goblins become enraged and will use their howling ability to summon reinforcements. Although Kim can see 3 goblins in front of him, there are 5 more hidden in the darkness, ready to ambush him the moment he makes a mistake. Lily remains confident that even with his sword, this battle will not be easy for him. However, in an instant, he quickly eliminates all 3 visible goblins, stabbing them directly in their faces. Lily is completely shocked, unable to comprehend what she just witnessed. Back at the academy, Kim and Yaren are soaked in sweat as they struggle on the treadmill. Eventually, she collapses from exhaustion. Noticing this, our boy questions her difficulties with the exercise, to which she reveals that she never pushes herself hard during training. According to her, she can simply rely on magic, borrowing strength from the Constellation members who already expected this answer, since most students rely entirely on the constellations to carry them. A dangerous habit if they were caught in a dungeon with a spell that restricts magic, or ran out of mana in the middle of a fight, they would be completely helpless. Considering this, Who asks if she thinks these endurance exercises are beneficial. She confirms, explaining that she is only enduring them because he promised to teach her how to wield the sword. In exchange, Who finds her answer strange, but since they need to go to the academy soon, he decides to end the session. Arn, upon noticing that he is adding more weight to the bench press, is shocked. But at his insistence, she leaves while Kim prepares for the next set, lowers the tip that Arn never complained about keeping up with the training, and questions why he helps her, Who reveals that it is simply because she persisted. However, Lo is surprised that Arwen, just by seeing him wield the sword in class, managed to understand his strength while contemplating this. He realizes it is Ryuk doing bench presses next to him, finishing his set. When our boy asks, Ryuk reveals that he has always trained hard there, before casually observing him, Who realizes that the martial bones of Sir Hilk allow him to push himself so much, he thinks Sir Hilk is smarter than those who rely only on magic to train. However, he continues to be intrigued about what the constellations actually do. Lo, despite being a constellation, admits that he has no knowledge about it. Having spent 300 years in isolation, he never fully understood his role. However, Lo states that, if Who finishes the next mission on his system panel, they can learn more about constellations. Curious, our hero checks the notification and sees that he needs to go to the Eye of the Great Forest of Valhalla, home of Madagaya, and bring the Sword of Heaven, with Who remembers having heard about this place in class, but since he has lessons to attend, decides to be stealthy for now. Bart asks about his growing reputation for defeating bullies, but he states that if he hadn't acted, he would be the one with a cracked head, knowing that he cannot leave anytime soon without completing the mission. Who realizes that completing it can finally reveal the secrets of reincarnation in London at the Ventwick mansion, the vice owner of the clan. Adilia questions her men about recent events. He reports that a labyrinth has been solved and requests permission to recruit a survivor from the Roberts clan, ruined along with another contracted level, to which she approves, but orders that their skills be tested first, before sending him on his way. When Adilia is about to dismiss him, he reveals that Rock Dill called Zera to South Korea. The mention of his name instantly enrages Adilia. This is because Zera Ventrica is known as the troublesome child of the family, having committed numerous terrible acts while using the family name since he was young. He exhibited violent tendencies, reaching the point of killing schoolmates over mere arguments at the age of 20. He was completely estranged from the family. Adilia acknowledges that what she said is a threat but remains intrigued as to why Rockdill wants to meet him. For now, she orders her men to monitor him and inform Rockdill that if he is caught involved in anything suspicious, he too will be estranged from the family. With that, the man withdraws, while hers remains behind, seething with anger at her brother for treating the family's power so carelessly, while thoughts of power consume her. She remembers a door with the words, "All for one," inscribed and asserts that it belongs solely to her. Lost in contemplation, she turns her gaze to a portrait with a beak mask behind her, and when referring to it as her guardian constellation, she seeks confirmation of her belief in the Valhalla classroom. The instructor discusses the theme of villains who exploit the power of constellations for evil purposes. Among these individuals, the most notorious group is the One God. As the class continues, he gets lost in thought. Pondering his own body and its potential, he considers the possibility that he too possesses the talent to channel mana. In addition to having a strong and powerful physique, this seems quite strange to him. When he first attempted the circulation of chi in this body, he could barely finish, due to severe mana issues. His physique was so weak that even basic digging left him drenched in sweat. He wonders if something might have happened to this body in the past, but quickly dismisses the thought. There's no sense in stressing over it now. After all, it is his body. While he is absorbed in his thoughts, Dream discreetly passes him a note from her desk that simply says, "Hey." The gesture makes our boy nervous. In the next class, the instructor announces that students can leave the facilities for the week. This is exactly what Kim was waiting for. Without hesitation, he submits a leave request, casually writing, "Going for a walk" as the reason. While he goes to submit the form, chatting with Bart along the way, he hears Big Eye calling him from behind. He turns around, and upon seeing her hesitation, immediately confronts her for not responding to the note he wrote. She looks down in silence but hurries, saying she needs to rush and submit the request. She starts to stutter, clearly trying to say something, which only frustrates him more. In his frustration, he explodes and calls her weird. The insult hurts, and although it also makes her furious, she still struggles to speak. Eventually, she manages to stutter a question. She wants to ask how he managed to kill that stone goblin in the simulation, but her pride makes it difficult to say the words out loud. As Soyon gathers the courage to speak, Miss Lily suddenly intervenes and asks the question, herself, shocking Kim with her sudden appearance. He is also a bit surprised. Just a few days ago, she couldn't stand him, especially after he directly refuted all her questions in class. And now, out of nowhere, she is butting into his conversation. But Lily seems more impressed than anything. She admits that she only knew one method to kill monsters, but his approach showed that there are other, more creative ways. With that, she immediately offers him the position of assistant. The young man, however, directly declines, revealing that he is busy submitting his leave request. She insists again, but our boy stands firm and refuses, once again with full Chad energy. While Lily continues to look at him with admiration, Zion begins to step forward, but upon hearing their exchange, he hesitates and decides that maybe this isn't the right moment to speak. Finally, the next day, Kim heads to the infamous market from the night before. Kim sat in his room scrolling through his phone. Bart curiously asked what he was looking for. Our boy explained that he was trying to find the location of the place he planned to visit the next day. He needed a place to sell the treasure he had found in the vault while searching. He quickly came across the market he had in mind. It was a unique market that allowed people from all over the world to trade freely after paying an entrance fee. It was often referred to as a black market, since even criminals and suspicious individuals could do business there under normal circumstances. Creating such a market would be impossible. But this operated under the protection of a guardian constellation known as the Hidden One. Because of this support, even high-ranking individuals used the market openly, and the government tended to turn a blind eye. Anyone could easily find an online guide explaining how to gain access. The process was simple. Make a reservation in the comments section and you would receive a nearby entry location. Reading this, he scrolled down to the comments and found a link. But just as he was about to click, a message notification from Erin appeared. She apologized, saying she couldn't participate in training the next day because she needed to go out. Kim didn't mind. That worked for him too, since he would also be going out. They said their goodbyes, although he was annoyed by an avalanche of spam emojis, rolling his eyes and ignoring the spam. He finally clicked on the link in the comment that gave him the exact location he needed. Now back to the present. The hero is on his way to the indicated location, an old cafe marked as his destination. He quickly spots the building and enters following the instructions. According to the guide, he should turn a corner as soon as he is inside, following the path that leads to a door, and upon crossing it, finds himself in another hidden world. The market inside has apartments, shops, and an unusual purple sky hovering above. The strange color of the sky gives him a weird feeling. It is the first time he is here. However, something about that setting feels strangely familiar, especially the sky. That deep and unnatural purple reminds him of a night sky he saw 300 years ago. While Kim processes the surreal atmosphere, a man greets him asking if it's his first time at the market. Our boy quickly notices the man's leather jacket. Exactly as the guide described, this must be the entrance collector. According to the rules, he must pay 2 million won. He confirms that he is new to the place, and the man asks if he knows how the market works. He hands over the money and says he knows a little. With this payment, he is almost out of money, but remains hopeful that he can earn something inside. He then asks where he can sell his jewels. The man recommends putting them up for auction, but our boy is looking for a quick sale in Pink Mummy Kid. In response, the man suggests going to the 3rd district, where it is more likely that traders will buy those items directly. He also mentions someone named Morris, a characteristic of a trustworthy person if anyone is serious about selling their goods. Before they part ways, the leather-jacketed man hands him a mask and explains that everyone in the market wears one. Due to the nature of the transactions conducted here, anonymity is essential. He nods and puts on the mask eventually. He arrives at the 3rd district and approaches a merchant who catches his attention. Without wasting time, the young man surprises the man by asking if he is Morris. A bit surprised, he confirms, then states that he has some jewels to sell. Morris agrees to take a look. Then he takes out the bag for inspection. Morris picks up a ring from the bag, but as soon as he sees it, his expression changes. He becomes visibly stunned, realizing that it is not just any ring, it is an artifact from the era of destruction. The merchant looks at the other jewels in the bag. Completely shocked, he is incredulous that they are also from the same era. At that moment, Kim pulls him from his trance, asking how much he can offer for them. The merchant starts to think, but his mind cannot comprehend how a young man in his 20s managed to get his hands on such rare artifacts. He ends up asking directly, which immediately reminds him that he shouldn't ask that kind of question. In this market, Morris quickly realizes his mistake and apologizes, knowing that he almost damaged his reputation as a merchant for crossing a line he shouldn't have. To Kim's surprise, he refuses to process the artifacts, claiming it is because they are from the era of destruction, and says he doesn't have the capital to buy them. Our young man is a bit surprised, but Morris suggests he take the items to the auction house. He will probably get a better price there. Kim mentions the issue of time, and Morris explains that it will take about 2 to 3 weeks for the items to be sold. The auction house itself may not open immediately due to prior bookings, and he will have to be there in person to list the items. Disappointed, Kim asks how many artifacts might reach the auction. Morris takes out his phone, opens the calculator, and shows him the estimated value. Kim is super shocked. The number is loaded with zeros. So many that he is truly shaken. At that moment, he realizes that these items could be worth much more than he initially thought. Perhaps that is why he instinctively saved them for later. A bit desperate now, he asks how much money Morris might be losing personally. According to Morris, he wouldn't even have a quarter of the item's cost, even if he sold everything he owns. However, Kim offers to sell it at that price, which leaves Morris completely shocked. Artifacts from the era of destruction are already traded at high prices due to their age, but there is another reason why they are so valuable. After this era ended, constellations began to appear, and many of them reacted strongly to these artifacts. There have been cases where even individuals, without powers, managed to form contracts with S-rank constellations thanks to these very items. Upon inspecting the ring, Morris realizes that it contains residual mana from that chaotic era. All known signs are present, proof that this is authentic. The fact that he is managing to get 8 of these artifacts for such a small amount leaves him astounded. He pays here and starts putting the rings in a bag, ending the day. But as soon as he finishes, he is startled to see a figure standing in front of him, another tall person, wearing a mask hovering over him in complete silence. Meanwhile, Kim is already outside the market, breathing a sigh of relief for having exited safely. He returns to the same old cafe where it all began, but this time, the big news is that his money problem is officially resolved. A glance at his bank balance is enough to make him smile. Even if he ends up spending it all, he knows he still has more items in the vault to sell later. As he processes all this, a sudden call from an unknown number catches him off guard. He answers only to feel instantly irritated. It is Instructor Lily, inviting him to lunch. Kim, curious about how she got his number, listens as she casually reveals that she used her instructor privileges. She insists again on lunch before abruptly hanging up, leaving Kim confused after a moment. He shrugs and thinks he might as well go. There's nothing else on his schedule now, and if he can enjoy a free meal from it, why not? Back at the market, Morris is paralyzed, clearly terrified by the masked figure in front of him. He asks why the man is there, but the figure simply calls Morris by name and questions if their relationship is really that bad. It is then that Morris realizes who he is dealing with. The market owner known only as Black Cat. The realization leaves Morris unsettled. It is rare for the market owner to approach a merchant personally, and he cannot understand why someone like Black Cat would bother to deal with him. Black Cat, slamming his hands on the table, reveals the true reason. For the first time, Morris sent an anonymous application for the auction. This revelation instantly irritates Morris, both for the anonymity. Clearly, it is no longer anonymous if Black Cat knows about it, but the market owner quickly clarifies things, explaining that he is not the true owner of the market, his constellation is, and since he serves that constellation directly, he can access any information that the master deems necessary. With this explanation, Black Cat demands to see the items that Morris intends to auction. Although still irritated, Morris agrees. However, it seems strange to him. Even though the artifact is from the era of destruction, it is uncommon for Black Cat to show so much personal interest. Morris takes the bag, and as Black Cat examines the contents, his expression changes. The rings immediately catch his attention. He finds them much more intriguing than he expected, and murmurs that these pieces will fetch a huge price. Morris is confused by the reaction, but before he can process it, a notification window from the Constellation system starts bombarding Black Cat. It informs him that a constellation from the opposite side now seems visibly surprised. This single detail makes Black Cat freeze, because it means that the constellation desperately wants him. Inside the cozy restaurant in Valhalla, Kim and Lily sit across from each other at a table filled with various dishes. Lily twirls the pasta on her fork, tastes it and smiles, commenting on how delicious it is. Our boy, however, remains silent. Looking to the side without having touched his food, Lily notices his distance, and asks why he isn't eating. He finally responds by loudly asking why a place like this exists in Valhalla in the first place. Lily explains, pointing out that besides the school cafeteria, there are also special restaurants designated for the teachers. He disinterestedly looks at her and asks about the real reason she invited him. When he finally starts to eat, Lily reveals her true motive. She wants him to become her assistant. Our boy quickly declines, but Lily insists that he at least consider it before giving such a cold response. She lists the advantages: a scholarship, the chance to co-write a thesis with her, and the prestige that could come from becoming known in the field of monster research. Despite all these promises, more frequent access to the outside world, future opportunities, and recognition, he remains impassive. To him, none of this seems necessary. He is focused on something else. Finding the Eye of the Great Forest, an artifact linked to his academic performance evaluation, his priorities are elsewhere. Even when Lily suggests sharing sensitive information like details about Choi Arim and his possible expulsion, Kim remains indifferent. He stands up claiming he didn't hear anything of value, and is ready to leave. Lily, feeling frustrated, insists that, since he shared information, he should do the same in return. Kim disagrees, stating he didn't ask for that. Then, almost as a late reflection, he questions her teaching methods, wondering how someone who can be so childish in personal matters is so strict in the classroom. Lily responds seriously, explaining that her strictness is tied to responsibility in monster hunting. The lives of the students depend on proper training, and any leniency can lead to fatal mistakes. He seems to understand this, recognizing her dedication with a small smile, before heading towards the exit. As he leaves, Lily asks him to reward her for the information, but he, with his hands in his pockets, continues walking away, asserting that he owes her nothing. In the grand estate of the Choi family, Jin himself, Patriarch Choi Jon-so, known as both the master of the True Story Guild and the head of the Choi clan, sits at the table with two younger family members. In front of him are his eldest son, Choi Jigan, the attack leader of the guild, and his illegitimate daughter, Choi Arin. The reason for the meeting is that, with the upcoming selection for the family heir, Jon-selk needs to assess their intentions. He presents to them the Blue Moon Sword, a sacred relic that symbolizes the recognition of the legitimate heir by the family. The condition is simple but strict. Those who fail in this election are completely removed from the family. Both Dinga and Aaron agree to participate, despite the weight of what is at stake. After the meeting, Dinga, radiating arrogant confidence, confronts Aaron. He ridicules her for being an illegitimate daughter and accuses her of blindly following a role she can never claim. His words are laden with cruelty. warning her that she is unworthy of the position because she lacks the protection of the constellations while he has a formal contract. The girl remains silent, internalizing the pain, but her clenched fists show that she will not give up. As soon as Dinga leaves, she recalls a faded memory of her mother's exhausted face and a promise that Aaron should be the head of the family and live freely, without restrictions. This memory seems to strengthen her determination. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Kim sits quietly in class while the instructor explains information about the upcoming midterm exams, expressing concern about his lack of preparation, surprised that he didn't even know the exams were near. Our boy admits that he hasn't been paying attention in class, a mistake that is now costing him dearly. The instructor reminds the class that in Valhalla, midterm exams carry significant weight, especially for those hoping to survive and thrive in the institute. The entire class listens attentively as the instructor highlights the importance of the upcoming midterm and final exams. He warns that the student with the lowest score will be expelled. With this severe reminder, he encourages everyone to do their best. Kim, sitting quietly, absorbs the information, but knows in his mind that the written test is much more crucial than the practical one. As his thoughts wander, he realizes he isn't even sure how he got to this point in his training, especially when he initially aimed to reach the Great Forest. He then notices Bart, who is standing with his hands clasped in front of him. He asks if the Tower Master has attended all the classes, to which he confirms, although he seems uncertain about his next step. The young man casually mentions that Bart will take the test for him, provoking a mix of surprise and concern from the Tower Master. He expresses discomfort with Kim's plan, finding it unfair, while our boy insists that the test will be written with his help. When the class ends, the instructor wishes good luck to the students, and they start gathering their things, preparing to leave. As the girl approaches him, she asks if they will train today, and he, a bit surprised, asks why she is asking. When she expresses the desire to improve her fencing, he realizes it's time to address her lack of training and comments that, although their previous sessions weren't focused on fencing, he can show her how to properly handle a sword. The two then move to the training hall, where Aaron stands ready in front of Kim, who is now holding a sword. He points at her while holding his weapon in the other hand, asking how long it has been since she practiced with her weapon. She reveals that she hasn't practiced since she started strength training with him, leading him to ask her a few more questions. He asks her to take her sword, and Aaron, having drawn her sword in front of Kim, follows his instructions to focus and hold her grip firmly with her ring and pinky fingers. Surprised by the change in her grip, she notices an immediate alteration in how she handles the sword, feeling a sense of stability and control that she had never experienced before. Our boy watches her closely and tells her to attack him with all she has. Taking her position, Aaron prepares for the move, feeling a wave of energy like lightning passing through her body. She rushes forward, but he easily blocks her attack, praising her increased speed, then advises to her to be careful with the magic she puts in her legs. And after a brief pause, Aaron prepares again with determination, moving faster, this time swinging her sword at him, who skillfully dodges her strike, smiling and suggesting that she focus more on rotating her body. When she stops, her hand holding the sword begins to tremble, but she perseveres. Concentrating on his feedback, he encourages her to attack again, and they clash swords once more, creating sparks upon impact. Despite her growing strength, he continues to block her attacks effortlessly, maintaining his calm and confident demeanor as the training session continues. Their swords clash repeatedly, with Aaron getting more tired but also stronger. Eventually, the session ends, and realizing that an hour has already passed, Aaron, exhausted and trembling, collapses on the ground, struggling to catch her breath, while our boy remains impassive. He puts his weapon aside and moves towards the booth while she stays there, still trying to recover from the intense training session. Aaron reflects on how much her sword skills have improved since the entrance ceremony. She knows she has become much better, although she still can't match Kim. While wiping the sweat from her forehead, she gathers the courage to ask if he will fight her next time. The young boy, considering her request, reflects for a moment. He enjoys teaching her and recognizes her talent, which has only grown since they started training. He remembers noticing her skill during the entrance ceremony, although now it seems different since she is using a breathing technique. Despite this, Kim smiles, knowing that the training has been beneficial for him as well in another time. Like 300 years ago, she would be worthy of becoming his disciple. When the girl asks about the possibility of fighting, he playfully declines, but Aaron, with a serious face, accepts, signaling her understanding. She realizes that following his guidance will make her even stronger. Our boy is surprised by her response, but eventually concludes the session, and Aaron bids farewell, leaving with the knowledge that they might not see each other Again, 2 weeks later at the Valhalla Stadium, where a crowd of students has gathered, Soyon holding her sword mentions that it is the first time she has returned since the entrance ceremony, with Ryuk also among the crowd. Observing how many freshmen have gathered, Aran remains confident in the crowd, while Kim, with his hands in his pockets, seems curious about the event. Bart explains that their professor informed them about the meeting 2 weeks prior. The atmosphere shifts when a loud voice calls for attention, signaling that the announcement about the mid-semester exams in Valhalla is coming soon. The students remain attentive as the announcement about the practical evaluation for the midterm is made. This time, the evaluation involves an attack on dungeons. As he explains, the ground suddenly trembles, catching everyone by surprise. He then reveals that everyone will join to enter the artificial dungeons. Several dungeons appear around them. Students are free to form their own teams with a recommendation of 8 people per team, although they can adjust the number as needed. Those listening in silence while Lee continues to outline the rules. Their scores will be based on contributions during the dungeon attack. A timer appears set for 5 hours, and Lee warns sternly that failing to finish within the time limit will result in disqualification. Soyon, surprised by the difficulty level being set as rank F, absorbs everything. When the exam begins, students start running to form teams. Some shout to others, trying to recruit members. Soyon evaluates her options, knowing that her current team needs someone with more damage potential. She hesitates. Then she decides that with 6 people, they can easily handle the task, and she can also showcase her skills without anyone overshadowing her. She feels confident that the group can work together, since the main objective is to demonstrate their abilities. Lee observes the chaos with interest. He notices that the more privileged students like Soyon already understand the true nature of the exam. For others, it is more complicated, and Lee knows that groups of 8 and even 20 are being formed. However, he also anticipates that mismatched teams will lead to internal conflicts, which is common in these types of evaluations. When the dungeon attack evaluation begins, Lee informs the instructor that in about 30 minutes, everyone will be inside the dungeon. He advises him to prepare and start counting their points, standing in the field observing as students spread out, forming groups and entering the dungeon. He wonders if the students who enter immediately have already started earning points. Arim also lags behind while observing the other students. Someone approaches her, noticing that she has not entered yet. He asks what she plans to do since almost everyone has already entered. The girl replies that she will do as he instructed during training. Our boy, a bit confused, realizes that she is probably trying to follow his guidance from previous sessions. He tells her that he will enter the dungeon alone, suggesting that she do the same. The girl, unperturbed, watches those walking toward the dungeon. Some students, seeing her alone, approach and ask if she is Choi RM. They invite her to join their group, offering that she would complete their team of 8. However, she declines, stating that she will enter the dungeon alone. When the student tries to stop her, warning that she will be disqualified, RM reassures him, mentioning that he said it wouldn't be difficult. Saying this, she enters and slams the door, shocking everyone. Meanwhile, the stadium is now empty, and the observation room is filled with teachers and staff watching the students' progress on the screens. Saying this, she enters and slams the door, shocking everyone. Meanwhile, the stadium is empty now, and the observation room is filled with teachers and staff watching the students' progress on the screens. As the students face various monsters in the dungeon, the scores begin to appear, and one who earns 2 points. A girl holding her backpack in fear earns 3, and one looking confident scores 1. Lee observes everything closely while the instructor silently acknowledges that everything is going as expected. The calculations are precise, reflecting the harshness of the exam, but the results are accurate. Lee, previously known as the Master of Challenges in his days as a soldier, watches the scene unfold with a critical eye. Lee also achieved a dungeon clearing rate of 99%. The instructor notes that Lee's vast experience makes him the best judge of attacks in dungeons, explaining his ability to assign points accurately. Lee's attentive eyes track the movements of the students, especially those from noble families. He is particularly impressed with Soyon, who has taken the lead of her group with remarkable strategy. She guides her team to block the front line and eliminate attackers from the sides, efficiently directing them. Soyon's quick thinking and leadership skills become evident when she kills a goblin, earning valuable points for her team. While Lee observes through the system screen, he marvels at her ability to clear the dungeon. He knows that Soyon is on her way to the top, given her exceptional sense of leadership. However, his attention soon shifts to Kim. He remembers the boy's first battle, where he easily defeated Soyon. Curious about his progress, Lee searches for his name in the system but is stunned when no results appear. The search mechanism designed to find information on any student returns nothing. After some investigation, Lee discovers that Kim has already completed the dungeon. In 23 minutes and 32 seconds alone, without any team, this revelation shocks Lee, as it is an extraordinary feat for a 17-year-old student. Lee watches the video of Kim clearing the dungeon, captivated by his skill. Kim remains calm, with his sword facing the goblins that watch him. Without hesitation, he charges at them, slicing through the creatures with ease. With a smile, he cuts and punches his way through, even facing larger goblins effortlessly. As the battle intensifies, Kim's movements become even more impressive, dodging heavy attacks, and quickly defeating his enemies. He cuts down an orc with a single blow, leaving Lee in awe. The final challenge is a massive golem, armed specifically designed for the midterm exam. He faces the golem confidently, and with a well-aimed stab, he destroys it effortlessly, while his sword glows with an intense red light. Lee cannot believe what he is witnessing, who handles the entire dungeon with ease, and it is clear he will take first place in the midterm exam. As the students struggling through the dungeon slowly emerge, Kim remains still, hands in pockets, exuding confidence. After the midterm tests, the instructor reviews the results, and confirms that Kim has secured first place, followed by Aram, Soyon, and others. The instructor, lost in thought, walks over to Lee with the results in hand. The unexpected outcome leaves them both stunned. The instructor sees Kim in first place, while Lee, arms crossed, expresses his surprise. He did not expect the young student to dominate, especially considering how Kim clears dungeons without getting hurt. Lee comments that in the future he might enter the industry in Korea and reclaim the title of strongest contractor. The instructor, standing still, extends his hand and asks if this title is reserved for the strongest contractor in the world. Lee thinks carefully, reflecting that he hasn't seen a genius in a long time. The instructor, listening in silence, looks at the tablet as Lee continues, revealing the surprise of the second exam. Arend, a student who placed second despite expectations, manages to clear the dungeons by herself. Although with difficulty, Lee explains that Arend has always been a diligent and hard-working student, but her ability to clear dungeons alone is unexpected. He notes that if the exam had focused on teamwork, Soyon would have scored higher. But who is she? They stood out because the evaluation focuses on individual contributions. Lee, although impressed, warns against recommending her methods since they are not something most students can replicate. The instructor, absorbing this, realizes he has seen Arend before when she led the Choijin Guild. He becomes intrigued by how she managed to face the dungeons alone, but quickly dismisses any connection with Kim, needing a break. The instructor closes his eyes, unable to understand. The next day, many students gather in front of the blackboard, anxious for the results. The results are posted on the board, with the names of Kim and Arend prominently displayed. Rockdill, who is in 8th place, is visibly upset and turns to Yuri, asking if Desera is in Korea. When Yuri confirms, the worried child instructs them to contact him immediately. They quickly leave and are soon transported to the sky, where they enter a large building. The butler greets them, and someone raises their hand to call Rockdill, who calls out to Desera, sitting at the table in a white suit. Wearing rings, he sits across from him, and Yuria remains by his side as they begin the meal. Desera eats voraciously while he remains silent, observing. After dessert, Desera starts to speak, asking what the person did with the troublesome boy, as he wants him to deal with it. Desera questions who Kim is, and Rockdill dismisses him as a brainless freshman. Rockdill explains, however, that the guy disappointed him due to his humble past, and he wants Desera to handle him. Desera, squinting his eyes, asks if he has permission to kill Kim. Rockdill, smiling, tells him that the decision is up to Desera. Desera stands up, commenting that this situation is different from the past and that preparations are necessary. He then points to Yuria, revealing that a previous conflict with the palace family caused by her resulted in a significant fight. Yuri, visibly shaken, looks down. Desera mentions that rumors of the palace family have spread too much, making it difficult to kill someone from Valhalla. Rockdill, still calm, assures that preparations will be made for the task. Desera smiles, satisfied, and asks for a good reward for handling this. A week later, Kim is walking down a hallway holding a declaration. He is talking to Bash, who casually asks if the declaration is for another permit. He confirms that it is. Although he hasn't gone out much lately, Bash comments that he heard passing the exam grants an additional exit permit, which Kim acknowledges. Our boy explains that he can't let this opportunity slip away, so he needs to find his notes. Looking ahead, he asks where he is going. The scene shifts to a wooded area in Suwon, where Kim, wearing a hood, walks with his phone in hand, confirming that he is in the right place. He is talking to Bash, who casually asks if the statement is for another pass. He confirms that it is. Although he hasn't gone out much lately, Bash comments that he heard passing the exam grants an additional exit permit, which Kim acknowledges. Our boy explains that he cannot let this opportunity slip away, so he needs to find his notes below. Looking ahead, he asks where he is going. Point Indian. The scene shifts to a wooded area in Soyon, where Kim wearing a hood walks with the phone in hand, confirming that he is in the right place. While he examines the area, someone calls out to him, and he looks up to see the scene unfolding before him. With a mischievous smile, he calls the little one at night, with the full moon hovering above a tall building, in the 7th area of the market. Meanwhile, the black cat is by the window, lost in thought. After a moment of hesitation, a message from the system appears before him, asking about the arrival of the ring. He responds, calmly, that he is on his way and will go through the usual procedures. However, as the message continues, it becomes wild and repetitive, as if the other side is desperate. While the message repeats incessantly, the black cat begins to ponder. Recalling his previous research on artifacts from the era of destruction, he has never encountered such a reaction before. His attention is drawn to a shiny object on the table. As he approaches, he notices blue particles emanating from it. It is the ring, and upon seeing it, the black cat feels relief, knowing he can now deliver it to his superior, to silence them. He takes the ring box and the ring inside, radiating mana. Holding it in his hands, he thinks about its significance before calling the Constellation. However, he is surprised when the system message continues to repeat maniacally, as if the arrival of the ring is urgent. Back in the forest, who stands before Desire, asking him if he is sure he wants to know who he is. Our young man, after a brief pause, guesses that he wants something from him. Misery confirms this, observing why else he would come looking for him at that remote mountaintop. Kim, seemingly unperturbed, makes a guess about his intentions, saying that he wants to get rid of him. Desera, recognizing his sharp instincts, smiles the young hero, throwing his bag and removing his hood. Explains that he realized his plans a few days ago. Desera's expression changes as he extends his hands in frustration. Calling King a fool, he then clenches his fists and murmurs that someone ranked first in Valhalla shouldn't be so foolish about this. He delivers a strong blow to him, but our boy easily dodges the attack, leaning his body after evading the powerful punch. The force of the blow leaves a deep crack in a nearby tree. Desera, still smiling, looks at Kim, recognizing that if he hadn't dodged, it would have been over. The boy, smiling, explains, casually, that the punch is simply too slow. He then analyzes the situation, recognizing that the strength of his opponent is comparable to that of Yuki, possibly even stronger, but still very dangerous for him to face directly. With his fragile body, Kim quickly decides on a simple strategy. He turns and starts running from Sarah. Initially confused by his sudden retreat, she smiles and acknowledges that it is a smart move for someone in his position. Since staying would result in defeat, she prepares to stop Kim, but unexpectedly, our boy stops, turns and waves his hand. He mocks Desera for not using his brain, and to his surprise, quickly closes the distance between them before the opponent can react. Kim delivers a powerful punch right to his face, sending him several meters away while Desera is on the ground. Kim stands over him with a smile, lifting his leg to deliver a final blow. Desera, with a groan of pain, manages to roll away, narrowly avoiding the kick. Kim, still calm, comments on Desera's luck, repeating the words that Desera once said to him in anger. Desera gets up, adjusting his injured face, and questions his strength, who responds with a smile, suggesting that Desera should be aware of his position in Valhalla. Desera, with his injured face, thinks about his past. He remembers his childhood in the family Ventric, where he was raised with the sole purpose of elevating his family's status since young. He demonstrated a natural talent for elixirs, drinking several potions that significantly increased his strength. By 16, he was already stronger than most adults. His parents, seeing his potential, sought to use him for their own benefit, but Desera resented being controlled by them. He began to smile maliciously, realizing that he had no desire to live under their influence forever. Desera's parents were shocked when he turned against them, beating them mercilessly, standing over them with his fist clenched, and a malicious smile. He made it clear that he didn't care about recognition from the family, but his overwhelming strength allowed him to break ties with it. Without hesitation, while reflecting on his past as a zero, he remembers how his life continues to be a thorn in the side of those around him. He was expelled by a woman who sees herself as the head of the family, but he doesn't care in a world where money solves most of his problems. He became bolder after freeing himself from the family's control. He remembers the meeting with Rock Deal, where he offered money, but discovers that his interest in Kim is much greater. Ezekiel walked through the streets, intrigued by our boy's rise to the top of the entrance exam in Valhalla, and his reputation as a lunatic who expels all guild guides. He was curious about the possibility of having fun with Kim, but when he finally confronted him, he was confused and defeated. The young hero stands before Desera, with his classic hands in his pockets, indifferent to the opponent's questions about what substances he uses to become so strong. Kim laughs, dismissing the idea that he relies on something like elixirs. He mocks Desera for thinking so little of him, realizing that Desera's strength comes from the elixirs he has used since childhood. Desera is shocked to discover that Kim has achieved such power without any external help. Our boy confidently explains that his strength comes from his own training, not from magical substances. The hero, smiling, suggests comparing Desera's strength to that of Ryuk, an idea that infuriates Desera. In his anger, he draws his sword, although he knows he doesn't have permission to use it still. He can't hold back and summons a dark purple blade filled with malevolent magic, who studies it closely, recognizing the power behind it. Desera, growing more confident, declares that his strength is rapidly increasing, but before he can attack, our boy is already on him. Without warning, he delivers a kick to his face, sending him flying. Kim, still calm, ridicules him for his tendency to talk so much. Before attacking, Desera crashes into a nearby tree, and Kim quickly closes the distance, delivering a powerful blow that breaks the trunk of the tree and leaves Desera unconscious, and grabs him by the hair, lifting his head to speak to him with a smile. He mocks Desera, pointing out that someone who drinks the elixir cannot die easily. Our boy makes it clear that he will spare him if he only injures him, but since Desera wants to kill him, he cannot let him go. While Kim prepares to attack again, he reveals that he wants to ask a question, but before he can, he charges his punch and throws it at Desera once again. Meanwhile, the poor Desera can only scream for him to stop in the dormitory. Valhalla Rock Dill sits in his office thinking that Desera should have already taken care of Kim and his temperament. He assumes that Desera killed Kim and feels relieved that this is not happening on the academy grounds. His phone vibrates, and when he answers, he only hears silence. He tries again, and this time he hears Desera's groans of pain. Realizing that something has gone terribly wrong, Rocky is shocked, especially when Kim speaks, mocking him and mentioning that if he wishes to die, he will burn incense for him. Kim's presence and the situation are now undeniable. Rocky, clearly disturbed, hangs up the phone, which surprises Kim. He is irritated that Rocky hung up without responding, but then he notices the poor beaten Desera descending and wonders what he should do with him. In the dormitory, Rock Dill sits in deep reflection while Yuria enters with tea. However, he dismisses her, overwhelmed by the situation. She insists again, but this time, Rock Dill shouts at her furiously, telling her to take charge. He cannot believe who is behind everything, and now the situation is out of control. He knows it is only a matter of time before the news reaches the Ventric family, making things worse. Rocky's frustration grows as he realizes the extent of the mess. Although he tries to console himself by thinking that his status as an orphan may limit his reach, he knows he cannot afford to be careless. Meanwhile, Kim walks calmly through the forest, thinking about his next move. Bart asks if he is serious about stopping being laid out next to the tree, but our boy tells him that he will report this when the time is right, and that for now, he will do nothing about it. Bart casually suggests just killing him, but he responds that in the past, he would have done that, but things have changed. He is no longer King Hyun, just another high school student named King Juryok. The master of the tower seems to understand. He then mentions his concerns about the magic that has descended, or rather, he mentions that the magic seems familiar. If more is released, it can be confirmed for sure. The boy listens but gets irritated when the low one talks about being able to identify people by their magic, something our boy cannot do. He scoffs at it, clearly annoyed. Leaving that aside, he speculates that it could be the hidden side of the blade that Desera mentioned, and Bart confirms who approaches the unconscious Desera, asking who sent him, but he soon remembers that he dislocated his jaw earlier. He casually puts it back in place, asking again who sent him. Desera remains silent, but Bart insists, holding his hand with a fierce expression. He twists Desera's fingers, causing him intense pain, and warns him to speak, or he will break all his fingers. After some time, Desera reveals that it is Rock of Juventic who is behind him. Our protagonist wonders, mentioned, and Bart confirms who approaches the unconscious Desera, asking who sent him, but soon remembers that he dislocated his jaw earlier. He casually puts it back in place, asking again who sent him. Desera remains silent, but insists on holding his hand with a fierce expression. He twists Desera's fingers, causing him intense pain, and warns him to speak, or he will break all his fingers after some time. Desera reveals that it is Rock from Yuthik who is behind him. Our protagonist wonders, if this is the person who caused you problems before, and questions Desera about his origins. Desera smiles through the pain, reveals that he is a first-type Desera and works as a mercenary, who recognizes the term but dismisses it as meaningless, calling Desera a pathetic hooligan. Desera, still holding his injured fingers, responds that the first type venerates the hidden side of the blade, and he is bound by a contract with the constellation that governs him. Desera smiles and asserts that if he had been better prepared, the outcome of his fight with Kim would have been completely different and he would have defeated our boy. Fixing his hair with a disdainful smile, dismisses him as a fool, and points out that if Desera had kept quiet and revealed who he was involved with, he could have been spared, who then breaks Desera's jaw with force, making a scream of pain echo through the air. Later, who sits in the city going through searches on his phone. He reads about the first type, a group of evil individuals who worship the hidden side of the blade, and reflects on how everyone he contacts sees them as just another evil faction, irritated and frustrated, who wonders how to deal with Rock Dill, who is still causing problems for him. Determined, he starts typing a message, deciding to use modern methods to deal with the issue. He uploads recordings of Desera's confessions to the internet, including one where Desera confesses his connection with the first type. Meanwhile, Lily receives a call from Kim. She asks if he is willing to start working with her and become her assistant, but he declines, instead asking if she knows any news reporters. The next day, the news reports one assassination attempt against Valhalla students by the Ventric family, detailing how a first-year Valhalla student who was on a walk was attacked by a member of an evil group but managed to fight back and defeat the attacker. The student also provided evidence, recorded on a recorder and handed it to the organization, clarifying the confusion surrounding the incident. The article includes photos of Valhalla Academy and Desera in custody, making it clear that the villain who attacks the student is from the Ventric family. But the bravery of the student and the evidence presented clarified the entire situation. The first-year student, after getting involved in the attack, handed the villain over to Valhalla. The freshman also records the villain's confession of guilt after extracting all the information from him. The recordings include the villain's confession, revealing that Rock Dill Ventric, the son of the Ventric family and a Valhalla student, instigated the entire attack on the freshman. This makes it difficult for the Ventric family to draft an official statement. Meanwhile, many people in the comments, they speculate that the student who defeats the attacker is Kim. Others share that the information has already spread, and some even mock the Ventric family for their careless work, suggesting that it is ridiculous to think they have a chance against Kim. Our boy, sitting with his feet on the table, reads the comments with a low smile. Observes that, for someone who lived 300 years ago, he has adapted well to current technologies and modern warfare. The young man explains that, by keeping up with the news, he can adjust to the present and become who he is now. He notes that this helps elevate Kim's status to what? Kim comments that he is just trying to incriminate Rock Dill, but the media rushes to publish this and ruins the family's reputation. Ventric soon. An announcement about the official position of the Ventric family is made. Adilia, the head of the family, enters and begins to speak, offering a formal apology to the students of Valhalla Academy. She states that the attack was carried out by Desire, who was exiled from the Ventric family. She clarifies that Desire's confession, claiming that Rock Dill gave the order, is a lie to avoid his situation. The Ventric family, therefore, denies any involvement in the incident, despite Desire's exile. The family feels it is their duty to repair their actions. Adilia, the head of the Ventric family, announces that she will personally visit the victim to apologize for the incident. She also states that although Rock Dill, who currently attends Valhalla Academy, may not be directly involved in the crime, the family will still conduct an internal SSS intensive investigation. Furthermore, an investigation into the family itself will be conducted to eliminate any doubts about their involvement. After her statement, Adilia leaves without answering questions from reporters, leaving them curious about what kind of apology she will offer the victim. Meanwhile, Rock Dill, still shaken, watches Adilia's announcement on his phone. His father calls shortly after ordering him to return to England. Immediately, Rock Dill, terrified, complies with the order, his body trembling as he processes everything that is happening around him the next day. The video of Desire's statement, claiming that the Ventric family is completely right and that he is the only guilty one, reached over 2 million views. Kim, walking down the street, comes across the video and is confused by the events. He feels frustration towards the Ventric family and acknowledges their continued foolishness despite the promised apology. Kim finds the situation embarrassing at Valhalla Academy. Kim meets Lily at a cafe, where she playfully suggests that the meeting could be a romantic date. Our boy, unimpressed, declines her offer to become her assistant, but thanks her for introducing him to a reporter, which proves to be an important connection. Lily stands up with a smile after Hu offers to share some useful information on how to fight monsters in exchange. He asks for a favor. He wants her help to get out of the academy on the weekend. Lily, sipping a hot drink while the sunset illuminates the Valhalla Academy, casually comments that it is an easy request. She even jokes that if Hu becomes her assistant, she will let him out every day. Hu declines the offer, but thanks her for the help. Meanwhile, far from the academy, a prisoner transport vessel called Al-08 crosses the North Pacific Ocean. Locked behind bars aboard the ship is Desera, outraged at being treated like cargo. He is on his way to the infamous prison tower, a brutal facility built by a Class S Constellation, known as the Refuge of Deprivation. This tower has the power to strip contractors of their abilities, leaving them as common prisoners suffering despite the conditions of this crap. A bitter smile. He remembers that if he remains silent and ensures that God DIES can continue to be part of the Ventric family, his sentence will be reduced to just 5 years. However, if he fails, the consequences will be much worse. Just as he begins to accept this, he hears a voice mocking his appearance before he can react. A shadowy figure appears, slitting his throat with a dagger. He collapses in a pool of blood, while the dark silhouette with glowing red eyes silently watches his body fall. The mysterious attacker condemns him as unworthy for the first kind, and leaves without saying anything more. Back at the Ventric family mansion, Adilia sits face to face with God DIES and his father, Eden Ventric. Both men bow before her. The severe and composed lady questions him about his actions. The young man, visibly nervous, apologizes and bows deeply, but she is not satisfied. She presses him for more, wanting to understand if he believes that these superficial gestures are enough to resolve the situation. The young man remains silent, eyes on the ground, while Adilia demands that he tell her everything that led him down this path. Rocky agrees with the plan, and Adilia asks if he is really destined to take responsibility for Kim. The boy lowers his gaze and vaguely responds, which only ignites Adelia's anger. The atmosphere changes, as if something dark and powerful awakens within her. She accuses Rocky of acting not out of duty but pride, and that it is this pride that has brought disgrace to the Ventric family. Approaching the hunched boy, she declares that her actions have caused the complete humiliation of the dominated family. He falls to his knees and promises to do everything in his power to restore his name. But the unflappable Delia announces that the only true way to regain the family's honor is to excommunicate him from the church. When their father questions if that isn't too severe, Delia coldly asks if he wants to share the same fate. He remains silent, although part of him wants to see God DIES dead immediately. Delia knows that doing so would confirm her involvement in the assassination attempt. On Kim instead, she decides to postpone judgment, telling him to return to Valhalla and remain silent until she finds Kim and reconsiders his punishment. The boy thanks her while still on his knees. Later, as God DIES and his father leave the property, Ventric, his father, warns him to remain silent and avoid further trouble. God DIES, tense and bitter, admits that his fate is probably sealed. Sooner or later, he will be excommunicated. But with the media watching closely, his hands are tied for now. Even so, he vows to act when the right moment comes and finish what he started. As they walk, he criticizes his father for not protecting him, while the older man discreetly reminds him that the matter should have remained hidden. A few weeks later, in the interview room at Valhalla Academy, the instructor sits casually reflecting on the events, mentioning that the head of the Ventric family, Adilia, will arrive soon, supposedly to offer a personal apology. Kim, our boy sitting across from him, appears disinterested and skeptical. Not convinced by the gesture, he believes that Adelia's visit is less about genuine remorse and more about protecting the family's image, especially in light of God DIES' actions. The instructor expresses frustration with the whole incident. He and the instructor Lisan are both upset, especially since the sequence of events made everything clear. A Valhalla student is attacked and the assailant confesses to acting on God DIES' orders. Despite this, the Ventric family seems more focused on controlling the damage than taking responsibility. The instructor criticizes the academy for existing to expel God DIES, suggesting that the decision is influenced by the substantial financial donations from the Ventric family. He points out the concerning influence of money on justice within the academy system. Who listens in silence, appearing calm but visibly irritated with the situation. He finally agrees to meet Delia, although his expression suggests he doesn't expect much from the conversation. The instructor is surprised by his neutral reaction, but our boy simply ignores it, as is his nature. Soon, a knock at the door signals Adelia's arrival. The instructor greets her politely before leaving the room. Leaving Kim and the lady alone, she approaches with formal composure, introducing herself as the head of the Ventric family, and sits in front of Kim. Kim, seated across from her, also introduces himself with a calm but inscrutable demeanor. His begins by formally acknowledging the attack carried out by Sarah, expressing a deep apology. She even stands and bows before him, a rare gesture for someone of her status, who, however, remains impassive. He dismisses it, stating that it does not matter to him, but she tries to mention Rocky Dill's involvement. But he, again, minimizes the situation, dismissing it as an isolated event with no real consequences. He mentions that he has already been informed that Rocky Dill has nothing to do with the attack, and as this is the public position, he has no further interest in discussing it. Adilia is surprised by his indifference, but she insists, explaining that despite the official statement, the public and the media refuse to believe them. She seems frustrated, but determined to resolve the situation. Kim, still impassive, questions what they hope to achieve with this conversation. He finds all of this meaningless, although he pays enough attention to her words to perceive, mentally, the desperation behind them. Adilia, opting to maintain a smile, changes her tone. She suggests that this meeting could be a turning point, an opportunity to clarify misunderstandings. She even suggests that Kim could help restore the family's image. But when she finally asks for his help, Kim refuses without hesitation, still composed. Adilia offers him something more. Total support until his graduation. She goes further, promising a recommendation to the powerful guild that sponsors the Ventric family, something that could significantly shape his future as a hunter. She presents this as an opportunity to accelerate his career. Kim stands up slowly, looking directly at her with a smile of understanding. He perceives her intentions, realizing that all of this, her presence, her offers, your diplomacy is nothing more than a calculated move to silence him. Her words and behavior make it clear he understands her desperation. Adilia, although calmly irritated, she maintains her composure, suppressing the frustration that has begun to boil. Just below the surface, Adilia remains silent as Kim expresses his frustration. Before her, with a piercing gaze, he is angry because she approached him as if nothing had happened, as if the past could simply be ignored. He questions why he should participate in her charade, making it clear that he doesn't care about rewards. All he wants is to see the Rock family face the shame they deserve. This strikes a nerve. Your self-control unravels as she stares at him, calling him a scoundrel, and demanding to know who he thinks he is to speak to her. That way, her eyes shine with a dangerous fire and her body fills with energy, who observes everything with an impassive smile. Even as Adelia's power begins to fill the room, she claims she came to the academy just to make things easier for him, but now she faces what she sees as arrogance. In a moment of fury, she said she should just kill him. Yet, smiling, he listens without being intimidated at all. She tries to give him another chance, but he makes it clear he has no interest. When she asks what he means, he reminds her of her own words, that the Ventric family has nothing to do with the attack, and now she is willing to invest heavily in him just to maintain this lie. However, here she is threatening to kill him. The contradiction leaves her silent, mocking her weakness, saying that if she is going to act, she should try. But even if she tries, she cannot defeat him. Adelia's anger boils to the surface. Then suddenly she turns and walks to the door, telling him that he will regret this. Our boy, still sitting, simply smiles again. He sees through everything, her words, her threats, and calls them empty. Meanwhile, Bart, who has been silently observing, hesitates. He didn't plan to get involved, but is also not sure if staying out is the right decision. Who turns to him coldly, stating that the type of person he despises the most are those who demand to be worshipped while controlling others. That's why he can't stand people like Adilia, or even Bart. Perhaps the Tower Master, astonished, asks what he means, but who has already turned his thoughts elsewhere, getting up from the sofa, who ponders aloud about going to the academy earlier than usual since there are no classes. And with that, the confrontation fades as everything shifts to the Valhalla Stadium, who is walking across the fields in his sports uniform, casually checking his phone. When he notices Aram, he lifts his gaze in surprise, spotting beside her another person, a man who is none other than Dindiram, the eldest son of the Choi family. Dindiram, with a confident smile, approaches Aram, questioning if she still believes she can win. He belittles her training efforts, claiming that, no matter how hard she works in Valhalla, it will be useless. He extends his hand, suggesting that if she truly values her place in the family, she should avoid the selection test that will take place that weekend to spare herself from humiliation. Rin remains silent, absorbing his words. When she finally speaks, she makes it clear that she will not give up on her goals. Dindiram, not satisfied with her resistance, offers one last chance, but it is refused, his face contorting in frustration as he asks if she really does not understand the situation. Dindiram's irritation grows, and just as he is about to respond, someone steps forward, pointing an accusing finger at him, and boldly declaring that Dindirum is indeed a fool. The girl, surprised, turns to see who appeared out of nowhere. Our boy questions why Dindirum would try to stop someone who has worked so hard. The confused and irritated guy demands to know who he is, quickly dismissing him as someone no one knows. He insults the young man, but he remains unfazed. He replies that he does not care about Dindirum or anyone's status, provoking him to leave the academy. If he thinks he is so important, who then? He asks Arum if she agrees with him, and to his surprise, she nods her head. Jimmy, now even more displeased, tells her that they will meet at the test before turning to leave. The girl, grateful for his interference, thanks him. Kim, always carefree, assures her that it's no problem and suggests they head to practice. Rin, still surprised by the exchange, reflects on his previous question, wanting to respond differently, but she holds back. When Kim asks how she would have answered, she playfully points upwards, saying she would tell him everything she thinks about him. Once they finish talking, Kim, intrigued, but amused by her words, thinks to himself that Rin is more unpredictable than he imagined. The two then head to the academy, where Kim proposes they train together. Rin agrees, and, although she mentions they will also train over the weekend, Kim explains that he will be on a business trip, so he cannot participate. Despite this, both agree to push their limits during the training session. A few days later, who is seen walking through the mountains while advancing with a shovel. His attention focused on his phone, Basti asks if he returned to find more notes, to which our boy confirms. Pushing aside the bushes, he hears Basti mention the many artifacts he has already found in the vault. Our boy acknowledges this, but explains that he is looking for any remaining notes. He believes there may still be something extraordinary hidden among them. When the master of the tower asks what he is looking for, Kim smiles, and says that finding it could help him overcome the deficiencies he had when he was Kim Hyun. He adds that maybe, if he had found this 300 years ago, things could have been different. Meanwhile, reporters gather at the Choi Jin family mansion, preparing for the selection test. The atmosphere is tense, while Choi Jong-suk approaches Arwen and Jin Gyeon, explaining that passing this test will officially recognize them as successors of the family. The task is clear: find a hidden blade in the mountains. The person who can bring it back will win the test, however. John CEO warns sternly that killing others is prohibited with that. The test begins. Arwen quickly advances, drawing his weapon, while Jeon, calm and serene, descends the stairs. Observing him, he believes that Arwen's decision to rush is the right choice for this speed-based test. He thinks that once she finds the blade, he will easily take it from her and win the selection test with ease later. Jeon, now in motion, receives a call. The unknown voice on the other end asks about the blade. Jin John explains that he will need to go through a qualification test on the way, which will take longer than planned. Originally, the voice on the phone mentions that this is the second time Ding Dong has talked about this test and reminds him that he is already late. Ding Dong apologizes and assures the man that once he obtains the blade, he will keep his promise. The voice agrees, saying that a promise made to a constellation will be fulfilled, and encourages Ding Dong to stay focused on his goal. Back in the present, Jin Jun is confident. He feels that this is his last chance. As he looks ahead, he knows it is time to find Rin and the blade. In the jungle, Rin is crouched on the ground. She can feel the magical trace of the blade emanating beneath her, realizing she needs to concentrate even harder to locate it. After a moment, she reaches out, feeling that it will take about 15 minutes to find the sword. However, she suddenly feels something nearby. Turning around, surprised to consider if it is the mark of the magical blade. As she prepares to draw her sword, she notices Jinghyun standing close by, and his eyes on her. He smiles and asks if she used her magical footprints to track the blade, and who taught her that technique. Rin, firmly holding her sword, remembers how King taught her the method. She recalls a past training session where he asked her about magic. He had casually assumed that she knew the basics of magic, mentioning that he had mastered thunder and understood the fundamental control of magic during training. Queenhye had instructed her to practice magic control, especially at short distances. The queen did not understand how to do it and asked for guidance. Our friend, noticing her confusion, realized that she should have learned this from her family, but she did not respond. He then casually explained that it didn't matter, since she was only familiar with borrowing constellation power and drawing magical energy. The girl confirmed his assessment, and Kim, who was also not very skilled in this area, explained that she needed to relax her body and use the tips of her fingers to distribute the magic gently. Rin closed her eyes and focused, trying to gather and control her mana. Kim advised her to spread it slowly throughout her body and try to feel the magic in the air. As she concentrated, suddenly, she noticed a red flame aura near Kim, which surprised her. She opened her eyes, breathless, as she struggled to process what she had felt. Kim, observing her, asked if she had felt something. Rin nodded, explaining that she could now see the magic around her. Kim explained that this was a way to feel the magic, even the faintest traces of energy flowing from the body. With more practice, she could feel even the smallest remnants of magic in the air or on the ground. Rin, now holding a wooden sword, felt it, understanding that frequent practice would help her notice magical traces more easily. Kim told her that if she could see the magic of objects, she would eventually be able to identify the form of magical traces, like those left by weapons. With continuous training, she would be able to see these traces clearly and learn to detect them on her own. Rin smiled, saying she understood everything. Back to the present, Rin's focus shifts to Dinjian, who is approaching her, with a cold and angry look. Dinjian asks about Kim but states that he recognizes him as the same person he saw with her outside the Valhalla training hall. Despite Kim's seemingly simple appearance, Dinjian had already noticed his talent, a fact that did not escape him. Despite her modest demeanor, Rin, with anger in her eyes, retorts to Dinjian, insisting that he is much stronger than someone like him. She asks why he came here in the first place. Dinjian closes his eyes, a smile appearing on his lips as he draws his weapon, his purple mana sparking as he advances toward the girl, declaring that this is the reason for his arrival. However, he is caught off guard by the resistance when his sword meets hers, unable to understand why she is pushing him back. Surprised, he alters his sword, but never expects her strength. Rin, impassive, slowly advances toward him while her weapon glows with blue mana. Dinjian cannot comprehend how she has become so powerful. Dinjian cannot comprehend how she became so powerful, so quickly while Kim is deeply focused. Spreads his magic across the ground, searching for a hidden spot. He remembers hiding several places in Valhalla, but only one true hiding place. Suddenly, a circle of energy appears near the ground, and who smiles. Realizing he found it, he turns to the left, where he sees an explosion of bright energy emerging from the forest, leaving him surprised. Back with Rin, the battle continues. She swings her sword, releasing bursts of bright lightning. Dindin blocks her strikes, but his sword trembles in his hand. He smiles and taunts, underestimating her strength. Unyielding, she continues to emit streams of mana from her sword, telling him to give up the dual blade. Jinjan with a mocking smile discards it. Advancing with her sword when he lunges at her, Eren concentrates energy in her weapon, preparing for his strike. When Dindin launches from the ground and charges, she anticipates his movement. Quickly swinging her sword at him, Dindin's sword flies from his hands as he falls, shocked by Eren's powerful attack. Breathless, he struggles to regain his balance, while the girl stands over him. She observes his fallen form, a bit surprised with herself for landing a successful blow. Then she leans down, picking up the dual sword that fell beside him, feeling a wave of triumph as she begins to rise. A voice behind her stops her, and she freezes. Jinji is an intern of Aren, his sword in hand emitting a dangerous, purple energy. He smiles at her, asking if she really believes she can defeat him so easily. Kareem, still struggling to process what just happened, looks at him with confusion and disbelief. Jinjan, with a satisfied smile, points his sword at her, asking what she thinks happened. As she swings, the sword misses and goes over Dindin's head. Surprised, she watches as he ducks and skillfully dodges the attack. Sweeping his sword in a devastating strike that leaves a glowing purple trail, Eren is thrown back. Falling to the ground, she lies there, dazed, while Dindin remains standing. Watching closely, he taunts her, asking if she will get up, and then adds that it would be better for everyone if she simply stayed on the ground and gave up. Eren, trembling and coughing, looks at her stomach, where there is now a bleeding wound. She clutches the spot. Fighting against the pain, Dindin stays nearby and repeats that, if she tries to get up, she will die with great effort. Eren manages to raise her hand, and through the pain, she asks him if his contract is with an evil constellation. Jinjong, with a mischievous smile, reveals that as the leader of the Jinza Guild, he signed a contract with a high-ranking constellation. To maintain his status, he then explains that he is currently on the side of the Devotees, a dangerous and notorious group. Eren's mind races as she remembers that the Devotees are one of the 3 most dangerous evil factions in the world. She asks Dinjong why he chose to ally with them, uncertain of his motivations. Is the power they offer really worth more than a normal life? Dinjong explains that the power and strength they offer, along with the freedom from emotional ties, are tempting. He adds that the deviation, a term he uses, has its own charm. Arden, still dazed by the shock, listens intently. Jinjong squats beside her and shares his own story, revealing that he was only 12 years old when he joined the Jinza Guild. They expected him to become an exemplary son in his family, although that was never his choice. Despite this, he has no regrets. Even as a teenager, Dinjong then talks about a turning point in his life, when he met a devotee. The man had approached him, encouraging him to join the devotees, promising that it would fulfill wishes he had long held. Dinjong explains that the man likely understood his temperament and knew he had a deep version of people. But he says, joining the devotees was not as simple as it seems. It came with a condition that Dinjong has to fulfill. Dinjong reveals that the only way to pass the family selection exam is to obtain a relic, a double-edged blade that needs to be found. He tells Erin that if she gives up before, they won't need to go through the second elimination test, and she will simply hand the blade over to him. To her surprise, Erin discovers that the second qualification exam involves something from her past, something she had forgotten. Dinjong remembers that 10 years ago, his older sister, Choi Jin, participated in the first selection test. Erin is shocked to learn of her sister's involvement and the connection to the test. Dinjong explains that during that test, he couldn't control his desires. He cruelly reveals that he killed Erin's sister on the mountain while searching for the double-edged blade. He adds that he suffered a terrible injury and failed the test, blaming his failure on the loss of her sister. If it weren't for that, he claims he could have joined the devotees much earlier. Ginger then talks about her father, who somehow discovered a secret about Erin's missing sister. In the hospital, he reveals that her mother also fainted upon seeing her daughter's face, and it is clear that the pain was too much for the mother to bear. Just as Dinjong prepares to attack the girl, determined to finish what he started, a sudden interruption occurs. Someone appears, holding Dinjong's sword, stopping just before it reaches Erin's neck. Dindin, surprised, tells them not to interfere, as this is a family matter. But our clearly displeased boy mocks the idea of such a crazy family. With a wave of his hand, he throws Dindin against a tree, the impact destroying it. Leaving Dindin dazed, Erin looks at our hero, who stands protectively with his sword still in its sheath. Turning his attention to her, noticing the blood on her stomach, he asks why she is still there, explaining that she came to look for hiding spots, one of which is nearby. Noticing her injury, he instructs her to move away so he can gather some magic to heal the wound. Erin, holding her stomach, smiles weakly while lowering her head. Dinjong, recovering from the previous defeat, wonders why Kim suddenly appeared and interfered, mentioning that they met in Valhalla. Jin. He also points out that this is a family matter and that he will need to die for interfering. He advances against the young man, but he easily dodges the attack. Dindin is surprised, struggling to understand how he can avoid his strike. Calm and serene, he comments that Dindin should not underestimate his ability to dodge. He then strikes him quickly, sending him backward, spitting blood. With Dindin down, our boy advances and places the sword in front of his face, ready to strike again. The ground cracks beneath Dindin as the impact of his blow sends shockwaves through the area. Dindin faints, and someone remains over him, watching silently. Turning his attention to Erin, who asks if she is okay and if she can walk. Erin, still shaken, replies that she is not sure but needs time to try. Before Kim can respond further, he feels a dark and malevolent energy approaching from behind. He turns to see Dindin rising, holding his sword and mocking Kim, calling him a fool for thinking he can defeat the guild leader. Gingham lunges at Kim, but he easily blocks the attacks and dodges the magic effortlessly. Gingham, frustrated and perplexed, cannot comprehend how his strikes have no effect. As the battle continues, Gingham realizes he has no choice but to use a powerful and dangerous tool. He pulls a crystal from his pocket, its glow signaling its importance. With a wicked smile, he bites the crystal, claiming it will allow him to form a preliminary contract with a constellation, hoping this will tip the scales in his favor. After consuming the crystal, Gingham begins to laugh maniacally, his dark energy intensifying as a powerful aura radiates from him as he opens his arms. The energy rises, causing an earthquake that unbalances the reporters. Panic spreads through the crowd, as they look up and see a dark purple energy pillar rising into the sky among the spectators. John Sok recognizes the magic, noticing that its density is visible even to ordinary people. John Sok, realizing the spectacle, understands that such an event in the middle of the selection test is far from normal. He decides he needs to investigate more. He asks Ding Dong where to find Kim. Ding Dong smiles and explains that the wave of energy is the result of the temporary contract he formed with a constellation. His dark energy summoned a dragon, a manifestation of his new power. He asserts that with this dragon, Kim will certainly perish. The dragon, with sharp teeth and an imposing presence, looks ahead while its penetrating eye activates, analyzing the area. However, when the dragon faces Kim's intense red aura, it recoils in terror, deactivating its ability. Jin Jun, confused, cannot understand why the dragon is reacting this way. The voice of the constellation informs him that the dragon rejected the invocation of the sacred artifact and terminated the contract. The dragon, now terrified, is preparing to flee. Ding Dong, still unable to comprehend, watches as the dragon's power fades and the contract dissolves. Kim, impassive, calmly leans his sword against his body with a smile. He raises the sword and strikes Ding Dong, sending him backward. Ding Dong, unconscious from the force of the blow, falls to the ground. Meanwhile, the leader of the devotees, Han, silently observes the events unfold, shocked by the turn of events. The system screen displays a message indicating that the dragon, now rejecting the contract, wishes to disappear from the mortal world, further increasing the chaos caused by Ding Dong. Still shaken by the events, he kneels with his head on the ground, apologizing and seeking forgiveness. The voice of the dragon echoes, warning not to distribute artificial relics in the future. Han trembles, recognizing the message as he stands up. He struggles to understand why the constellation is so angry. All of this repeats in his mind, and he realizes that the problem stems from the actions of the individual he placed in the Choi family. Still confused, he stands up and asks the constellation what is wrong, with a serious expression. Ding Dong radiates his aura, determined to find out what is happening. Later that night, Kim returns to his dormitory in Valhalla. He takes off his hood, unpacks his suitcase, and begins to search for it. A smile spreads across his face as he pulls out the Book of Divine Arts. When asked about the Divine Arts, Kim explains that this is the true reason he seeks hiding places. The breathing technique can elevate a person's magical power to a high level. While pulling the Book of Divine Arts when asked about the Divine Arts, who explains that this is the true reason he seeks hideouts. The breathing technique can elevate a person's magical power to a high level, far beyond what he previously knew. He reflects on the breathing technique he used before, something he bought at the market, a technique that is ineffective and poorly executed. Despite its flaws, he used it until the end of his previous life. Who recalls a battle with the Tower Master, where his poor breathing technique left him without magical power. Now with his new body, he feels ready to start anew. He plays the notes with determination. Planning to learn the divine art and improve his magic, he decides to pause his physical training, focusing first on mastering the art. While our boy reviews the previous situation, Bart thinks about the injured girl and the chaotic events surrounding Dindion, who reveals that he heard someone approaching and decided to leave, telling the Tower Master that he would take care of it himself. He cannot help but remember the moment he struck Dindion with a powerful blow, leaving him unconscious. He stood holding his sword, looking at Dindion's body, confused and nervous. Lowering his gaze, he wonders if the young man really killed him, which only intensifies Kim's anxiety. He remembers being involved in a previous incident, in Valhalla, and knows that another accusation will lead to serious consequences. Upon examining Jin Jong-haeon's body, he noticed faint traces of magic, convincing himself that Jin Jong-haeon must survive whatever happens. Lowering his gaze, he accepts this conclusion, then remembers approaching the injured Eren. When he was about to speak to her, he noticed someone approaching from another direction, realizing that Eren's family might already be on their way, possibly alerted by the presence of a magic swordsman. He tensed. It was already difficult enough to hide, and now it was riskier. With more eyes arriving, he warned Eren that her family was on the way, and, holding his bag, said he had something to do and would leave. Before departing, he pointed to the unconscious body of Dindion and instructed the girl to tell her family that it was she who knocked him out. He left quietly with his hood up and stated that Dindion was trying very hard, which is why he was unconscious. Eren smiled and said she understood, hinting at the problems within the academy as her family approached. Later, Kim lies down on the bed, reflecting on the events. He reads his notes, thinking about how he will return the remaining storage stones when he masters the divine arts. He admits to himself that during his last attempt, he couldn't transfer all the magical power due to his limited abilities. Exhausted, he decides to rest. Meanwhile, at the Choi Jin family estate, John Seok is sitting at the table surrounded by others. Discussions are underway about the recent media coverage of the family's selection test. An article has already been published with a photo of Jin Hyun. Some articles speculate that the Choi Jin family may be involved with the devotees. John Seok, clearly frustrated, holds his head and admits that the situation has turned into a complete mess. He can't believe that someone from the Choi family, Jin, could be a villain. John Seok heads to the room, explaining that the association is issuing an official statement about the incident, and he has already received it. He reflects on how in previous cases, like with the Ventric family, silence is the chosen response, but this time he knows that remaining silent will not be enough. The situation escalates far beyond that. He turns his attention to the man in the suit, acknowledging Choi Jan-seok's delivery to the police, before asking about Choi Aren's condition. He is informed that she was taken to the family hospital, and although her injuries are significant, there are no serious internal damages, and she is expected to fully recover without needing major surgeries. Jan-seok exhales and accepts the update, clearly worn out by the chaos. Another man in the room mentions the media coverage about Aren, noting that she is now recognized as a brilliant student at Valhalla Academy who managed to defeat a member of the devotees, drawing comparisons to King Jo-hulk. The public perception shifts quickly, and although it is tragic, her actions are being seen as heroic. Jan-seok admits that going against his own brother creates controversy, but the current narrative is in her favor. The selection round ends, and the fight is now being positioned as her becoming the future head of the family. The articles, although dramatic, will likely help secure that title. Still, Jan-seok remains skeptical, finding it unlikely that the girl defeated Jin-jun alone. He remembers being beside the injured body of Aram, next to his unconscious brother, Jin-gwan. She claimed she only acted because her brother attacked her with dark magic, while Jan-seok felt powerful magic in the surrounding mountains. Her ability to defeat Jin-gwan remains a mystery. At that moment, other men helped Aran to her feet, and she simply stated that she used techniques taught by Kim. Later, Jan-seok comes across an article about Kim, detailing how he openly displays his middle finger to the clan officials, boosting his reputation. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, Kim returns to his table. As he settles in, he suddenly notices someone sitting quietly across from him, Choi Aram. Her presence surprises him. He believes she is still recovering, in the hospital, but there she is, perfectly calm, as if nothing happened. As he looks on in surprise, she eventually turns to meet his gaze, aware of his attention. When Choi Aran realizes someone is watching her, she smiles warmly and waves gently. The students behind Kim quickly notice and begin to murmur with excitement, asking each other if she really recognized them. One jokes that it must have been a dream, something much more likely for him than for the others. Meanwhile, Kim finds himself returning to a moment at home, sitting at his table, with a book in one hand and a bright white flame in the other. The silence is interrupted by his phone, vibrating incessantly. It's Aran sending him messages, notifying that she won't be able to train for a while, due to strict orders from the doctor, given his recent condition and the severity of his bleeding. Our boy is not surprised. He replies that he will do his own things for a few days, and wants to rest. But Aran continues bombarding him with emojis, pushing him towards frustration. His irritation is interrupted by Bart, who tells him that there is something important he must know. The Master of the Tower mentions a recent meeting, involving dark magic. Kim curiously asks what he remembers about the magic, but quietly admits that he is not just forgetful. It seems that something is actively blocking his memory, still floating and contemplative. The Master of the Tower theorizes that the memory block may lift if a certain second condition, on a mysterious scoreboard, is met. However, he cannot be sure. It is just a theory. He looks at the board. The condition teaches something related to a dagger, but the meaning remains enigmatic. What catches his attention more is the mention of the Eye of the Great Forest, supposedly just a reserved training test used to assess knowledge, but he can't shake the feeling that there is more to it. Leaning back in his chair, he thinks about the upcoming exams. Students with low grades are being expelled from the academy, and the whole process seems like a frustrating waste of time. He scratches his head, irritated, and wonders if he should just sit around, waiting for the tests. Pulling himself out of his memories, he finds himself back in the present moment, still at his desk, leaning back, and finally, decides that it is time to investigate this so-called Eye of the Great Forest. Something tells him that it is more than just a training location. Suddenly, the instructor enters the classroom and instructs the students to take their seats. Once everyone is settled, he announces that he has something important to share before starting the class with a firm look over the classroom. He asks what the students know about the upcoming inter-school competition, to which everyone confirms that. However, he remains indifferent, still leaning back in his chair. Lost in thought in his mind, he silently questions Barry. Suspecting what the instructor is trying to say, Barry confirms that the instructor mentioned the competition before, shortly after the midterm exams. The instructor, still composed, explains that their academy needs participants. The still composed instructor explains that their academy needs participants, and that the selections will be based on the results of the final exams. Then unexpectedly, he calls Kim to accompany him to the teacher's lounge, a bit taken by surprise, who lowers one of his arms and questions what this is all about later. The two sit face to face in the staff room. The instructor, seeming a bit uncomfortable, mentions that the meeting location cannot be changed, Kim feeling slightly irritated. observes that the instructor doesn't need to summon him so frequently. The instructor admits he has a bit of a point, but quickly gets straight to the point. He wants our boy to participate in the upcoming competition, who immediately refuses, surprising the instructor who hasn't even explained the details yet. Trying to ease the conversation, the instructor describes the scope of the event between schools. It's a global competition among the 3 largest hunter academies: Valhalla, from Korea, where they are currently based; White Lotus from China, resembling a traditional Chinese palace; and Heroes from America, an imposing structure surrounded by purple lights. Each academy selects several promising first-year students to represent them. The competition involves several intense challenges, such as combat, maze escapes, and other survival tasks. Those with the highest scores in the practical exam are chosen, despite the risks. Who responds with a yawn, clearly indifferent. The instructor, now visibly worried, reminds him of the rewards. The participants from the winning academy receive not only scholarships but enough wealth to last a lifetime. Still, he shows no interest. This changes the moment the instructor mentions the Eye of the Great Forest. The words touch a sensitive spot. Kim's eyes light up with sudden interest. The instructor confirms that the final task of the competition takes place inside the Eye, a location that also serves as the site of the final exam. Successfully completing the task guarantees students automatic credit for the exam. The instructor also warns that if Kim does not accept the offer, he will have to take the final exam like everyone else. This changes everything. A smile slowly spreads across Kim's face, and with a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes, he finally agrees to participate in the school competition. Meanwhile, far from the academy, the scene shifts to the United Kingdom, where Adilia Ventric, the head of the family, questions her subordinate about the progress of a mysterious operation. They bow respectfully, reporting that everything is going well. Although the preparations require 1 more month, Adele's expression remains unreadable, as she orders them to continue. Then she asks about the rock god's people. One of her followers informs her that there is nothing in common in their behavior. However, she sternly reminds him that any inappropriate actions must be reported. Immediately, the man assures that he understands, and then adds, almost as an additional thought, that although he does not say it directly, they have heard disturbing rumors. Adilia questions more, and he reports that someone in the market district is building a real structure. With paper money, the lady questions the absurdity of such an idea, and the man adds, cautiously, that they believe the black cat is behind this instantly. Sparkling particles surround Adilia, signaling her growing discontent. The action is strange, even typical for the black cat, and she begins to wonder what he is planning. Suddenly, a bright yellow frame appears in front of her, an order from the mask demanding more details. The sight of this leaves her uneasy. This is a command from the Lord Constellation himself. Meanwhile, in Market District Number 7, the full moon shines over the bustling city, even at night. Construction cranes move materials. The black cat is by a window, observing the strange sight of a building being erected from flying paper notes. He knows he is acting on orders from the Constellation, and will obey no matter how strange the request. Nearby, a girl with a wild look says that the building is a gift, although her tone suggests something more uncontrolled. The black cat questions the true purpose behind the construction of a building with money. A notification appears before him. The two-faced ruler declared that it is a gift. This leaves him uneasy. Who is this gift really for? As this thought spins in his mind, another message from the two-faced ruler arrives, asking if he has located the man who sold the ring. The black cat admits that he has not found him yet, only recalling vague details about the man's appearance and voice. Despite his best efforts, the lead is still cold. Then, a flood of messages begins to appear, notifications urging him to hurry. The black cat looks visibly disturbed, but he promises to resolve this in the tranquility of the Valhalla Academy's teacher's lounge. The instructor sits at his desk, deep in thought as he looks at his laptop. While he is lost in his own thoughts, Lee casually passes by him with a cup of coffee in hand. Curious, he glances at the instructor's screen, noticing the list of students selected for the upcoming inter-school competition. 5 students from Valhalla have been chosen, all from the instructor's class, except for Youngin. Lee is surprised, especially with Kim's inclusion, knowing that the boy is not particularly enthusiastic about school activities. The instructor explains that although he initially declined, the mention of the Eye of the Great Forest completely changed his position. That single phrase piqued Kim's interest, enough to make him participate. Lee finds this curious. Most people wouldn't even know what that is. He begins to wonder if our boy truly understands what the Eye of the Great Forest really means. This gives him an uncomfortable feeling that someone might be using the academy for their own personal motives. Still, Lee suggests organizing a training session for the selected students. The instructor agrees and says he will free up the students' schedules for this. A few days later, all 5 chosen students are sitting in a small auditorium. Everyone, including Kim, is present, waiting when Lee quickly enters, assessing the group. He reminds them of the purpose of their gathering, the competition between schools, and presents the training plan. There will be 3 main tasks to complete. First, a duel between students, acting as an entrance test. Second, a team battle, against students from other schools where quick strategic thinking will be crucial. And third, something more mysterious and dangerous, related to the Eye of the Great Forest. The moment this final task is mentioned, the atmosphere becomes tense, clearly more interested now. He explains that the Eye of the Great Forest is a threatening and heavily guarded maze hidden deep within a dense forest. Its winding entrance is blocked by sentinels, and even aerial attempts to bypass them result in capture. The only way to enter the Eye of the Great Forest is through its main entrance. Lee explains that each team will have to enter through the gate, but the specific details will only be revealed on the day of the competition. Opening the book he has been holding throughout the meeting, he goes on to explain the format and structure of the team battle. Although the students have already worked together during the dungeon raid, Lee believes more clarity is necessary. Meanwhile, Kim, impassive, lazily rocks his chair and wonders why they can't just break through the barrier. He thinks it probably isn't that simple. Closing his book, Lee then explains how the training sessions will be organized. When he asks if there are any questions, only the young one raises his hand, provoking looks from Just Me and Ryuk, who asks if it is allowed to train alone. Lee responds that it doesn't matter. If he wants to train alone, he can. To his surprise, Choi also asks to train alone. Lee, visibly taken aback by her decision, allows it and checks if anyone else wants to do the same. No one else responds. With that, the meeting ends, and the students begin to leave. Although Kim and remain seated, Kim, deeply focused, reflects on his need to master a technique before the competition. With the help of mana, he is confident in improving his form, but knows he needs to dedicate every remaining moment to training. Interrupting his thoughts, calls him. He looks at her, slightly surprised. She asks if she should participate in the general training session, to which he responds with a question of his own. Because she is asking him, she doesn't plan to train alone. She looks down and hesitates. He reminds her of his previous statement that she can't train too hard. Arim's mind goes back to the moment with the instructor, who expressed concern about her condition after reading something about her. Still, he asked if she wanted to participate in the competition. Sitting on the couch, she directly asked who would be there. The instructor, surprised by the question, responds that he heard our hero would actually participate. This is enough for Choi. She said she would also participate. The instructor protests, worried about her condition, which is still recovering, but she smiles confidently and assures him that she will be fine. In the end, the instructor can only accept her decision. Returning to the present, Erin is thoughtful. She feels that she is already halfway to becoming the head of her family, and with whom now in her life has a new goal, to grow stronger alongside him and help him achieve his own dreams just as he helped her. Observing him sitting there with his hands in his pockets, confused by her sudden attention, Erin smiles to herself. Her thoughts illuminate with purpose. Although who remains perplexed by her expression, still, despite his confusion, who reminds her not to overexert herself and suggests that she focus on mana control during class, minimizing any physical effort. Erin accepts his advice, understanding her current limits. As he prepares to leave, he tells her that once he resolves his own issues, he will help her. She remains seated in the room while he leaves, somewhere in an abandoned building. Late at night, a bloodied and toothless young man is tied up on the roof. Shirtless and begging for mercy, 2 figures stand before him, Samuel and Lisa, thugs who clearly tortured him. While the boy begs, Alfronte throws a knife into his chest, killing him instantly. Lisa, irritated by the slow process, checks her phone after it vibrates. It's a new task. The screen shows a photo of Kim, marked as the next target. She recognizes him as the new apprentice of Valhalla, still holding the bloodied knife. She asks why they are targeting a student. Lisa assumes their client paid well. They discuss the mission casually as they walk away from the body. Lisa reveals that the execution is scheduled to take place during the next school competition in about a month, questioning why they can't kill someone before. But Lisa explains that the current security of the academy and the protective barriers make this almost impossible. The competition, however, will provide a better opportunity, especially since it will take place outside the school premises, in a location known as the Eye of the Great Forest, according to their client. The third day of the event will take the students to a mysterious labyrinth located in the heart of that forest, making the place perfect for an ambush. while questioning what it means that there will be no instructors present in the forest during the upcoming competition. Lisa, looking ahead, explains that besides a few guards at the entrance of the labyrinth and a single floating observation drone, there will be no one inside. The instructors will be monitoring everything remotely from an observation room, confidently mentioning that another member will enter the labyrinth first, and they will follow her as they exit the abandoned building. Lisa makes it clear that completing this task is a top priority, as she waves, already aware of the deadline a month later. The first day of the inter-school competition arrives. The sun shines brightly over a vast field as the crowd fills the stands. Buzzing with excitement among the audience is Rockdill Intention along with his assistant. A flashback reveals Rockdill at home days earlier. Sitting on the couch and talking on the phone, he tells his father, Eden Ventric, that he received the money and used it to hire a group to assassinate Kim. Eden is horrified. He pleads with his son to reconsider, but Rockdill impassively reminds Tim that his father's decisions no longer influence him. He will handle it his way. The mention of the assassins, the infamous trio of cold-blooded killers, makes Eden even more fearful. Still, Rockdill ignores his father's concern, determined to carry out his plan. Back in the present, Rockwell sits quietly in the audience, recalling the arrangement. He knows he shouldn't be there, but remains hoping Kim's name will be called moments later. He stands and tells Yuria that it's time to go. She follows him to the podium. A white-haired man with a mustache steps forward and speaks into the microphone. He introduces himself as Shim Deok-un, president of the Valhalla Council. He welcomes everyone and begins to introduce the competing schools. First comes the Lotus Flower from China, a team of 5, including a girl carrying a katana. Next, the proud heroes from the United States, confidently presenting themselves before the audience. Finally, Shin calls the last team Valhalla, representing Korea, led by none other than Kim. The competition will last 3 days, Shin explains, and today's task will begin with individual fights. All 3 competing groups are now before the stage, as the representatives are instructed to return to their waiting rooms to await the match. Definitions. The only figure that remains nearby, Lee stands with crossed arms observing in silence. His gaze lingers for a moment before being approached by Jack Rover, the main instructor of the heroes group. Jack greets him warmly, joking that it's been a while since they last met. Lee responds with a joke about Jack's usual 3rd place, which Jack clearly does not appreciate. Reminding him that Valhalla isn't always at the top, Lee concedes the point with a silent nod. Jack, with renewed optimism, declares that this year will be different. The heroes will win the championship. When Lee asks what makes him so confident, Jack reveals his pride in the best contractor of his generation. Known as the Destroyer, he has a son, Logan Jr., who is now studying at their school. Jack proudly points him out among the students. Logan Jr. resembles his father. Even in his intense gaze and presence, Lee curiously admits that he is eager to see what the boy can do. Jack adds that Logan Jr. has already signed a contract with the same Constellation, powerful, that his father had. Although the boy still does not match his father's raw power, Jack believes he is already far ahead of most adult contractors. Jack mentions that another promising student, Kim, has also proven himself by capturing a villain recently, similar to what another student, Choi Offering, did. Jack acknowledges the talent among the new students of Valhalla, but believes that Logan Jr. has the advantage. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud announcement. The matchups for the first round have been finalized. Lee looks at the message and tells Jack that soon he will understand his reaction. The first fight is against Logan Jr., as both students step forward, our boy with his hands in his pockets. Logan Jr. stands tall as the rules of the fight are explained. A simple rule governs the fight: to land a strike on the opponent's vital point to win. Thanks to the safety measures of the system, lethal blows will be blocked and replaced by an electric shock, ensuring an intense but non-fatal combat. It is time for the first real confrontation. Shin reminds the participants that the protection system will remain active until the next team match, and that the countdown will begin soon. When the countdown reaches 0, the battle begins. Our boy stays relaxed. Assessing his opponent, he questions the need for the defense system, but Bax suggests he focus on monitoring his physical preparation for future tasks. Logan, although a bit nervous, prepares as the signal is given, partially for a quick punch, like lightning, directly to Logan's face. However, Logan easily blocks it, revealing a yellow aura similar to his father's. Logan is surprised but smiles, asking Kim if he really thinks he is strong. Logan, more humble than expected, seems to enjoy the challenge as he counters. Their fists clash, sparking intensely as our boy dodges the punch. With a quick twist of his trapped arm, the young man prepares a counterattack and taunts Logan about his defensive skills. Logan spins in reaction, stunned by the force of Kim's movements in an instant. He strikes his fist into the opponent's stomach, unbalancing him and sending him flying to the other side of the arena. Logan struggles to regain his balance, holding his stomach in pain. Recognizing the strength of the blow, the teachers watch in shock, with Jack particularly surprised by Kim's overwhelming strength, noting that he has never seen him fight with such ferocity, even after reviewing the footage of the competition. However, Jack knows that Logan has not yet unleashed his destruction. Logan, determined not to be defeated, rises with his yellow aura. Shining intensely as he accesses his magic, he delivers a powerful strike towards Kim, but our boy dodges, narrowly avoiding a blow that singes his hair. In retaliation, the young man delivers a powerful kick to Logan's stomach, knocking him to the ground, leaving deep footprints behind. Logan, gasping and injured, struggles to stay on his feet, his body aching from the relentless blows. Though on the verge of collapse, Logan remembers that he still has one last option. Determined, he prepares for his final move. Logan's ability makes the ground tremble as cracks spread across it, causing large chunks of the floor to rise into the air. He moves quickly among the flying stones, preparing his destruction magic. Kim, however, immediately notices Logan's position and turns to face him. The opponent, surprised, cannot understand how Kim found him among the debris, but decides to keep pounding the ground again to gain an advantage as Logan prepares to attack. An unexpected stone hits him in the face, confusing him. All the debris around falls, and Logan rubs his face in pain. Our boy taunts him, pointing out that Logan's own magic is betraying him. By revealing his position, with that he packs his fist, delivering a crushing blow to Logan's face. Logan is thrown against a wall, colliding hard with a powerful gust of wind following the strike. Sitting on the ground, Logan lowers his head in defeat as he remains above him. Shin declares the winner of the round to Jack's surprise, who is stunned by the incredible power the young man demonstrated. Observing the fight, Lee reflects that Kim is a true monster. The battles continue, with Kim easily defeating his opponent with a single uppercut, and dominating another fight with a straight punch that sends his opponent flying. Finally, the last individual fight arrives. Our boy against Choi RM, the girl confidently facing him with her katana. Noting that both finalists are from Valhalla Academy, ensuring their academy's victory, our boy, however, does not care much about the outcome, recognizing that the fight is more about ranking than anything else while they are in the arena. Ari mentions that the winner will receive a scholarship even though she doesn't need it, and considers giving up. Unconcerned about who wins, he encourages her to give her best since the match is a show for the audience. He points at her, urging her to demonstrate her progress as he stretches his shoulder, encouraging her to give it her all, promising that he will take her injuries into consideration. Motivated, Arim prepares her stance, invoking lightning around her katana. Kim, with a smile, she begins to swing her fists, her surroundings glowing purple. But then, shock spreads among the spectators. Shinjak, Lee, and others are all stunned. When Kim lands a single punch, throwing her face first to the ground, her katana lies useless beside her. Shin declares the result, announcing Kim as the winner of the individual combat competition between schools. Kim, still surprised by the result, stands over Arim. He can't even believe how easily he won. He wonders if he was too ruthless, having promised to consider her injuries, but he also notes that she tried to land a hit, an accident that left her unconscious later. In a small auditorium, Lee gathers the students. He observes that thanks to the protection system, everyone is unharmed, although they must visit the infirmary. He mentions that there will be another stage the next day, but those with fire in their eyes think waiting is a waste of time, eager to move forward. When class ends, who reaches out asking if he can start. The last task test for the Eye of the Great Forest earlier, the chief instructor opens a rulebook and explains that only one test is allowed per day, with the exception for quick conclusions. If a student completes a test early and the next is ready, they may proceed. Our young man, smiling, says that the decision is up to Lee, who agrees that if he finishes early, he can start the next test immediately. The young boy nods, acknowledging Lee's instructions before turning to leave. With a smile on his face as he walks down the hallway, Bart asks if he plans to complete the Eye of the Great Forest test the next day, which insists on the test, confirms that he is prepared. Bart seems to misunderstand, suggesting that he might be trying to attract the attention of other students, which irritates Kim. He quickly dismisses the comment, stating that he just wants to finish the approval as quickly as possible. The next day, at the inner sanctuary of Valhalla, Yasun greets the audience and presents the rules for the team competition. 5 representatives from each academy. They fight in a mountainous area, with spectators watching through holographic screens, captured by drones. Sonya, waiting for Kim's arrival, gets irritated when he shows up late. Our boy, with a smile, explains that he overslept. She scolds him for not arriving 30 minutes earlier. But he brushes it off, claiming he was distracted. However, to her shock, the young man reveals that he wants to go alone. Soya, worried about the team test, warns that since he defeated the other players, they will probably all attack him. She asks the group if they agree, but they remain silent. Arden then apologizes for interrupting, and asks if he can go with him, but he tells her to stay. Soya, confused by Arden's calmness, presses our boy for an explanation, but he ignores her, focusing on preparing for the test. When the countdown begins, he insists laziness and mentions that he has another test in the afternoon. Soya, still confused, tries to ask what he means, but he walks ahead, confident, preparing for the eye of the great forest. The team then announces the start of the battle. While the White Lotus group searches for our boy, he reveals himself to them. The White Lotus team notices and quickly draws their weapons, recognizing him from the battle in Valhalla. The girl with red hair instructs everyone to prepare, but Kim, with a confident smile, swings his sword, impressed by the girl's quick reaction. A message from the system soon appears on the screen, holographically announcing the elimination of the White Lotus. Logan, stunned, realizes that only 10 minutes have passed since the battle began and is shocked by Kim's rapid progress. However, one of Logan's teammates, focusing intensely, senses the presence of their opponents and heads towards them. Logan, now on alert, orders his team to prepare for defense. Luke begins to form a magical shield, while a girl works on creating a magical circle, and then Billy prepares his own shield, glowing with green light. Despite the strength of their defense, the girl questions whether it is really necessary to be so cautious against just one opponent. Logan, however, insists that the strength of the opponent justifies the protection. As the group prepares, Logan feels that something is wrong. Looking up, he realizes that the young man has positioned himself above them. Before Logan can react, he strikes him in the face with his sword, knocking him to the ground. The other girls turn in shock, only for him to quickly stab one of them in the stomach, declaring her too slow. Another girl concentrates energy to attack with a yellow energy beam, but misses Kim, who effortlessly dodges with a swift strike, sending her flying back. Kim quickly defeats the remaining members of the hero's team with sword strikes, knocking them out with a powerful impact as he stands over his fallen opponents. A message from the system declares the heroes eliminated, with a satisfied smile, knowing it's time to head to the heart of the great forest. Meanwhile, in Val's observation room, the team is perplexed by how quickly he completes the team battle, taking only 23 minutes, a total of 20 minutes of travel and just 3 minutes of combat. Real Times expresses concern that this disrupts their schedule, but Lee, analyzing the rules, suggests they can start the next test immediately if they finish before noon. Chin agrees to consult others about the schedule, but Lee can't help but think about Kim's impressive performance. It is both intimidating and unexpected. Later, Lee and Jack discuss the situation. As they walk down the hallway, Jack comments that the White Lotus team is ready to start the next challenge. He admits that he is finally convinced by Kim's strength. Lee, smiling, acknowledges this, and they continue to think about talking to the White Lotus team later in the break room. Soyon quietly cleans her sword, lost in thought as she observes those resting. She can't help but think of him as a madman. I never expected him to finish the battle alone, and recalling her struggles with Eren, she wonders if letting go of her pride could help her become a better fighter. Meanwhile, the students are informed that the Great Forest Eye test will take place one day earlier at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Kim, smiling as he sits with Eren, reflects on how things unfold exactly as he predicted. He then tells the group that for the next trial, they should act alone while everyone else focuses on surviving on their own. Soyon remains silent, absorbing Kim's words. Our boy informs the group that if they encounter any problems, they can call him for help. As Soyon reflects on her plan to enter the maze alone, she realizes that the team has won the last 2 challenges, but cannot afford to fall behind. She thinks about the maze ahead. Although it is a survival test, it doesn't seem to have many immediate threats, as it is mostly filled with dense vegetation and low-level monsters. Someone notices Soyon's contemplation and playfully asks if she has anything to say, calling her by the nickname. Frustrated, she questions why he keeps making up nicknames for her. He simply comments that her reaction confirms his words. Eren, sitting quietly nearby, thinks it's a cute nickname. The scene then shifts to the Great Forest Eye, where students and guards gather before entering the maze. Shin, holding a microphone, announces the final challenge, survival in the maze. The audience watching through holographic screens is informed about the unique features of the maze. Shin explains that the forest is a maze-like environment, with constant rain and dense vegetation. But the real challenge comes from the need to adapt to adverse conditions. The monsters in the maze are low-level, making survival and environmental adaptability the main evaluation criteria. The students will be assessed on how well they can maintain their conditions, which will be checked after 5 hours. Kimbo appears seemingly uninterested in the details, while the other students listen attentively. He emphasizes that fighting between teams is prohibited and announces that the test has begun as the doors to the maze open. The audience watching through holographic screens is informed about the unique characteristics of the Shin Labyrinth, explaining that the forest is an environment similar to a maze, with constant rain and dense vegetation, but the real challenge comes from the need to adapt to adverse conditions. The monsters in the labyrinth are low-level, making survival and environmental adaptability the main evaluation criteria. The students will be assessed on how well they can maintain their conditions, which will be checked after 5 hours. Kimbo seems apparently uninterested in the details, while the other students listen attentively, emphasizes that fighting between teams is prohibited, and announces that the test has begun as the labyrinth doors open. The teams enter, ready for the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse back in Valhalla, Ao and Lisa watch a masked figure entering. It is Samsel, the leader of the assassins. Known as Ollie, she informs that it is time to leave, and reveals that magic supported by 2 more people is blocking the entrance to the labyrinth and declares that they will handle the situation first. An explosion of bright purple light erupts, scattering the pieces. Lee watches in shock, as all the screens fail before him, signaling a complete surveillance failure. Shin, visibly worried, asks what is happening. Noticing that the simultaneous failure of the cameras seems suspicious, he turns to the guard who tries to contact gate security but receives no response, suggests that the students might be facing problems inside the labyrinth, and recommends that they enter themselves. Shin agrees, and they enter the labyrinth. Upon arrival, they are stunned by what lies ahead. The area around the gate has collapsed, and stones are scattered over the bodies of the guards, leaving everyone confused and uncertain about what occurred. Meanwhile, inside the labyrinth, the students are struggling against the rain. Members of Hero, trembling and pale, are feeling the effects of hypothermia. Logan, worried, tells them they need to avoid worsening, and suggests they build a shelter. The group splits up to gather materials, and Logan begins to prepare the ground for the structure. However, looking ahead, he is surprised to see a dark purple sphere in the distance. It is the group of assassins, confused by the rain and the strange ongoing events, unperturbed by the weather. Reminds them to focus on their mission to kill Kim. He turns his gaze dangerously at Logan, and talks about eliminating him, only to quickly realize that Logan is not their target. Looks and continues, explaining that they were teleported to a location imbued with magic, moderately strong, the only way to track the source. Logan, sensing the danger, notes the presence of dark magic in the air, and begins to suspect that these people are the real villains. Lisa reveals that they cannot leave witnesses, and assigns the task to Ao, as the confrontation intensifies. Logan begins to gather energy for an attack. Forming a glowing magical sphere in his hand, he demands to know what they are doing there. Without warning, Ao appears behind him, quickly stabbing with a knife. Logan, in shock, looks back and sees that Ao somehow managed to get behind him. To his horror, now there are 2 identical Aus, one in front of him and another behind, both holding knives. Ao reveals that this is a duplication technique, and with a mischievous smile, stabs Logan again. Weakened Logan coughs and falls to the ground. Lisa, watching the scene, casually comments that Logan was killed. His slow death is intentional. Suddenly, a scream echoes as a girl calls out, "Logan!" Lisa instructs to eliminate any witnesses. Smiling maniacally, he advances toward the girl, who is paralyzed in shock, realizing what is about to happen. Meanwhile, Kim is lost in thought. Running through the forest and pondering the task ahead, the system message appears, informing him that he needs to find the house of Madigayaronas in the heart of the great forest. As our boy runs, he spots a girl from the group of heroes who, upon seeing the bodies of her fallen comrades, screams in horror. Lisa, observing the scene, orders Ao to deal with her. It doesn't take long for the young man to realize Ao's and Lisa's intentions as he approaches the girl. Ao, now frustrated, recognizes him as the target they were waiting for. However, Kim is focused on the injured students around him, many of whom are covered in cuts and blood. He tells the girl to help them, while he deals with the assailants. Observing the situation, Kim realizes that the students were deliberately left to bleed slowly instead of being killed. Our boy, with grim determination, decides to act quickly and eliminate the threat. O challenges him, provoking him, clearly underestimating his resolve. Ao explains that those trapped in the labyrinth entered through the only entrance. They disabled the surveillance drones to prevent anyone from seeing or helping them. Even if the teachers notice, it will take at least 1 hour for them to reach the entrance. which has been blocked by stones that also injured the guards. Kim, unfazed, says that the time won't make a difference as the rain continues to fall relentlessly while Oh mocks his confidence. When Oh swings his knife at him, our boy keeps his hands in his pockets, seemingly unconcerned. When Ao's strike misses, Kim suddenly disappears from his position, leaving him confused. Looking up the hill, Ao sees Kim, who calls the situation foolish. He quickly subdues him with a blow, throwing him away. Lisa and Aaliyah watch in surprise, but our boy doesn't stop there. He moves quickly, attacking the girls and knocking them unconscious. Then he turns to the blonde girl and instructs her to use all her magic to heal the injured. He also tells her to head west to Valhalla if she can't handle the task. The girl, although shocked, sits down and begins to focus on healing the injured. Meanwhile, Ao begins to move. Kim, standing over him, calls him weak and questions the motives behind the attack. Before Kim can deliver the final blow, he asks Ao who sent him, but the bald man, with a serious expression, refuses to answer. Our boy insists, noting that people often reveal their masters when cornered. The assassin, now clearly irritated, realizes that he was momentarily confused by his sudden deviation at that moment. A doppelganger of the assassin appears, radiating a dark blue aura, and attacks him with a knife. Our boy, however, easily dodges the blow. Leaving the doppelganger stunned, he cannot understand how someone is capable of avoiding the attack of a doppelganger, who should have been undetectable. Michelle stands before the assassin holding her weapon, mocking him for acting like a rat that only attacks from behind. Kim retaliates with a punch that makes him hold his nose, calling him bald. Kim, standing tall and imposing, asks the soul one last time about his clients. The unperturbed bald man dismisses him, calling him a brat, insisting that he will reveal nothing. Realizing he won't get any useful information, Kim, with a maniacal smile, declares that he will beat him to death. If he continues to resist, a powerful blow follows, launching him into the air and causing immense destruction around. When the battle ends, Lee and the others rush into the labyrinth. Arriving at the destination where the students are helping the injured, Jack runs to the injured Logan, who, despite his difficulties in moving, insists that his condition is not the biggest concern. Logan explains that they were attacked by unknown assailants, describing a man and two women among them, and analyzing the situation, speculates that they might be from the Sansa Alliance, and asks where the attackers are now. Logan points to the rubble, where the bodies of Al and Lisa lie unconscious. Logan recounts how Kim easily defeated everyone, describing how the surrounding forest is completely destroyed as he speaks. He is treated and supported by a girl who remains silent. Logan, reflecting on the battle, admits that Kim is much stronger than he imagined. He thinks he would be the strongest, but the overwhelming power of the young man shatters his arrogance. Jack, however, reassures him, saying that Kim is just an anomaly, suggesting that he is not someone to be compared with the rest. Lisa returns to Logan, reminding him that she mentioned there were 3 attackers, and asks where the third one is. The girl replies that she is dealing with her, and as she speaks, the girl's body falls in front of them. The teachers turn to see the body, confirming that she is with them. Our boy, after letting it drop, explains that he is trying to find out who is behind the attack and what their objective is. By attacking the labyrinth, Lee observes that the young man seems fine and reassures him, saying that he is indeed fine. Lisa smiles and suggests that they discuss everything in more detail when they return to the academy. Kim agrees, mentioning that the teachers will take care of the injured students and will take them to the hospital while Val's students must find the White Lotus and report the situation. As the rain continues over the labyrinth, the teacher announces that the competition is over later that night. Kim lies down in his dormitory, exhausted from the day's events. He reflects on how difficult it has been to close his eyes and acknowledges how much mana he has used. A system message appears before him, informing him about a task. It is related to the House of the Eye of the Great Mandigalona Forest and the need for a sword. He takes a blue sphere out of his pocket, satisfied that he has completed the task, and remembers how he defeated the group of assassins. He looks at Alha, still shaken with fear, complaining about the headache as someone approaches her. They ask about her abilities. At first, she doesn't understand the question, but our boy then speculates that she could be from the Sansa squad, mentioning that there were 2 fighters and 1 support, who seemed to deduce that Alha was a supporter, a supposition that surprised her. He insisted again about her abilities, but she refused to answer. His space manipulation powers began to form around him, and he advanced, interrupting her powers. Leaving Alha stunned, she couldn't understand how he managed to stop her ability. Realizing that his power was to create and move through space confirmed his assumption. He told her that if she helped him, nothing bad would happen to her, smiling maniacally as he made the offer. Later, he lies on the bed, reflecting on the situation, considering how it is thanks to Alha's abilities that he was able to obtain this sphere. He remembers how he promised her that if she helped him, he would not reveal his identity or turn her in. However, he breaks that promise by knocking her out, something he explains to himself. The reason being that she never answered his question about who hired them. He feels that if she had been honest, he would have let her go without further harm. Lying in his bed, he contemplates the implications of knowing that one of the Samsaels is behind the attack. He thinks about Rocktail being behind this. He wonders if his family is starting to interfere with his plans. He considers whether he should destroy them all to ensure that his actions proceed without issues. Looking at the sphere again, he feels a sense of accomplishment for having obtained it. This makes things easier for him in the future. A system message appears, confirming the completion of his task related to the sphere, but the text is censored. Another message appears, instructing him to meet in a dream with lost memories. Although the details are also censored, he is confused and unsure of what the message means, but he decides to sleep on it, thinking it might make more sense later. After a rest, he suggests that if he finds his lost memories, perhaps his own memories will also return, as he receives a similar notification. Our boy intrigued, confirming the completion of his task related to the sphere, but the text is censored. Another message appears, instructing to meet in a dream with lost memories. Although the details are also censored, it is confusing. He is not sure what the message means, but he decides to sleep on it, thinking that perhaps it will make more sense. After a rest, he suggests that if anyone finds their lost memories, perhaps their own memories will also return, as he receives a similar notification. Our intrigued boy, more uncertain, decides to try. He places the sphere beside him and lies down, reflecting on his lost memories. He did not realize that they are lost, but that does not seem to matter. Perhaps he can do something about it later as he closes his eyes. He remembers a moment from his previous life in a tower, wounded and trapped. As it crumbles around him, when a stone is about to hit him, time suddenly freezes. He sees a dark, faceless figure in front of him, who speaks enigmatically about taking care of his name and the names he protects. In this world, the figure then disappears, and time resumes its course, leaving him to reflect on the meaning of the encounter. He wakes up abruptly, confused and uncertain about what just happened, as he sits on the edge of the bed. He tries to process the dream he just had, but it only leaves him more perplexed. His head throbs, as he wonders if the memories he lost are now coming back. Bart, who was watching him, is equally confused, and mentions something about being a tiger, although Kim is completely lost with the comment. Bart, deep in thought, seems convinced he was a tiger. Although Kim, sitting nearby, dismisses the idea and jokes with the Tower Master about his confusion, Bart, now agitated, denies being cute and continues to fly around, still uncertain of his own memories. Meanwhile, Kim seems to be contemplating his own situation, worried about his inability to remember his name. Just when he thinks about it, a sudden notification appears, startling him. The message is enigmatic at first but eventually forms the words, Office of the Great Palace of Arala Alifri, Secret Room of Johnny. Another message follows, urging him to face the truth. Kim, feeling restless, decides he needs to know more about the Great Palace of Arala and resolves to ask Lily about it after the day's training session. Meanwhile, at the academy in Valhalla, Sergio, who is lifting weights, sweating from the effort but maintaining a calm composure, his concentration is interrupted when Soyon enters. Wearing a sports uniform and holding a water bottle, she asks why Sergio, who is training, but Sir Hilk calmly replies that he is the one who should be asking that question. Soyon, confused, admits she is there for similar reasons, her pride and jealousy regarding Kim. Sir Hilk, still focused on training, casually dismisses the idea, stating that her presence has nothing to do with Kim. Soyon, embarrassed, blushes, but then looks down frustrated. Sir Ryuk, noticing her reaction, points out that her jealousy probably comes from having lost to Arim in the previous fight. Soyon, now visibly upset, silently agrees with his assessment. As she recalls the fight between her and Arim, Soyon launched the first attack, swinging her katana with speed and precision. Her movements left pink trails in the air as she attacked Arim relentlessly, but she managed to block every strike. Determined, Soyon infused her katana with mana and unleashed a powerful horizontal slash. It sent a wave of pink energy towards the girl, who responded by swinging her sword to cut through the magical wave. Creating a massive blue trail and leaving 2 large impact marks behind her, she managed to slice through Soyun's attack. Frustrated, Soyon gripped her katana with both hands. She decided to use her sword to cut through Arim's magic. 3 chains of mana appeared flying towards her, and she unleashed her magic. She cut through all 3 chains with a single strike, leaving Soyon shocked, unable to comprehend how one cut could stop her powerful magic. Before she could react, the girl closed the distance between them and delivered a grazing blow to Soyun's vital points, pushing her back. With Aram remaining victorious, the announcer declared the winner of the fight later. Soyun is in the hallway reflecting on how much she has grown since their last encounter. She acknowledges that Arim's rapid development is thanks to Kim's guidance, while Soyun focused solely on magic and swordsmanship. The girl also incorporated strength training, something her family never taught her. Soyun believes this is the key to Arim's rapid improvement. Yuki, silently observing while lifting weights, agrees that it might be better for Soyun to seek Kim for help if she wants similar progress. Feeling a sense of urgency, Soyun decides to follow his advice and confront Kim. She approaches him, while he is wiping the sweat from his face, trying to muster the courage to ask for training. However, before she can finish, Lee interrupts, asking if our boy is busy. Surprised, Soyun listens as Lee mentions that someone is waiting to see him. He adds that this will be the only chance to meet them for a long time. Soyun, still embarrassed and confused, has no choice but to wait as the situation changes. Kim, intrigued by the situation, walks down the hallway, leaving her behind, confused and embarrassed. As she stands there, wishing to disappear, our boy calls her, calling her short once again, but Soyun's eyes shine at the sound of his voice, and she quickly turns to him. Kim, stepping away, tells her that if she wants to train with them, she should ask Aram about the daily routine. If Soyun follows well, maybe he will consider teaching her. Kareem, approaching Soyun after training, offers to explain everything to her. Meanwhile, Kim and Lee walk down the hallway as the sun begins to set. Kim, curious, asks who is waiting to see him, and Lee, implying he already has an idea, leads him to a small lounge. Inside he finds Rockdill, barely alive, with skin sunken and dry from dehydration. Rocktail falls to his knees, pleading for help, while his assistant Yurja remains silently behind him. Kim, surprised, turns to Lee asking what happened. Lee, not hiding his irritation, tells him not to pretend he doesn't know. Revealing that Rockdill attempted to kill him twice, Lee rhetorically ponders how the media became aware of the situation, quickly answering his own question by pointing out that wherever one looks, discussions about Valhalla and attacks on students are spreading. Our boy, staring intently, realizes that this was expected. He turns his attention back to Rockdill, who is still kneeling on the ground, observing coldly that, unless the head of the Ventric family comes again to play the fool, there is nothing to be done. Lee, with a calm expression, explains that the Ventric family recently made an official statement disowning Rockdill. Not only was the boy banned, but his entire family was renounced, including his father. The young man absorbing this information looks at him, trembling with fear. Lee points out that unlike last time, the Ventric family did nothing to try to silence the media. Kim, unperturbed, comments that now that the problem child is a pariah, there is little that can be done to save him. Rocktail, increasingly desperate, asserts that the situation is not over, and screams that something can still be done. He shouts that his testimony made everything worse, and begs for a solution, pleading for everything to disappear, who merely scratches his ear, uninterested in his pleas. The boy, now frantic, gets up from his knees and walks towards him. He joins his hands in a gesture of prayer, crying and apologizing, promising never to interfere in his life again. But our boy, observing the pathetic display, tells him that his apologies mean nothing. Rockdill, unperturbed, asks if Kim perhaps wants money, offering it as a bribe. Lee, clearly irritated, watches as Kim rejects the offer. In a shocking turn, the guy grabs Yurja by the hand, pointing to her and offering her to Kim. He claims she is an English heiress of the palace family, and praises how his status will rise if he accepts. Her Herkim, disgusted, mocks the idea, asking if Rock truly sees people as mere objects. Rockdill, with a crooked smile, asserts that the woman belongs to him, revealing a spell around her neck that bitterly marks her as his property. The red words around the spell are a magical seal, and Rockdill, holding Yurja by the nape, seems to offer her as a commodity. Lee immediately recognizes the spell around the girl's neck. It is a powerful seal, almost impossible to break, and one that forces the bearer to absolute obedience. Seeing this makes his blood boil. Rockdill, with a cruel smile, seems to take pleasure in her fear. Lee cannot comprehend how someone could justify using such a spell on a human. Kim comments with a chilling calm that scoundrels like this were common in ancient times, people who branded others like cattle, buying and selling them as property. Without hesitation, he approaches the girl, concentrates his mana, and grabs the seal near her neck. With a vigorous movement, he begins to tear off her spell. The magic unravels under his grip, and although the girl seems disoriented and about to faint, she holds her neck relieved. As the curse finally fades, Rockdill is in shock. Completely unprepared for what just happened, He then casually asks Ali if he could punch him in the face. The guy freezes in disbelief. Lee finally speaks, asserting that as an instructor, it is his duty to prevent violence among the students of Valhalla. But given that Rock Dill has lost his surname, and possibly represents a threat, this time he will turn a blind eye, covered in sweat and tears. Rock Dill feels powerless as Kim approaches, places a hand on his shoulder, and reminds him of what was just said. Before Rock Dill can fully process the moment, he delivers a brutal punch that sends him flying. The boy falls to the ground, dazed and broken, while Yuri watches in silence and Lee turns his back on the scene. As the sun begins to set, who has already left walking with his eyes closed, while Bart floats beside him, the master of the tower comments that Rock Dill has never been so close to death, nor has he ever seen our boy so enraged, who coldly responds that if this had happened 300 years ago, he would not have hesitated to crush Rock Dill's skull. The seal placed on the girl marking the complacent hit a sensitive point. He sees in her a reflection of his own past, which only intensifies his fury as he walks lost in thought. Someone calls his name. It is Yuria, breathless and exhausted from running after him. Struggling to catch her breath, she finally stops and bends over, expressing her gratitude. She was so stunned before that she couldn't even speak. Kim, however, tells her to simply accept the gesture and live freely from now on, overwhelmed by emotion. Yuri breaks down in tears, trembling as she cries and wipes her face while Kim walks. The next day after class, Kim and Lily are seen in a cafe on the Valhalla campus, Lily savoring a pudding. Casually mentions that the Great Palace of Alala is located in China, she explains. Even though the palace functions as a labyrinth controlled by the White Lotus Association, who, intrigued by the connection, remember that this is the same organization that participated in the previous competition. The idea that he might have to deal with them again does not particularly please him, because accessing such labyrinths without permission is illegal. In modern times, for a moment, he considers the idea of simply destroying the labyrinth but dismisses it. Not wanting to get involved with the academy, curious about possible legal ways to enter, he asks Lily, who suggests that becoming a student there might be one of the only viable options. She tries to say more, but abruptly covers her mouth moments later. She accuses Kim of being selfish for wanting information, without offering anything in return, and demands that he share 3 things about himself. First, when he tries to back away, she quickly relents, and promises to reveal the information, without a deal. Lily then whispers something important: a worldwide competition will be held at the Grand Palace in the 2nd semester. Who is surprised that the instructors have not mentioned this. Lily, with an air of superiority, says she has a source, and explains that this is more than a regional event. Unlike the internal competitions between schools from countries like Korea, China, and the United States, this involves institutions from all over the world. The sheer scale of it irritates Kim. Waiting until the next semester seems unbearable when he asks if there is a way to get early access. Lily, with a mischievous tone, suggests that he help with a small task. First, just for 1 day in exchange. She can offer more help later. This takes them north of London, specifically to Thorham, where they stand before a huge building known as the World Monster Research Society. Despite the pleasant weather, Kim is visibly irritated. The journey has been long, and he is not pleased to find out that this is their destination. Lily laughs at Kim's irritation, reminding him that they are just visiting the World Monster Research Society on the weekend. She casually adds that she managed to get permission to extend their stay until Monday, who observes half-jokingly that she is definitely testing her authority as a teacher. She just smiles sweetly, ignoring the comment shortly after, who finds himself in front of a giant boar, simulated sword in hand under the observation of several team members. Recording the test, the boar charges, and he instinctively strikes it on the head, making it disappear. Everything is part of a computerized simulation program. Frustrated, he remembers that Lily had told him this task was nothing important. He was only supposed to help her with some paperwork in exchange for the information he was looking for. Now he has to kill several monsters in these tests. 1 hour later, King collapses on a sofa exhausted. The 3 monsters that Lily had promised turned out to be more than 10, she claims. Innocence. Insisting that she also didn't expect this, Kim, still recovering, admits that the whole experience seems unpleasant, especially the way the other people in the building look at Lily. When they arrive, he remembers how they act strangely, as if they feel threatened or offended by her presence. When he asks if they know Lily, she stays quiet for a moment, before reluctantly sharing that, yes, at least to some extent, these people, she explains, still adhere to outdated traditions of monster hunting and reject anything that challenges their long-held beliefs. Her research shook their worldview, and they did not react well. Who questions why, in an era of progress, they still cling to such outdated validation methods and insist on traditional weaponry like swords. Lily explains that these practices are maintained as sacred traditions within the association. Change is frightening for them, and their reluctance to adapt has frozen their thinking, she continues, describing how the current structure of monster hunting society is sustained by nepotism and resistance to progress. Even if her work is superior, it means little. Without official recognition, their need for the perfect monster hunting strategy is less about effectiveness and more about maintaining power. While exchanging glances, Lily adds grimly that the people in charge will stop at nothing to find a strategy. Kim, having done his part, remembers that now it is her turn to fulfill her part of the deal. Lily smiles, seemingly satisfied with how things are unfolding, and reveals that the real reason they are here is to find someone important. President White Lotus, while taking a sip from her mug, Lily comments that the president, who frequently visits the association, probably did not ignore Kim, also feeling the weight of the situation. Kim stands up, saying that maybe it's time to meet her before things get complicated. But at that moment, a knock sounds at the door, followed by a voice asking to speak with him. A woman enters, graceful, composed, and holding a fan. She introduces herself as CEO Yan, responsible for the White Lotus Association, who, a little surprised, introduces herself and politely asks what she needs. To his surprise, she asks if he can take care of one person for them. Lily, clearly confused, remains silent before apologizing, realizing that the conversation has become something much more serious as soon as Lily leaves. The president, now formally introduced as the head of the White Lotus Association, and a member of the influential Seol family, begins to explain her purpose. She speaks of a prodigy from her clan, someone who rose to power after the era of destruction. This person, a young girl, surpassed experienced contractors at the age of 13, and even defeated members of the Seolong clan. From her own family, her destructive power is immense, so much so that even the head of the family could not contain her. She isolated herself in the private training hall of the Seol family, claiming that there is nothing more to learn from the outside world. When Kim asks if she wants him to take care of her, she confirms. Although initially reluctant, Kim questions why someone with such raw power would need his help. After all, the president herself clearly possesses formidable strength. Her aura is impossible to hide. Even with concealment magic, she acknowledges this with a smile, impressed by his insight. Finally, she explains her reasoning. The girl in question, despite her terrifying strength, fights using only physical techniques. And like Kim, she is 17 years old. It is not just about strength, it is about matching energy, experience, and age. The president needs someone like him to defeat the girl. He puts his hands behind his neck, indicating that he understands, but asks why she assumes he would agree to work with her. If Ion calmly responds that the president of the White Lotus would never ask for help without offering something in return, she begins to discuss payment, but Kim interrupts her, saying he does not want money. Instead, he has a specific place he wishes to visit, and her help to get there is all he needs. CEO Yoon lightly taps her fan, curious about the destination they are already standing. Outside the White Lotus Association building in Missouri, China. Kim admits he did not expect to arrive this way by private jet. Her lion smiles, and states that it is because Kim said he is short on time. She then clarifies the terms, asking if Kim really wants to enter the Grand Palace of Aralar, to which our boy confirms. As they enter, they pass through a courtyard where others react with contained surprise. Who looks around with curiosity, finally asks Ion why she wants him to get involved with a girl, with whom she seems to have no personal ties. She admits that although she has no direct connection to the girl, many have challenged her in the past, both students and teachers. She hopes that Kim can finally break the girl's arrogance that has become a problem. If he succeeds, she believes that the Seol family will recognize his efforts, and she will be able to take the White Lotus to greater heights. Standing before a portal, Yoon explains that it will take him to the secret training room of the family, where Kim will meet the girl. Kim enters, confirming that he is positioned correctly just before disappearing. He asks the girl's name. Soyon responds that it is Ian Lang. Upon exiting the portal, he finds her sitting on the floor. Frowning, she demands to know if the Sowu family sent him to fetch her, as he approaches her with a calm smile. Apparently indifferent to her hostile behavior, he recognizes her arrogance and suddenly launches an attack. Testing her strength with a punch, to his surprise, she grabs his fist. Without hesitation, she retaliates, channeling mana into her hand and striking him in the stomach, releasing an explosion of energy behind him. Her gaze is sharp and accusatory. Frustrated that he underestimated her so easily, he remains silent before lifting his gaze with a serene smile. In an instant, the fight intensifies. He grabs her arm and attempts to hit her face, but she narrowly dodges, though the effort shows. He follows up with a blow to her arm that leaves her visibly hurt. She takes a step back, Shaken, she demands to know who he is, and he simply gestures for her to come at him again, casually revealing that he is just a 17-year-old student who underestimated her. With no other option, she retreats to reassess. But he doesn't give her the chance. He closes the distance in an instant, and this time, his punch lands squarely in her stomach. She is thrown back, holding the spot in pain. Still, at that moment, he recognizes something remarkable. The young woman adjusted her stance at the last second, reducing the damage. He knows that even his former disciples failed to master such body control. This gives him hope and respect for her as she regains her composure, her expression shifting from frustration to determination. She can't believe that someone so young is resisting against her. With renewed energy, she smiles and assumes a combat stance, ready to continue. Meanwhile, all this fighting unfolds on a screen, closely watched by CEO Hyun. Just as the battle intensifies, a man appears behind her, apologizing for the interruption. He asks if the boy will be all right. Clearly skeptical about his chances, CEO Hyun listens silently as the man reflects on King's skills, although he doubts that anyone outside the White Lotus can truly face his prodigy. When the sky doesn't respond, he gently reminds her that she had lost to Ian Lang before, even though she hadn't used magic at the time, relying solely on brute strength. CEO Hyun does not hesitate to acknowledge that the man watching the fight is right. She herself had lost to Ian Lang, and even if she had used all her magical power, she admits that perhaps she still wouldn't have won. While the man is beside her, CEO Hyun adds that at the time, in recognizing that the man watching the fight is right, she herself had already lost to Ian Lang, and even if she had used all her magical power, admits that she still might not have won. While the man beside her, Hyun, adds that at the time, the difference in magical power between her and the young girl was almost insignificant. Years have passed since then, and Hyun believes that Yelang has not weakened. If anything, she has probably improved her guard. Now clearly invested in the outcome, he questions why anyone is risking their life in a battle that they apparently cannot win, especially since she doesn't even come close to the level of Seol. A composed Marcel Hyun tilts his head and asks if he really believes that. After all, our boy is not just any student. He mastered the competition between schools, winning by a large margin. She watches the screen attentively, knowing that regardless of the outcome, her personal goals do not depend on his victory back in the battle. And Yelang launches another aggressive attack, unsheathing her claws. She charges at Kim with deadly precision. He dodges her strikes, but her knee manages to hit his face, giving her a brief moment of satisfaction. That satisfaction turns into panic when she feels an intense pain shoot through her knee. She jumps back, clutching in agony, realizing that she smashed directly into Kim's forehead. Frustration is starting to take over Yelang. Despite her repeated efforts, none of her attacks are working. She cannot identify a single weakness. More concerning is the idea that Kim, an apparently ordinary student, could actually be physically superior to her. He hasn't even used his magic yet, and Angong, boiling with emotion, finally begins to unleash all her power. Her body illuminated with a crimson aura. As she decides to fight seriously, Kim, smiling, responds in kind, his own blue aura coming to life as his eyes shine with a powerful light. She charges at him at blinding speed, concentrating all her mana into a single devastating blow. Flames erupt from her fist as she approaches his face, just a centimeter away, and for a brief second, she thinks she has finally landed a clean hit. But Kim simply tilts his head at the last moment, completely dodging her attack while still bent over. He thanks her for the warm-up, but makes it clear that the warm-up is over with brutal force. He drives his glowing fist into her stomach, causing an explosive impact. Yelang's eyes go pale with shock and pain, as she seems to lose her breath. At that moment, all she can do is whisper the truth. He is a monster. Kim stands over the defeated body of Yelang, calm and composed. While those watching him are stunned, the guard can barely hide his shock. He drags her by the collar, injured and unconscious, presenting her before them, saying it is a fair fight. Yelang cannot believe he actually won, and quietly asks if he is hurt. Kim casually says he is fine. Although he cannot say the same for Yelang as he throws her aside, the young girl groans. Returning to life while holding his aching head, his mood instantly darkens upon seeing his Hyun, and anger rises, but his Hyun calmly recalls the conditions they agreed upon earlier. She then turns to our boy, intrigued by his interest in the Alala Palace, with a slight smile. She says he can enter now, asking if he is satisfied with this arrangement, who smiles and accepts eagerly. As he leaves with his Hyun, the Lang remains silent, watching them disappear from sight. The guards worry about her, offering medical help, but she ignores them. Instead, she asks for the name of the one who defeated her. When informed that it is the young man, she sweetly repeats it, and opens a wide, almost love-struck smile in her mind. He is now one of the strongest people in the world, and she is already dreaming of the next fight elsewhere. A demon from hell questions her bold claim about his strength, while Kim is already deep in the labyrinth of the Ilala Palace, surrounded by ancient armors and glowing portals. He remembers his Hyun's warning that this place, situated on the foundations of the castle, was an endless maze. His Rio mentioned that he wouldn't find living armors unless he went too far, but clearly, he did not. Long after entering, he finds himself ambushed by a swarm of enchanted armors. Armed only with metal swords, he dismantles them one after another with brutal precision. When the last one falls, our boy exhales deeply, standing atop a mountain of crushed armors. Despite this victory, he is confused by the maze. Room after room, more than 20 of them reveal nothing but emptiness. He remembers his mission and wonders if the mentioned office is there. Just when he is getting frustrated, Bart draws his attention to a large double door nearby. Inside, he discovers a room with an ancient painting of a bearded man hanging over a table. For a moment, he believes he may have found Alifrey's office, but something seems off. He looks at the painting, noticing a signature in an unknown language. Bart quickly adds, revealing that the signature reads, "A Lifttree Johnny." Flying through the void, the Tower Master crosses his arms, explaining to Kim that reading the signature is hard to explain, but he compares it to a script transmitted to him through his neurons. Bart suggests that this could be linked to his lost memories. Determined to find the secret room, Kim places his hand on the table and begins to scan the area. Realizing it would take too long to check each item, he smashes the table with a powerful blow, revealing a hidden secret door beneath it. Bart confirms that it is probably what they are looking for, and opens the hatch door, leading to a basement. As he descends, he murmurs that the darkness there is irritating. Suddenly, the mission message appears, confirming his task to find the secret room. In the basement, Kim finds a girl sitting at a table with 2 flickering candles beside her. She introduces herself as an eager guide, ready to answer his questions when Kim sits down. She explains that her name was taken from her, which suddenly reminds our boy of the dream he had, where the being spoke about names. The girl reveals that names have power. They define a person's life, their talents, their choices, and their strength. Names, when combined with potential, can grant incredible power. The girl taught that a dark figure who steals names also steals the power they contain. He asks what happens to those whose names are taken, and the girl explains that they become constellations. Surprised, he insists further, and the girl suggests that he might be an exception, possibly due to reincarnation. He is surprised by the guide's knowledge, which seems as extensive as Bart's. The guide, with a mischievous smile, teases him for still doubting her and clarifies that it is not her who is sending the notifications to him, as he assumes. She explains that she also learned everything through these messages. Curious and frustrated, he presses for more information, asking who the dark figure is that is trying to steal his name. The guide reveals that the figure is called the Lord of the Labyrinth, whose goal is to move the Tower of Destruction into his labyrinth and feed off the power of high-level names. He is intrigued about how such a figure can wield so much power and control, leading the guide to suggest that the Lord of the Labyrinth is a being whose actions align perfectly with his name. She also implies that the world in which our boy lives, Earth, is itself part of the labyrinth. She explains that, only by stealing the names of those who have accumulated karma can one become a constellation. Upon hearing this, he wonders if it is possible that all his disciples have become constellations, since they made a name for themselves. Thinking about this, he speculates that they might be falling directly into the hands of the Lord of the Labyrinth without realizing it. However, according to the guide, the fact that the young boy is reincarnated is a variable, even for the Lord of the Labyrinth. The guide continues, explaining that the Lord of the Labyrinth is not omnipotent and that it is possible to overcome him. She reveals that the person who orchestrated his rebirth and arranged their meeting through the notifications is not the Lord of the Labyrinth. He wonders who could be behind all this, but the guide is uncertain, stating that it could be someone connected to Kim. She then gives him a ring, explaining that it will play a crucial role in his revenge. With everything, the guide says there is no time to explain more, and in confusion, he begins to ask questions, to which she admits that despite sharing everything she knows, she is still being pursued by the Master of the Labyrinth. However, she reassures him that now that they have fulfilled the conditions, they can see each other again in a few days with the snap of fingers. A red aura envelops them, and, in an instant, those outside the building in a cave feel their anger boiling. Thinking about the Lord of the Labyrinth and the mentor behind the Tower of Destruction that took his name, and the interference in his life as he steps away, examining the ring, who is determined that it must contain some kind of power, something that can strengthen him. Although not directly, he imagines absorbing the magical power of 2 storage stones, in the hope that they will restore him to his former strength. As our boy continues walking, he reaches the cave's exit and steps out. Meanwhile, on an island in the northern Pacific, Frog is furious about the news regarding the high school student. The news reports that Kim dismantled the Sansil group. The Frogman, leader of the fanatic group Seol, also known as the Dragon King, has been monitoring him closely after learning about the constellations, but discovering that our boy defeated Choi Jinjong, who had been hired by a constellation, pushes him to the limit. In a fit of rage, he realizes that even with the resources they are sent to kill, Kim, the boy, has surpassed him. Frog leans back, boiling, feeling as if he has been completely defeated by a single high school student. Frog, still boiling, is interrupted by a voice commenting. On his intrigued expression, he turns ready to explode. But it is George, the leader of the privileged race Han, grumbling about the lack of an appropriate greeting, to which George responds that if he hadn't barged in, Han would have been even more curious. George then asks if the source of Han's frustration is Kim, to which Han admits that yes. George, leaning back on the sofa, begins to explain how Kim not only cost him a valuable chess piece but also disrupted his plans. Before George can finish, Han interrupts, asking if he is talking about Desera, and George confirms. George casually explains that Desera failed in his mission, and despite being an informant for the Ventric family, he let everything slip to a high school student, unable to let the information leak pass. George sent Desera to the Prism Tower. As the conversation continues, Han mentions the Samsul group, and asks if he can help him deal with the 3 individuals who are still tied up. George agrees. But as Han begins to contemplate Kim's involvement, George expresses concern about contacting him, warning that he is a target of the first cult, a dangerous group, led by hooded figures with unsettling motives. Han, now more worried, he questions what kind of people they are dealing with. George, with a serious expression, confirms that, although the cult does not follow any decent principles, they are unpredictable and much more dangerous than they appear. He also mentions that they are responsible for dealing with Logan's squad, which brings some relief to Frog, since he has also heard about this. The two recognize that, if they interfere with the cult's plans, they will likely become targets as well. Frog, still furious, realizes that the only option left is to wait. He bitterly laughs at the idea, while, in the meantime, someone finds himself surrounded by a crowd of hooded figures, all staring at him. He questions their motives, pointing out that they are either fearless or completely out of their minds for being in the fields. The leader of the group standing in front of him remains silent, intensifying the attention. The scene shifts to a past moment where the hooded figure named Daikon once converses with Adilia, the head of the Ventric family. He expresses that he is ready for the task, but Adilia, with a half-smile, teaches that they could have prepared earlier. Apologizing, he assures her that due to Kim's nature, meticulous preparation is essential. He even mentions contractors who can create subspaces, and all team members were carefully selected by the Ventric family to ensure there are no leaks to the press. Adilia is satisfied, then becomes cold, asking if he has taken care of another matter. The man confirms that a special storage stone, with an infinite supply of magic for the sanctuary, has been secured. Adilia acknowledges this, but the conversation quickly shifts to Daikon's role in leading the elimination team and overseeing the subspace project, as he asks if they are planning to summon a new constellation with the sanctuarization. Adilia, appearing calm, confirms. However, when Daikon questions the necessity of such a plan, the lady becomes angry. She quickly calms down, explaining that it is just a precaution as the conversation shifts. Adilia reveals that a long silent constellation recently responded, and this news makes Daikon worry, especially when a notification appears signaling that the masked constellation is seeking more information. The lady, although apprehensive, seems excited at the prospect of speaking with the constellation. Back to the present, Daikon and his team surround Kim. His concern grows as he wonders why a silent constellation would suddenly speak, but he quickly orders the contact group to prepare for an extortion space. The hooded figures crouch and place their hands on the ground, preparing for the next phase of the plan, as the figures begin to cast a distortion spell around Kim. A yellow shell materializes around Kim, who turns impassively and asks about the subspace. He taunts the group, mocking their efforts and questioning how long they have been preparing this. When he speculates that the plan is the idea of the family leader, Venturi Daikon becomes nervous, realizing that Kim has discovered him. Kim smiles. He explains that among his enemies, 2 use dark magic, and only 1 does not. Then he mocks them even more, suggesting that if it is not the Ventre family, then who else could it be? It could be a hint. A shaken Daikon orders the thugs to remove their hoods, revealing an armed elimination squad ready for combat. The thugs, radiating a yellow aura, are prepared to fight with various weapons, including fists, spears and swords. Kim stands confidently. He mocks them for gathering so many to deal with a mere high school student. Daikon, maintaining a serious expression, explains that they are just following the leader's orders without warning. Daikon orders the group to attack. The thugs charge at Kim, but he quickly retaliates. Using his strength and agility, he strikes a thug in the stomach and spins to hit others, sending them flying. With the force of purple flames, an enraged thug charges at him with a sword, but our boy easily dodges. He mocks their technique. 2 more thugs attack with a lance and sword, but Kim skillfully dodges their strikes, kicking one in the face and placing his foot on another's body. Daikon, now, surrounded by a sinister purple aura, he is about to attack again, his sword aimed at Kim's head, ready for another deadly strike, when Daikon swings his sword. The young boy easily dodges his blade, passing just inches away. Daikon, drenched in sweat and visibly terrified, cannot comprehend the power he faces. In panic, he tries to launch an attack, but Kim crouches and avoids the attack once again, irritated by the prolonged fight. He taunts them, saying they are tiring him out. He raises his weapon and, with a smile, delivers a powerful blow with the back of his sword, creating an explosion of energy. Daikon, shaken, falls to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. His mind races, realizing he did not prepare enough for this fight. When Daikon collapses, our boy smiles, standing tall with his weapon in hand. Behind him, someone appears, staring directly at Kim. Adilia, the head of the Ventre family. She remains silent, looking at Daikon, reflecting on the overwhelming strength of the elimination team compared to the more experienced hired hands. Feeling that something is wrong, she decides it is time to act. Adilia grabs a shining golden dagger and, with a cold voice, mentions that who should feel honored to see the family's sacred relic before their death. Kim, smiling ironically, mocks her pride and questions if she wants to understand the concept without warning. Hers advances on him with the dagger, but when the confrontation reaches its peak, something unexpected happens. A storage crystal next to Nikon begins to tremble, turning into a brilliant gold. The people holding the crystals are stunned, as everyone starts to transform instantly. Hers turns to check the storage stones, only for her sword to begin shining with the same golden light. The glow is overwhelming, and she instinctively fears what is happening. A notification appears, simply saying, "Master." While the golden light fills the air, everyone freezes. The members of the elimination squad, including the lady, become completely immobilized, both mentally and physically. Only Kim remains unchanged, standing calmly. Delia realizes, with a feeling of distress, that the sanctification ability was activated involuntarily. As she tries to understand, she observes her entire group defenseless and frozen in place. She watches our boy with confusion, wondering why he is not affected by the golden light that froze everyone else, while she stares at him as he approaches and casually touches his gleaming dagger. At that moment, the notification appears in front of her, displaying a single word, "Master," who reads it intrigued, not understanding who it could refer to suddenly. A figure materializes out of nowhere. It is a little girl in a suit and facial mask. She removes the mask to reveal a blonde girl, who calls him Master. Our boy, initially incredulous, is pleasantly surprised to see her. The girl, equally happy to see him, is revealed as someone from his past. Recalling their previous encounter, he remembers her sitting chained with bared teeth. He jokingly told her to look at herself, to which she responded with a fierce glare. Her eyes full of hostility, she retorted, telling him not to pretend to know her, who calmly replied that although he didn't know everything about her, he knew some things. He revealed that, like her, he had also been a captive prisoner of a man who sold people, and had lived a life of slavery. Surprised, the girl listened as Kim shared his story of being abducted and chained in his youth. He asked if she wanted to be free, but her reaction was one of disdain. She burst out, holding the chain around her neck, screaming in frustration, insisting that freedom was impossible as long as the chain remained. After a moment, she calmed down and told Kim to leave her alone. She wasn't sure how he had found her, but warned him that the trafficker would return soon. Kim smiled and closed his eyes, explaining that the chain could only be removed in 2 ways: through the death of the owner or by the owner's own decision. The young man explained that the first method of breaking the chain didn't always work, and the girl, clearly surprised, listened. As he recounted that the previous owner had died, she then asked if that meant she would never find freedom again. He smiled and, with a confident tone, offered her a chance. He held her collar firmly, using his blue magic to manipulate the magical components of the limiter. Slowly, he began to dissolve the chain. The girl watched in disbelief as the collar disintegrated. As her hands trembled, tears filled her eyes upon touching the broken chain. Realizing that the torment that had kept her captive for so long had finally ended, he stood up and asked what she planned to do now that she was free. The girl, still in shock, revealed that she didn't know. The human trafficker had stolen her home and family. He then proposed a new path, telling her that he was setting off on a journey and would free the world from those who considered themselves superior to others, like the slave traffickers. He offered for her to join him. She hesitated for a moment but then agreed. He extended his hand to her with a smile, and told her to call him master from now on. She felt it, and they began to walk together. When they were about to leave, the girl called out to him, asking for his name. He introduced himself, and the girl smiled sweetly, almost crying as she tried to reveal her name, but he couldn't remember it. He remembered the girl recognizing her potential. As she becomes a constellation but can't remember her name, he ponders the words of the guide, and accepts that he can only call her by her nickname. One last look at the girl. He acknowledges that their paths have crossed again. After a long time, Adilia is stunned to see that interacting so casually with a constellation. Referring to her by the nickname of Idiot, the girl approaches her and asks what they should do before celebrating their reunion. Without warning, Moron snatches the dagger from Adelia's hands, leaving her horrified as the very constellation touched the relic. Moron then raises the dagger and does something that makes Adilia lose control of her body. Falling to the ground with lifeless eyes, everyone around her falls too. While she still holds the dagger in her hand, Moron turns his attention to Kim, asking what should be done with them, perhaps considering killing him. However, our young man has a different idea. The next day, the instructor sits shocked, looking at his laptop. His eyes are wide in disbelief upon seeing the sponsorship announcement from the Ventric family for the Academy. Valhalla, a huge sum of 5 billion, is listed as personal sponsorship for Kim. The instructor, stunned by the amount, can barely comprehend it. As Lee walks in with coffee, he points out how strange it is that such a large donation is happening now, observing that it is probably to cover something up. The instructor asks if it is connected to the rock deal actions, but Lee dismisses the idea, calling him foolish. Lee explains that when Kim was attacked by Sarah, a sponsorship was offered to silence him, but now, after the Ventric family wished for the rock deal, they have drawn a line. Despite the disinheritance, the Ventric family has not taken any real action to distance themselves from the rock deal. The instructor, still processing the situation, questions why the Ventric family is sending such a large sponsorship to his side, especially when they are not even sure if he would accept it. The instructor suspects that whoever rejects their offer puts them in a complicated position, takes a sip, and mentions that perhaps they can find the answers by asking the young man personally. The instructor, understanding the situation, nods his head in agreement. Shortly after, they are transferred to the meeting room. Our boy, with a smile on his face, expresses his enthusiasm in accepting the scholarship. The instructor is surprised by his response, but Kim assures him that it makes no sense to reject the 5 million. He confirms that he is right. Kim then stands up and tries to leave since the discussion seems to be over. However, the instructor reaches out and pauses briefly, before adding that he will not only receive the sponsorship, but the Academy itself will also benefit. According to the Academy's rules, this means that our boy can be transferred to a premium dormitory. Who smiles, stating that everything seems fine now, and that he might apply for the opportunity later. After a brief exchange, Kim leaves, leaving an instructor behind immersed in thought. The instructor, sitting silently on the couch, struggles to understand why he changed his mind. Previously, our boy had refused when Delia approached him, but now he agrees to accept the sponsorship. The instructor realizes that the Academy has nothing to lose in this matter, and will probably pay little attention to it while Kim walks down the hallway lost in thought. He remembers the earlier conversation. He recalls Moron asking how to deal with these fools, even suggesting that they should be killed, who dismissed the idea, believing it was not worth killing them. Instead, he had a plan. Adilia, trembling with anxiety, knelt down. Our boy leaned in and called for her, saying that her constellation wouldn't care if something happened to her. Moron also added that she had originally created the Ventric family to serve him so that he could do whatever he wanted with her, who understood her submission but remained focused on his own thoughts. Adilia, feeling regretful, apologized to the constellation, explaining the ancient family tradition with the phrase, "all for one." The constellation, with a stern expression, made it clear that the phrase was meant for her master, and criticized Adilia for not understanding this. The Constellation put on a mask, and Adilia, realizing the truth, confirmed that Kim had been the master all along. Despite Kim's changed appearance, the Constellation recognized his magical power. Our boy, smiling at the trembling lady, told her to stop, questioning him. He then asked if she was no longer worried about herself, while reflecting on his frustration with the fools around him, who felt that killing them would not be enough. Although they had power, they needed to use it to their advantage, even though controlling them was a challenge. With this thought, he looked ahead and called the young lady, asking directly if she was managing her family correctly. She looked ahead, explaining that although she was only the vice patriarch, it had already been 4 years since she took over as head of her family. During that time, she managed to restore their strength and transform them into one of the strongest families. Kim, however, dismissed this and told her to continue managing her family without further questions. Adilia, shocked by his response, struggled to understand his intentions. Our boy, smiling, simply told her to support him at the family level and avoid questioning his motives. He then pointed to the Constellation, warning her that, if something went wrong, Adilia would know exactly what to expect. The Constellation assured him that she would ensure nothing happened if he had confidence in her. As the Constellation began to slowly dissolve into particles, she said it was time to leave. Kim, curious, asked where she was going. She explained that maintaining the space for her Constellation form required an immense amount of magical power, of which she was running low. The young boy, recognizing the situation, understood why they had so many magical stones. The exhausted Constellation, using all her magic, said she needed to rest immediately. Kim observed that although she was a Constellation, she had her limits. The Constellation removed her mask and explained, calmly, that it was normal. She smiled gently, stating that seeing the reincarnation of her master was enough for her. Kim, intrigued, told her to rest first. Before leaving, the Constellation mentioned that besides her, another disciple had also become a Constellation, and that Kim would meet him soon. After she disappeared in a bright trail, Kim and Adilia watched in silence. As our hero walked down the hallway, he reflected on the words of the Constellation. Another student had become a Constellation. While he waited, he couldn't fully comprehend how it was. He considered that perhaps all of his students have ascended to this status. He reflects on his previous encounters with 2 constellations, Barsh and Moron. The meeting with the Master of the Tower was inevitable due to the notification window. But the encounter with Moron was a complete accident. As he continues forward, he realizes that there are many constellations now, and it seems pointless to find them all looking to the side. He notes that Barsh has been silent since the first meeting. The low one explains that he has been lost in thought. That's why he didn't respond earlier. He then reveals that his consciousness is knocked out when he enters the secret room. Kim, intrigued, asks if he is sure that his consciousness shuts off. The Master of the Tower confirms, adding that he felt as if Kim had left the room as soon as he entered, despite the brief moment of unconsciousness. His memories return to him. Kim is surprised by the low one's statement. He then investigates further, asking if the Master of the Tower remembers how weak he had been at the time. Barsh seems confused by the question, but then remembers learning the concept of a name, something he should have already known. He explains that the Lord of the Labyrinth, the same person who appears when the stones fall on him, is the one who gives him the name Barsh. Who enters the class, sits processing this, and speculates that the person who stole his real name and gave him the low one must be the Lord of the Labyrinth, whom the guide is talking about. The Master of the Tower confirms this, saying that the Lord granted him both the name and the power to control the Tower of Destruction. Kim, asking how this power affects someone's personality, looks to the side and reflects. Basti says that although he hasn't been extremely violent, when it is the owner of the tower, the influence gradually pushes him closer to his original nature. Who then asks how the Lord can give and take names, but the Master of the Tower admits that he doesn't know the answer. Who ponders the situation and proposes a theory. As the world itself seems like a labyrinth, it is likely that the Lord can give and take names at will. The low one is curious about his thoughts and presses him to explain what he means by calling the world a labyrinth, and why he didn't share this important information before. Outside the Valhalla Academy, our boy walks to class deep in thought. The low one reaches out, asking if his theory about the world being a labyrinth is true. Who affirms that it is. Although he admits it is a sad reality, he reflects on the guide's words. Remembering an opportunity for a counterattack, they miss the chance to act, and now have to wait until the next day. While Kim is in the cafeteria, he is suddenly transported to the room where he meets the guide. Seeing her there confuses him. He has no idea what just happened. The girl, having never seen a tray before, asks about it, which really irritates Kim. He responds brusquely, revealing that it is just a food tray. He repeats, frustrated because, despite their meeting being scheduled for 2 days later, she interrupted his lunch. The guide, observing our boy as she sits at the table, shifts her focus and asks if he has the ring. He takes out the ring, confirming that he has it, and they examine it. The guide smiles and says, "It is time to use it." Who, holding the ring, observes that it does not seem to affect his abilities at all, and questions how this can be useful against the opponent. The girl assures him that it is simple, he needs to put it on and enter the labyrinth. Who, still holding the ring, questions if he really needs to enter the labyrinth, as he believes there are no more natural labyrinths. The guide confirms that there are no natural labyrinths at the moment, but the Lord of the Labyrinth will soon create new ones. She explains that a dungeon break or disaster occurs when this happens, triggering chaos in the surrounding areas. As monsters emerge, he reflects on how in his previous life, the appearance of these monsters filled the world with danger, leaving no place untouched by their destruction in his current life. However, things have calmed down, making life more manageable. Curious, Who asks when and where the labyrinth will appear. The guide smiles and tells him that it will happen in 3 months, probably in a country called Korea. She adds that she is still assessing the scale, but it is certain that it will happen there. Kim, realizing that he lives in Korea, asks about the possibility of preventing it on a national level. However, the guide clarifies that the information she has is limited, and she is keeping this a secret from the Lord of the Labyrinth, our hero. Then asks about the details of the labyrinth, since it will appear in a large labyrinth that is the world. The guide explains that the Lord of the Labyrinth is responsible for creating them, and Who wonders if he is preparing once again to give and take names. The guide confirms, suggesting that the Lord is preparing for an adaptation of the people before the Tower of Destruction appears. The young boy understands that he will need to use the ring and destroy the labyrinth in Korea before it can fully materialize. While Kim reflects, the guide asks how he destroyed labyrinths in the past. He remembers that when dealing with powerful bosses, he often ignores them and focuses on destroying the stones of the labyrinth, causing the labyrinth to collapse. The guide recognizes this method, but emphasizes that this time things will be different. Our boy, confused, asks what she means, and she suggests that their approach will need to change. Who holds the ring in front of him while the guide points to him and explains that he will need to kill the boss of the labyrinth while using the ring. Curious, he asks if there is a specific reason for this. The guide smiles and assures him that there is indeed a reason. She explains that, although his world is a labyrinth, created by the Lord of the Labyrinth, and weapons like the Tower of Destruction, it is not a simple task. The guide continues, saying that everything in the labyrinth is fueled by the name granted by the Lord of the Labyrinth, with the boss being a key component in the creation of the labyrinth. She explains that if Kim kills the boss while using the ring, he will absorb the name given by the Lord of the Labyrinth. This act marks the beginning of his counterattack. Holding the ring, Kim asks how effective names can really be. In his plan, questioning how stolen names can make a difference, the guide smiles at his perception, responding that the Lord of the Labyrinth won't even notice the loss of a name. His current focus is to adapt people to the Tower of Destruction. The guide clarifies that the goal is not just to steal a name, but also to clear the labyrinth quickly by killing the boss. If the Lord of the Labyrinth realizes what is happening, the labyrinth will disappear before it can be fully adapted, leading to drastic measures like sending many names and causing chaos in the world. This represents the perfect opportunity for them to absorb names on a large scale. These absorbed names provide strength for their cause. Kim, reflecting on this, asks if the absorbed names will turn into power. The guide confirms, adding that using this power will not harm innocent people. She explains that when someone takes the name from the Lord of the Labyrinth, the person can become a constellation or remain bound to the name, unable to be reborn. However, if someone uses the power to absorb names, the restrictions placed on those whose names were taken will be lifted. She assures him that only he will know this, being the one in control at the moment the name is taken. Who listens closely to the girl's instructions. Before putting the ring on his finger, with a smile, he asks if they just need to wait for the dungeon to break completely. The guide confirms that it is all for now, and assures him that she will provide the exact location and the date when the time comes. Then asks if simply killing the boss and destroying the labyrinth will be enough to complete the task. The guide raises her hand as if to snap her fingers, explaining that, although the monsters inside the labyrinth will die when it is destroyed, those who have already escaped will remain. She suggests that he will need a team to track and deal with these monsters as soon as they appear. With that, she snaps her fingers and a bright light envelops the scene. Suddenly, he finds himself back in the cafeteria. Confused by the abrupt change, he looks around and realizes it is night, then curses, remembering that the guide probably forgot to give him a proper warning before sending him back. While Kim reflects on the guide's mention of needing a team, He remembers how before his reincarnation, he always worked with his disciples. He knows that handling this task alone, it will take a lot of time. The idea of training her students again crosses her mind, but before she can act, she notices a silhouette in front of her. It is Yanlang. Yanlang approaches Kim, explaining that after her defeat, she had time to think about the reasons behind it. She admits that she realized Kim is much stronger than she is, and that her defeat was inevitable. He looks at her slightly indifferent and asks if it really took her that long to come to this conclusion. And Anglang continues pointing out that a person who impresses others with their talent without experiencing defeat is a rarity, especially among adults. Kim impassively corrects her, saying that she misinterpreted. He is someone who worked hard and trained tirelessly, not relying solely on natural talent. And Anglang, however, seems to understand this better now. She reflects on their battle and admits that the lack of experience was the main reason for her defeat. Having finished improving, she clenches her fist and explains that she has become stronger because of their fight. And Anglang then expresses her desire to continue fighting with him, eager to prove herself. Kim, clearly uninterested, tells her not to bore him with her strange logic. He says, "It's time to leave." But the young girl catches up with him and reminds him that she traveled from China to fight him. Our boy looks at Yanlang and firmly states that he is not interested in continuing the conversation. Instead, he suggests that she focus on learning martial arts from the family, rather than bothering him. Yanlang, however, seems confused by his comment and asks what he means. Kim explains that she does not have a real understanding of the family martial arts. The young girl responds that she received formal training until she was 6 years old, and that after that, she had to fend for herself. She then mentions that she fought with him during the lunar year, which piques Kim's curiosity. He asks if that was before she took control of the contractors, and Yanlang confirms that it was, and reflects on her past, remembering how she used to enjoy working her way. She shares that she was forbidden from continuing training as a member of her family, so she asked to bring training partners to improve her skills. However, her family sends adult contractors to train with her, all of whom she easily defeats, mainly due to their small number. Our boy listens silently, realizing that the story Yanlang just shared is very different from what the family leader told him. He thinks about how she is clearly talented and enjoys fighting, but the family leader portrayed her as someone who fights recklessly, and Yanlang then explains that, although she is considered a problem for her family, it doesn't matter to her. And Alan Lang then explains that although it is considered a problem for her family, it does not matter to her, since she is stronger than anyone who comes after her. She clenches her fist, determined to change things from now on. She looks at him and says that she found someone much stronger than him. Kim, however, does not understand why this is so important and asks what the goal is. Yanlang smiles and says that by fighting with him, she can become much stronger without depending on her family. Kim, still uninterested, says he hasn't agreed to anything. But Yanlang does not give up. She starts begging to fight. Kim, observing her persistence, finds the situation increasingly strange and thinks about it, realizing that if the young woman were considered a pariah, she would have been confined to the White Lotus Palace. Still, he was instructed to take her out of there. Thinking about it, he wonders if it is better for Yanlang to stay inside the White Lotus Palace rather than roam freely, especially if she is really as reckless as they say. Partly due to this concern and partly because of her relentless persistence, he eventually agrees, which excites her immensely. Without much delay, he tells her to follow him to the academy where their fight will begin. Inside the academy, the regular members are visibly surprised to see their master enter with a newcomer. Rin, quick to notice, runs up to him and demands to know who the girl is. Kim casually refers to Yanlang as a crazy person he met at the Lotus Flower, someone who traveled all the way here just to challenge him. The answer catches Rin by surprise. Our boy claims he is just doing her a favor, this time, but Rin is already boiling with jealousy, realizing that the girl goes through so much just to have a chance to train with him. As tensions rise, the two begin to argue. Only a few steps away, finding it surprising that someone would travel from China just for a fight with Kim. Soon everyone heads to the Valhalla Stadium for the awaited confrontation. However, Kim is irritated by the unexpected audience. He only promised Yanlang a one-on-one fight, not a public spectacle. Meanwhile, she stretches her arm, confidence radiating from her. She feels stronger than ever and is eager to prove herself in the fight against him. Kim, seeing the confidence in her eyes, likes it and stretches, ready for the fight. The guide's words echo in his mind about finding a team as soon as possible, and this might be the opportunity to do so. Without a second thought, our hero offers Yanlang a deal. If she loses, she must become his disciple. The offer shocks Yanlang. After all, Her reason for fighting is to defeat him, but who assures her that she can still achieve this goal even as his student? Upon hearing this, Ian Lang's excitement grows. She takes a fighting stance without hesitation and quickly advances, delivering a powerful elbow strike, but he manages to block it. Still, he is surprised by how much stronger she has become in just a few days. Even while blocking her attack, he feels the impact on his arm, and as Ian Lang's intensity grows more fervent and almost manic, she begins to radiate flames, engulfing the entire room in heat. The other girls, sensing the sudden rise in temperature, are stunned, smiling even at the monstrous flame of the White Lotus. Seok, sweating, realizes that her mana concentration is now even greater than Kim's, gathering all her mana. Ian Lang charges at our boy again, knowing that if she can land a clean hit, the fight will end, even if he blocks. The impact alone would be massive, but she is caught off guard when she sees Kim in the exact same stance as her, ready to take the hit. This excites her even more. She charges with everything she has, their fists meeting in a fiery clash. However, to her shock, despite pouring all her mana into the attack, she is the one being pushed back. She looks at him in disbelief, questioning if he is really the same guy as before. He seems even stronger now as she processes this. The young man leaps into the air, declaring that from now on, he will counterattack after each block. He delivers a powerful strike that she can barely block, and he follows up with a quick kick, sending our boy to the ground. He smiles enthusiastically, not just about the fight, but because he has gained yet another disciple. A little later, Ian Lang regains consciousness after being knocked out by Kim's final attack. Upon waking, it becomes immediately clear to her that she has been defeated by him once again. Kim, observing her, casually comments that she is more resilient than expected. He had presumed she wouldn't wake up until the next day. Ian Lang, still disoriented, cannot discern if he is complimenting or insulting her, then remembers their previous agreement. If she lost, she would become his disciple. Although she hoped to challenge him again using only physical strength, she admits that the outcome would likely remain the same. Accepting the result, she agrees to become his disciple in a light tone, asking if this makes her his first disciple. Kim, however, immediately denies it, intrigued. Ian Lang questions whether he has ever accepted a middle school student as a disciple, but Kim simply shakes his head. Again, he is too embarrassed to admit that he has had several disciples in the past. Suddenly, Aaron intervenes, revealing that Kim is indeed telling the truth. She had already started training with him before Ian Lang arrived. She declares herself his first disciple and casually refers to the young girl as Meow. Annoyed, she demands to know who is calling her Meow, firmly reminding them that her name is Ian Lang and that she does not want a nickname. Corinne ignores the protest, claiming that there is no problem since it is a cute nickname anyway. While the two girls converse, Kim watches them silently, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia as he recalls the past. While the two girls talk, Kim silently observes them, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia as he remembers the past. When his former disciples were discussing like this, he eventually intervenes, stating that Aaron started training with him first. Ian Lang should treat her as his senior. He then instructs her to take responsibility and help her junior with training. Upon hearing this, Arin smiles with joy, delighted that someone finally recognizes her as his first disciple with a proud smile. She jokes that she forgives him as her master, which only increases Enlong's irritation. The young man then turns to Enlong and tells her to rest for today, especially since she is still recovering from her injuries. But the frustrated young woman points out that she has nowhere to rest. She came to Korea just to face him and only managed to find him because Seol told her to go straight to Valhalla. Upon hearing this, he feels a headache coming on due to her simplistic way of thinking. He informs her that there is an empty room available in the dormitory if she wants. She can stay there. Arden, overhearing the conversation, suddenly seems worried and expresses her dislike for Enlang's feline appearance, and so the two girls begin to argue again while he heads back to the dormitory. Irritation grows within him. He hasn't been able to train properly because of their constant chatter. Still, deep down, he knows that both have the potential to become great disciples. Meanwhile, his junior still needs to focus on physical training, so it will take a while before she is ready to learn fencing. Ryuk, on the other hand, continues to train independently. For now, only Armin and Enlong are fit to accompany him to face the impending calamity. While lost in thought, he suddenly receives a call from Adilia. She informs him that the donation process has been completed along with all his other requests, and asks if there is anything else he needs. Remembering the imminent threat, our young man tells her to start looking for contractors, as a major disaster is expected to occur in the next 3 months. Alarmed, Adilia asks how he knows this, but he simply states that she doesn't need to know the source of the information. What matters is that, based on what he has, the disaster will occur in South Korea. Adilia immediately understands and assures him that she will alert other contractors, and even the Korean guilds discreetly and without drawing attention, reminding him once again to handle everything discreetly. A bit embarrassed, Adilia then mentions their constellation, asking if he could inform her that they are doing everything they can to please her. Curious, he asks if the constellation is still asleep. Adilia confirms, explaining that she has been trying to get in touch but has not received a response yet. This makes him wonder if a single day is enough for a constellation to regain its powers. He reassures her, saying that he will inform the constellation that she is doing an excellent job. The next day in Valhalla, Kim is seen training with Eren. The two run together at a steady pace, while Enlong, already out of breath, struggles to keep up. She seems to be on the verge of collapse. After the run, she falls to the ground, completely exhausted, feeling like she might die. Kim laughs with a certain respect. He honestly thought she would faint. Enlong, catching her breath, insists that she has been taking the training seriously and has not been slacking off. Seeing her determination, he decides to intensify the training even more, realizing that her resistance is actually better than he expected. At that moment, a woman appears and asks if Enlong is with them. Kim, surprised by the resemblance, squints his eyes and wonders who she is, because she strangely looks like Enlang and Seol. The woman advances and irritably addresses the young girl as her daughter, demanding to know why she never informed her that she was coming to Korea. But Enlong, with a darkening expression, coldly calls the woman by the name Ion, who in surprise turns to Ion, and states that she thought her mother was Seiyu, the head of the White Lotus Institute. It is then that the woman formally introduces herself as Ion, head of the Seiyu family, and clarifies that she is indeed Enlong's biological mother. She adds that Seiyu, the head of the White Lotus Society, is actually her younger sister, and then looks at Enlong, confused, and wonders aloud why her sister never mentioned that she had already left the White Lotus Palace, or why she sent her to Korea in the first place. Murmuring to herself, she says she will ask herself about this when they return, turning to Enlong, who coldly states that it is time for her to return to the White Lotus Institute, but the young girl explodes with anger. She demands to know why she should go back, accusing her mother of never being there, not even when she was bullied, nor when she locked herself in the palace. With a trembling voice, she tells Ion to stop pretending that she was ever a good mother, and declares that now she can live on her own. Ion tries to explain that she had no choice but to abandon Enlong, that she was simply following the orders of their constellation, and that she should understand this. But Enlong interrupts furiously, saying that her mother never told her any of this. She only found out through the palace's gossiping maids, and dismisses that detail, saying that it doesn't matter how she found out. What matters now is that she must return. It is the will of their constellation. She adds that this is also Enlong's chance to regain her legitimate status within the clan and earn the favor of the constellation. With a stern look, she warns Enlong not to embarrass her again in front of others, and Enlong stands there stunned, asking if this is the real reason her mother always tried to expel her from the palace, just to use her as a tool to gain status. The woman confirms without hesitation, furious, and the young girl tells her mother to leave, that she is just interrupting their training. She reminds her that they are in Valhalla and warns her not to cause trouble there. Smiling arrogantly, she asserts that the only reason she didn't bring guards was to be able to act freely, without anyone watching. With that, she releases a wave of mana in the palm of her hand and launches a sudden surprise attack at Enlong, sending her flying backward. But Enlong manages to block the blow with her arms, demonstrating impressive control and strength. She quickly recovers and charges toward her mother, shouting that she will not back down, reminding her that she has already defeated her once in battle. As the young girl closes the distance, she delivers a powerful strike, but Ion captures it effortlessly with a slight smile. She comments that Enlong has gotten stronger, and that it seems she has been training at least a little in the White Lotus Palace. She had decided to train hard, pushing herself to the maximum so she would never be underestimated again. In response, Ion coldly says that if that is the case, she should go back home because her training is still insufficient. With that, she grabs Enlang's arm, twisting it violently, lifting her slightly off the ground and throwing her off balance. Dazed, she wonders how her mother could have become so powerful so suddenly, but before she even hits the ground, she launches a powerful kick to free herself from Ion's grip, and upon landing, she immediately moves forward to retaliate. Eren watches this unfold, feeling anxious, and turns to Kim asking if they should call the instructors to stop the fight. but our boredom calmly responds that involving the teachers would only make things worse. And besides, he doesn't like that woman's attitude. Aaron agrees, feeling pity for Ian Lang, whose mother only seems to remember her when she needs something. As the battle intensifies, Ian continues trying to convince Ian Lang to go with her peacefully, saying that it would spare her the pain, but Ian Lang shows no intention of yielding. Instead, she delivers a powerful kick towards Ian's stomach. However, the leg she uses suddenly becomes covered in ice. Seeing his daughter's surprised reaction, Ian smiles and explains that this must be the first time Ian Lang encounters the technique, a power granted by their constellation, known as the King of the Depths of Snow. If she agrees to join the Seol clan, she could obtain the same power through a contract with the constellation itself, and Ian Lang finally understands the truth behind Joan's sudden strength. It turns out her mother borrowed the power from their constellation. Joan continues explaining that it is natural for all clans to revere their respective constellations, as these celestial beings grant incredible power. With a deadly serious tone, she asks the young lady one last time if she will willingly return to the Seol clan despite the threats. Ian Lang remains defiant and refuses, enraged. Ian advances, appearing right in front of her. In an instant, she decides that she will simply crush her daughter's arm. Perhaps that will change her mind, but before she can execute the attack, who intervenes but Parandua, furious, who demands to know if she really plans to break her own daughter's arm, and he coldly responds that it is none of his business how she chooses to discipline her daughter. That is a family matter. Her harsh words remind him of himself in a past life, when he said something frighteningly similar just before disaster struck their lives. Meanwhile, Ian silently wonders how Kim managed to block her previous attack. Not only did he avoid being frozen by her technique, but he also managed to injure her despite the power she used, power granted by the constellation revered by them. Our hero quickly orders Aaron to help Ian Lang and take her away from the battlefield, but Ian Lang interrupts him, firmly stating that she also wants to fight. After all, this is a family matter. Our boy calmly responds, confirming that he understands, but given her condition, where she can barely feel her own legs, he won't just stand by and watch someone tear his disciple's arm off. As her master, he has a responsibility. Hearing this, Ian Lang has no choice but to listen, internally impressed by Kim's firm determination and values, and yet, she scoffs, and questions how a mere student like Kim could claim to be Ian Lang's master. She asks if he is really letting her presence influence him, questioning if he has started to act like her master just because she is trying to take Ian Lang away. However, our boy explains that it is simply because they share the same interest in something, and he smiles and responds that, in that case, she would like to see how skilled this supposed master really is. With that, she moves forward to attack Kim. Meanwhile, our boy calculates his next move. He knows he cannot face the attack head-on. Blocking it would consume a large amount of mana. For now, all he can do is dodge and wait for the right moment. While continuing to flee, ice begins to form around him. He realizes that Ian has the ability to freeze a target without even touching it. Simply being near her is dangerous. Even in the midst of battle, Yang sarcastically tells her to make sure to pay for all the equipment that is being damaged. She responds that he shouldn't worry. If he manages to defeat her, she will cover the costs. Without warning, she launches a powerful strike aimed at his face, but not wanting more things to be destroyed. Yang quickly kicks her arm to deflect the attack. He immediately repositions himself to prepare for a counterattack. His movements alarm Ian and tense him up. Yang lands a solid punch to his abdomen, sending him flying. Aaron and Ian Lang watch in shock, realizing that the difference in strength is impressive. Even though Ian has the power of a constellation, our boy still manages to surpass her. Ian finally understands why Ian Lang agreed to make him his master. Still, she insists that no matter what, she will bring the girl back to the Seol clan. This is the command that her constellation has given her. Even as she speaks now, she warns that other clan members will soon come to retrieve Yalong. In an emotional outburst, Yalong screams, demanding to know if they even consider how she feels about all of this. But Yang coldly responds that what matters most is the will of the constellation. It is the only true law. Following it is the reason the clan exists. Ian Lang is visibly shaken after hearing what was said once again. She is being forced to hurt someone from her own clan. Overwhelmed by frustration, she falls to the ground, begging them to simply leave her alone, until she is getting furious with her mother's ruthless statements. He steps forward and asks Ian what he needs to do to confront their constellation directly. His question catches Ian completely off guard. She is stunned, not expecting him to say something so audacious. But Yang has already come to a conclusion. This constellation will not stop unless he learns a proper lesson. With disbelief on her face, she asks if he really intends to confront their constellation directly. She explains that summoning a constellation requires an enormous amount of mana for the sanctification, and no sensible person would waste so many storage stones just to provoke their own ruin. But Yang calmly responds that there is another way. He just needs to touch directly the sacred, the artifact of theirs, and cross into the mental realm. This statement leaves Ian deeply impressed. For someone his age, his knowledge about artifacts is remarkable. However, she warns him that entering the mental realm would allow the constellation to use all its power. Asking if he really understands what he is getting into, Kim impassively says that he is fully aware of the risks, seeing how determined he is. Finally, Ian concedes and tells him to wait, because alone she cannot make this decision. Within a week, she promises to send him an official invitation from the Seol clan. Meanwhile, she assures him that no one on their side will evaluate her to cause trouble before leaving. Ian asks Kim what he intends to do if he loses to their constellation. The opportunity they are offering him is not small. She warns that it would be a great waste if he fails, but Yang confidently replies that if he loses, they can do whatever they want with him, but if he wins, they must never interfere with Ian Lang again. He will take full responsibility for her from that moment on. Ian Lang is left speechless by his bold statement. Meanwhile, Yang mocks his self-confidence, finding it a bit arrogant. Still, she turns to leave, needing to make the appropriate arrangements with the clan, later back to the Valhalla dormitory, who takes Emilangwe to the room where she will stay while she is there. The girl is amazed. The room doesn't look like a dormitory, but more like a luxury apartment. She asks Kim if she can really stay there. Kim confirms that the instructor actually had asked him to move to this room, but he refused. He is more comfortable where he already is in the dormitory. Touched by Kim's kindness, Emilangwe asks why he is doing all this for her. After all, when Ian invaded Valhalla, he could have easily ignored her. He calmly explains that above all, she is his disciple. And secondly, he despises people who are arrogant and controlling. Like her own mother, she always looked down on others and expected him to obey all her whims. This is exactly the kind of behavior he truly hates. He then asks in English if he overdid it with what he did, but the surprised girl tells him that she is simply not used to receiving attention from others, and that she just wants to express her gratitude. Kim smiles at her response, and jokingly says that her gratitude will probably disappear as soon as they start their real training. Before leaving the room, he says he wants to know more about their constellation. Unfortunately, Emilangwe admits that she really doesn't know everything. All she knows is that she uses ice-type abilities. She rarely stays in the Seol clan, so she doesn't have much information. However, she heard that their constellation does not get involved in the internal affairs of the clan, which is why very few people know anything about it. This confuses Kim. He asks if it was the constellation that ordered Ian to rescue her from Valhalla, and Emilangwe is equally perplexed. She has never had any connection with the constellation. In fact, she is the only one in the clan who has never received its blessing. With so many unanswered questions, Kim decides that he will ask the constellation directly when they meet. He quickly wishes her good night, telling her to rest and regain her strength. After all, she will be his guide on the trip to the Seol clan. Back in his room, he contacts Delia. He says he needs a favor. He just fought against the leader of the Seol clan. The woman is stunned. She immediately asks how that happened. Kim explains that they had a disagreement because the woman's daughter is currently in Valhalla. He also reassures her, stating that he will take care of the damages and the equipment destroyed during the fight. Delia assures him that she will take care of it. The equipment is easy to replace. She then asks if there is anything else he needs. Our boy asks if she knows anything about the constellation of the Seol clan, but Delia admits that she doesn't know much. Unlike her own constellation that frequently interacts with them, the deity of the Seol clan is never seen or felt. Kim quickly understands and asks if there has been any sign of Moran, their constellation, but Delia reveals that they haven't heard a single word from her. Upon hearing this, he begins to realize how rare and difficult it is to actually find a constellation. When the young man is about to end the call, Delia excitedly asks if he mentioned the constellation to report her good work. However, our boy jokes, saying that she is getting a bit too comfortable and asks her to stop. She immediately apologizes, and the call ends. As soon as the call ends, he wonders out loud why so many people seem to know absolutely nothing about the constellation of the Seol clan. Suddenly, Bart manifests saying that he is not like Kim. He remembers insinuating that something is off. According to Bart, Kim's style has always been to fight first, regardless of who the opponent is. Our boy agrees, but explains that he needs to prepare carefully. because now his body is his greatest weakness. It would be foolish to enter the battle without knowing the abilities of the constellation he is about to face, especially since their fight will take place in the mental realm, where his opponent has a significant advantage. Suddenly, he starts to wonder why Bash is so weak in the mental realm. By all logic, he should be able to use all his strength there, just like the other constellations, but his train of thought is interrupted when the Lo suddenly offers him advice. If their battle takes place in the mental realm, he says, then physical strength is irrelevant. The power in this domain depends on spiritual and mental resilience, not brute physical strength. Who responds irritated and argues that to him it's all the same. Strength is strength, but Bash retorts saying that this may to be true for ordinary people. For him, things are different. When it comes to him, he must always keep this in mind. Bash's words, calm. Our boy nods, saying that he now understands what he meant. This leaves him with only one option to beat that constellation. A week later in the clan Seol, and it's a greeting here with a provocative remark. She said she thought he had run away. But our boy confidently replies that he is much more responsible than she imagines. Without wasting time, he asks if he can finally hold their sacred relic, and she smiles and says it will stop soon after they enter a strange chamber, where snow falls gently from above. She walks to the other side of the room, picks up a box, and opens it to reveal her sacred relic. With a smug smile, she tells him that he might end up becoming her servant if he loses. Who simply replies that she can do whatever she wants, just hand over the gloves, so they can start the moment the gloves are passed to him. He instantly holds them. He finds himself before a man sitting with an aura of authority. The man examines him and asks sternly who he is, who replies that he will only answer if the man introduces himself first. Realizing that this is the man who threatens his clan, the man narrows his eyes, who smiles and provokes, suggesting that they should start by introducing themselves first. But the man coldly responds that names will only be exchanged if he can survive. His attack without warning, he launches a series of ice attacks at him, but none even hit. The constellation is impressed. Our boy skillfully dodged the incoming attack, something a normal jump could not achieve. Of course, he is using mana to increase his speed, wanting to present himself to the constellation. Suddenly, he realizes he can't remember his name, not since he arrived in the mental realm, so he tells them to simply call him the King of Snow. Deep down, however, those who worship him call him Nanshim, while those who feared him were called Seol. Combining both titles, he is known as the God of Seol. Our boy responds with a serious expression and introduces himself as King Hiroki. While the constellation prepares to attack, he tells them that they will remember this name at that moment. Enormous ice pillars rise from the ground, blocking all possible escape routes. The constellation quickly follows up with another attack, throwing a punch in the air, launching a barrage of sharp ice stakes flying directly towards him. With no other option, our boy pulls out his favorite sword. In the blink of an eye, he cuts the ice coming towards him, deflecting the deadly shards back at the constellation. The constellation, however, stops them effortlessly, arrogance in his voice. The constellation declares that those without a chance, for in this mental realm, he controls the snow and ice, but he does not care for their grand speeches. Without hesitation, he advances and delivers a powerful blow. The constellation blocks, but is caught off guard by the intensity. He admits that Kim's combat tactics are impressive, but says he is still too weak to be a real threat. When the young fighter begins to gather mana in his hand, he challenges the constellation to see if his next attack is equally insufficient. He follows up with a powerful punch, hitting the constellation squarely and sending him flying across the field. When the constellation gets up, something ignites in his memory. The mana, the sword that Kim wields, seems familiar. He knows only one person with that kind of presence, Musan, who confirms this without hesitation, claiming that his disciples lead this name of their own accord. The revelation makes the constellation's thoughts spin. He may not remember all of his identity, but he recalls that battle. It happened 300 years ago. Back then, he was overwhelmed by a massive horde of monsters. Although he managed to kill many, the battalion was too large to be defeated alone. Resigned to his fate, he was ready to die, taking as many as he could with him until someone appeared. Musan arrived, wielding a black sword and radiating a terrifying aura that paralyzed the monsters. It was a moment, etched in his memory, the strength, the presence, the pure power. And now that same mana, that same overwhelming force stands before him again, only in a different body. Back in the present, the constellation, still paralyzed with admiration, is awakened by Kim's voice, asking if he still intends to fight. The constellation smiles, admitting that he once dreamed of fighting against Musan, and now that the opportunity has finally arrived, he will not waste it. He promises to fight Kim with everything he has as the battle continues in the mental realm, and, Anlong waits patiently for our boy's return. However, she feels restless. The disdainful glances cast by other clan members make her feel out of place. If it weren't for Kim, she wouldn't even consider returning to the clan. Her heart has no desire to be lost in thought when she is suddenly approached by her brothers, Irim and her father. Upon seeing them, she assumes they came to start another argument, but Irim explains that he heard she had finally left the White Lotus Palace, and they simply wanted to see her. Moreover, even if they wanted to fight, they know they have no chance against her. This explanation surprises Anlong. If they just wanted to see her, she wonders why they didn't just spy from behind the door, like the other fools. But Irim reveals the true reason. They came to apologize since the last confrontation. Yalong had locked himself in the White Lotus Palace, and they never had the chance to say sorry. He regrets the harsh words and the way they treated her back then. The young girl, still on guard, accuses them of speaking kindly, now only out of fear. But Irim admits that their apology may seem sudden, and explains that their mother had strictly forbidden them from speaking to her. More than that, she had ordered Yalong's removal from future training sessions. This revelation shocks Yalong. All this time, she thought their mistreatment came from jealousy. Peyton then confesses that he was jealous of Yalong's immense talent, but also proud to be in the same clan as someone so talented. Irene adds that her mother had secretly instructed not to include her in future training, believing that she would be a threat to their path to becoming the next clan leader. Despite any support that her father and Irene may receive, the elders would still favor the girls, leaving them with no choice but to follow their mother's orders, just like most of the clan members. However, their mother made a crucial mistake. She assumed that they wished to become the next leader of the clan. In reality, they have no such ambition, and perhaps shouldn't even have it. Lang is confused by this revelation, asking if what Irene really means, but before any clarification can be made, Seol arrives and takes charge of explaining what they couldn't. Meanwhile, the battle between the Constellation and our boy Kim continues. The Constellation unleashes a rain of sharp ice projectiles, but he quickly deflects them as he approaches. He leaps into the air, preparing to attack, but the Constellation releases another wave of ice. Our boy destroys the attack with ease. Undeterred, he advances once more, asserting that he cannot be stopped by mere minor attacks. Last response. The Constellation prepares a stronger attack than the previous one. It erupts with force, but even that is not enough. He dodges effortlessly, to the surprise of the Constellation. Now the Constellation begins to understand why this young man is known as a god of martial arts. He hopes that his previous strike has caused serious damage. But Kim is almost untouched. Our boy Kim, however, is not seeking praise. What catches his attention is the overwhelming power that the Constellation still wields. The young warrior begins to wonder, if this man was really that powerful before, why had he never heard of him? Perhaps his perspective on power has changed due to training. Maybe this opponent is even stronger now than he was before. With that thought, he can't help but smile, thinking how amazing it would have been if they had met earlier. The Constellation, intrigued, wonders what Kim is thinking. For the first time in the fight, Kim draws his sword. He acknowledges the strength of the Constellation. In a rare moment, he offers him praise, which delights the Constellation, determined not to disappoint. He wraps his fist in a thick layer of ice, increasing in size with full force, and delivers a powerful blow, aiming to surpass the limits of the young warrior. But our boy counters with his own strike, faster, sharper, and more decisive. Before the Constellation's punch can land, Kim's strike connects first. As the blow passes through him, the Constellation immediately realizes he is defeated. Even having claimed earlier that he was close to surpassing Kim, suddenly his arms explode, and he collapses to the ground as the Constellation falls. Kim grabs the Constellation's hand, which is radiating an immense amount of mana, and grows impatient with the time it is taking. Suspecting that the Constellation might be playing a trick on purpose, suddenly, he sees him standing and unharmed, surprised that he hasn't taken any hits in a battle against the Constellation. Nervously, she calls out to him, and he, noticing her presence, informs Ion that he has defeated her Constellation. At first, she thinks Kim is joking, until an official message from the Constellation arrives. The message states that the King of Deep Snow expresses his deep respect for him, leaving her completely shocked. She cannot believe that a mere high school student managed to defeat her revered Constellation. Our boy arrogantly challenges her to consult her Constellation once more, to see if it responds. He then places a hand on her shoulder, reminding her of his offer to leave Enlong in peace. However, Kim is still not completely satisfied, displays a devilish smile. He clearly has more conditions in mind, suggesting that he is not finished yet. Then he heads to the reception room. where Enlong is waiting for him, but something seems off. The room is unusually crowded. Seol is present, expresses surprise and happiness at seeing him again. She did not expect him to return so soon. Our boy responds with the same casual disbelief, making it clear that he also did not expect to find Kim. And Enlong then asks if he finished what he came to do, and Kim confirms, adding that he will share the details later. When they return to Valhalla, he jokes that if he stays longer, he might end up attacking the people behind him who are casting ugly glances. As they walk together, Enlong wonders why Kim returned so quickly, assuming he must have lost from the start. She knew it would be a tough battle, especially since Kim does not receive blessings from any constellation. He had to rely purely on his own strength. Worried, she asks what kind of punishment, and where he attributed now that he lost, who frankly responds that he did not want him to become a servant of their clan. And Enlong is shocked, asking if that means he will serve their family. Now too, who admits that he is still not sure. But what occupies his thoughts more is how long he can continue joking with her. The comment makes Enlong feel a pang of guilt. She regrets not having stopped things earlier. She remembers how her brothers and Seol told her that her mother has no intention of stepping down as clan leader, since young Ion had already shown interest in leadership. And when Seol realized this, she gave up her own ambitions to lead the clan. But for Ion, simply leading is not enough. What really matters to her is maintaining power until her last breath. Due to the pressure from the clan elders, she eventually had children. But to her they were never heirs. They were threats to her position, and that is why she kept them rigidly under her control. The clan chief tries to prevent anyone from developing rebellious ideas by isolating potential threats, especially those who show talent. She used Enlong's brothers and other clan members to keep her isolated. However, this is unnecessary since he has no intention of leading the clan. Through the girl's revelations, who finally understands the full extent of what has been happening reluctantly, he admits to her that he indeed defeated their constellation, shocking her completely. Initially she believes he is joking, but he assures her he is not. He remembers that it all started when the constellation tried to call her back. He continues intrigued. However, why would the constellation call her back if it supposedly has no real interest in clan politics? Before leaving the mental realm, he decided to confront the constellation, and even slapped her hard to bring her back to consciousness. Upon waking, our young man demanded to know why the constellation was calling for Enlong. The constellation explained that the clan had told her that the youngest daughter must receive her blessing, but she had consistently refused, and at Yon's council had issued the summons personally. Believing that the girl would obey, who immediately understood the situation, and mentioned something she had once heard, that Enlong had been banished from the clan. However, the constellation seemed unaware of this, and even admitted that she was hearing her name for the first time. This revelation confirmed Kim's suspicion that Ian was manipulating the constellation for his own benefit, deceiving her and the whole clan to protect his position. When Enlong hears all this, she becomes furious. Her mother not only deceived a divine being, but also plunged their lives into chaos. Everything to maintain his authority as the clan leader. Our boy then informs in a link that he has already requested the cancellation of Ion's contract as a result. It is likely that her position and everything she built has now disappeared. Grateful and emotional, Ilonga sincerely thanks him. He replies that none of that matters anymore. The important thing is that they can finally focus on training together. While the two converse, oblivious to their surroundings, a man secretly observes them from a distance. He communicates silently with his own constellation, asking if they should continue monitoring the pair. The constellation, however, instructed to locate Kim's enemies in a secret hideout. The first constellation of the cult gathers its subordinates for a meeting. A woman among them expresses her confusion for having believed that their mission was to eliminate Kim. Another suggests that the constellation may have changed its mind. Hearing this, the first woman questions who originally received and executed the order. One of the figures confirms that it was them. Intrigued, the woman then asks what kind of person this young man really is. The man replies that Kim's life is incredibly mysterious. He tried to gather information while following him, but found nothing substantial. Our boy was raised in an orphanage, and even the names of his parents are absent from the records. For him, there seemed to be nothing particularly special about the young man, at least at first. He continues revealing that he was quietly tracking Kim, just waiting for orders from the constellation. However, everything changed when he managed to defeat the clan chief, Seol, an outcome that surprised everyone. The man adds that after Kim defeated the guardian constellation of the Seol family, their constellation ordered him to change his mission and start tracking Kim's enemies while the others continue their discussion. A message suddenly arrives from their constellation. It asks if the storage stones they requested earlier have been prepared. The group quickly presents the stones, confirming that they are ready. The constellation then asks if they managed to identify Kim's Current enemies. One of the members responds reporting that 3 groups had direct conflict with him: the Bosmas, Ventrics, the Yushin, and the Seita Eril. The Yushin and the Eril are known to be relentless organizations, while the Ventrics is a powerful and influential lineage from England. However, their current stance towards Kim seems to have changed. Instead of acting with hostility, they now appear to be trying to befriend him, leaving the group uncertain if the Ventric clan should still be considered his enemy. The woman mentions having heard rumors about an organization known as Baek Young that is supposedly planning to attack Kim as well. A silver-haired man mocks the idea, suggesting that the group might simply be seeking attention to boost their own reputation. After considering all the information, the Constellation issues a new directive: they must eliminate all of Kim's enemies. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, Aram apologizes for her training, which surprises Kim. He begins to wonder how important her commitment must be to postpone something as critical as their training. This leads him to wonder if Arim can bring something akin to a sacred relic, and raises his suspicion that the Choi clan's Constellation could also be one of her disciples. When Yalong approaches, our boy remembers having examined the relics collected by the family CEO after his battle with the Constellation, none of which he found particularly remarkable. With the impending calamity and the approaching return of the Tower of Destruction, he realizes that he still needs to gather more disciples if he wishes to be fully prepared for what is to come while he is lost in his thoughts. Someone suddenly calls out to him asking if he is Kim. The voice belongs to the black cat from the market. He approaches him with a serious expression and states that he has something important to discuss. Kim expresses his confusion and slight irritation, pointing out that the market usually remains indifferent to the identities of its customers, and by appearing at his school, he might be putting their reputation at risk. Noticing the growing attention, the black cat calmly tells him to relax. He came not to interfere, but to deliver a letter. The letter is from the true ruler of the market, a constellation known as the ruler behind the scenes. The black cat explains that, if Kim is able to read and respond to the content of the letter, he must go to the market. The black cat continues, revealing that even other people who previously entered the market received the same invitation. His constellation is looking for someone capable of deciphering what is written in this letter, a text that even he cannot read. If anyone can unveil its meaning, he encourages him to go immediately to the market, where the constellation will be waiting. After the black cat leaves, Kim immediately opens the invitation to read its content, while Bart starts barking. Examining the message, a smile forms on his face. He realizes he must go to the market because he was the one who wrote the hidden symbols inside the letter that night. While walking alone, our boy is stopped by Barbie, who questions how he keeps leaving school without permission. He simply replies that he has an agreement with Instructor Lily. The Tower Master then asks why he used character symbols in the letter instead of the usual writing system. The young man does not respond. Instead, he threatens to enter Barb's mental realm and beat him up. If the questions do not stop soon, he arrives at the market, not expecting to return here so soon. Looking at the sky, a feeling of familiarity overwhelms him. The same shade of purple reminds him of someone he longs to see, someone from his distant past while he is lost in thought. A masked man approaches and asks if he came because of the letter. Kim nods and asks where to go next. The man tells him to follow him to District 7 of the market. While waiting there, Kim wonders why the black cat has not arrived yet. Then the low voice tells him to look at the buildings outside the window. The yellow building, he points out, is made entirely of money. When the Tower Master asks if that building was there during their first visit, Kim admits he cannot remember. Finally, the black cat arrives and asks if he managed to find the correct answer to the letter. Kim confirms that he did, but then reveals that there was never really a correct answer from the beginning. The black cat does not understand. So, he asks for a pen and paper to explain better. Clearly, the black cat starts to get suspicious, thinking that Kim might also be an imposter. Apparently 5 people were suspected of selling the ring, but only 3 claimed to have understood the letter. However, all 3 were lying, which infuriated the constellation of the black cat. As soon as Kim finishes his drawing, he presents his answer. The black cat realizes that the characters correspond to those in the original letter, and asks what they mean. Our boy explains calmly that the answer translates to no. Upon hearing this, the constellation becomes ecstatic. The black cat, realizing the constellation's approval, announces that he must meet the entity directly. He takes out a divine artifact, a staff, explaining that when Kim touches it, he will be transported to the mental realm of the constellation without hesitation. Kim obeys. In the blink of an eye, he enters the mental realm, where he finds himself face to face, behind the back of a mysterious woman. When she feels Kim's mana, she immediately recognizes him, despite his change in appearance. His energy is unmistakable, With a warm smile, Kim greets her, saying that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. He affectionately calls her Bright. At the sound of that name, the woman quickly kneels before him. With emotion in her voice, she expresses how happy she is to see him again, which immediately prompts Kim to help her up, saying, "There is no need to kneel." Before him, she expresses relief that he still remembers the unique characters they used to communicate. Our boy Kim responds, remembering how he could never forget the system he created himself. After rescuing her from slave traders long ago, he decided to take her in as his disciple. It was only then that he realized she couldn't read, write, or even speak, only able to respond through subtle gestures like nodding or shaking her head for unknown reasons. She always refused to learn to read or write, so Kim had the idea of a temporary solution using custom characters as their shared language. His goal was to spark her curiosity about writing, and to his delight, it worked. She eventually learned to read and write, something crucial for her martial arts training. She is deeply grateful to him for all the effort he put into her growth, so she asks if he understood the message she sent, who reflects on this, noting that her letter expressed how much she missed him, and even suggested they get married when they reunited. However, for that, his response was simply no. He explains to her that at this moment he cannot focus on such matters with the state of the world on the brink of collapse, just as it happened 1,000 years ago. Marriage is the last thing on his mind. His answer visibly discourages the woman, and she murmurs softly that perhaps now is not the time to talk about these things. Trying to change the subject, she asks if he saw the building made entirely of money, outside the window, who remembers the same structure previously pointed out by Barks, confirming that she had seen it. She happily reveals that she had this extravagant building constructed just for him, and he is welcome to live there. But Kim immediately declines the offer. His rejection causes a visible change in her behavior. She becomes anxious and demands to know why he refused her. In his response, Kim begins to suspect that her mental state has deteriorated. Since their separation, this clingy and erratic behavior is precisely why he called her Bright, a term of endearment, to pull him away from her peculiarities, to pull her out of her spiral, who gives her a firm flick on the forehead, just as he always did. Whenever she got lost in her own thoughts, it works. She snaps out of her trance and asks again why he doesn't like her gift. She said she built, because he once claimed to dream of living in a building made of money as tall as a mountain, who struggles to remember having said that. But she insists it happened during their old training days apparently. He once joked that if peace ever came, he would like to live on top of a mountain of money at the time. She took that seriously, and dedicated herself to that dream, hoping to make it a reality. One day, she then remembers another promise he had made, while they were still on a mission, but they were far from realizing that dream. So, at that moment, Kim told her they should continue to strengthen themselves, strong enough to face any calamity on their own, so that one day they could finally live in peace. Inspired by these words, she made it her life's mission to become powerful enough to fulfill his vision. Although she couldn't achieve it in her past life, she managed to reach it in this one, over 3 long decades. Filled with war and struggle, it eventually led to peace. Kim, intrigued, asks how she knew she would be reincarnated. She confirms that she received a notification just like him. She doesn't know who sent the message, but she admits that if she had never received it, she would probably have gone insane. With a serious expression, she makes it clear that this is not the time for distractions. The current era is about to fall into chaos. Without delay, he begins to explain to Luminos the calamity that is to come, the emergence of the Tower of Destruction. Upon hearing this, Luminos becomes visibly shaken. She refuses to accept that her master's peaceful life could be disturbed again. Who reveals that he now resides in Valhalla. This is the reason why he declined Luminos's offer to live in the building made of money. Fortunately, Luminos understands. Without hesitation, she gifts him a ring, the Ring of the Great Owner. This special item grants him access to the market, allowing exchanges and transactions, and enables him to use the shared funds to travel to Valhalla more easily. She promises to support her master in any way he needs. Grateful, Kim observes that it seems he has been receiving many rings lately. Without wasting more time, he politely bids farewell as he departs. Luminos sends a message to Black Cat, asking if he has already left. The Black Cat is confused about why she refers to Kim as he. Still, he confirms that he has returned to school in Valhalla. Suddenly, Luminos sends another message. She is thinking about buying all of Valhalla. The Black Cat, now deeply curious, begins to wonder what kind of person Kim really is, and what connection a young man like him could have with their constellation. Unable to suppress his curiosity, the Black Cat finally asks Luminos directly what her relationship with Kim is. The constellation responds enigmatically. Here is the sky. Elsewhere, in a much darker place, a man smashes someone's face against the wall, terrifying those around him. The man is none other than Logan, also known as the Destroyer, also known as One. He has invaded the hideout of the Yushin, furious over the assassination attempt on his son, Logan Jr., during a school competition. With a powerful punch, Logan unleashes an explosive force so strong that it sends shockwaves through the hideout. His declaration is simple: he will end the useless lives of these fools. The devastating impact instantly kills several members of the Yushin. As Logan continues his brutal attack, members of another faction, the First Cult, silently observe from the shadows. They initially planned to deal with the Yushin themselves, but upon seeing Logan's frenzy, they decided to let him handle it. Meanwhile, the leader of the Yushin, Han, finds himself in a dark and unknown place, disoriented and unsure of how he got there. He remembers receiving a report about the attack moments before being suddenly transported from the darkness. A voice speaks, commenting on how loudly Han's heart is beating. In an instant, Han feels a piercing pain in his chest. His heart has been pierced, and he is stunned by the fatal blow. After Han is stabbed in the chest, his heart is drawn to the constellation of the First Cult known as Tug. The entity assures him that death is not yet his destiny. They are within his space, and she has not allowed his life to end. He remembers receiving a report about the attack moments before being suddenly transported from the darkness. A voice comments on how fast the frog's heart is beating, and in an instant, the frog feels a piercing pain in its chest as its heart is pierced, and he is stunned by the fatal blow. After the frog is stabbed in the chest, its heart is drawn to the constellation of the First Cult, known as Tug. The entity assures him that death is not yet his destiny. They are within his space, and she has not allowed his life to end. Writhing in pain, Han slowly realizes that he is within the mental realm of the constellation due to mana swirling around him and the mask he wears. He asks himself if this being is aligned with the First Cult of the constellation, confirming without hesitation. In this space, Han realizes that the constellation knows much more than he expected when chaos broke out outside. Desperate for clarity, Han asks why they were under attack. The constellation reveals that it is not responsible for the confusion, the only powerful figure who discovered their attempt to assassinate his son. Hearing this ignites fury within Han. The constellation then explains that even if the only one had not intervened, they would still have been destroyed. Their fate would remain unchanged. Confused, Han struggles to understand as they share one common goal: to eliminate Kim. So why are they being targeted? The constellation explains that it initially also believed Kim was the appropriate target, but that changed, and now they seek those who proclaim themselves the strongest without caring for the voices of others. They only eliminate those who dare to call themselves supreme, like the previous one who constantly bragged about his strength, despite not deserving the title. Han, confused, insists internally that he never claimed to be the strongest. The constellation acknowledges this, but reveals the critical mistake they made by harming the only person who truly deserves that title. He cannot fully understand the meaning of these words, yet his primitive instinct tells him that his life is at risk, regardless of the enigmatic message. He understands one thing: if he stays, he dies, determined to survive. Han releases his divine artifact. He channels all his power into a single explosive strike, hoping to free himself. The resulting explosion shakes the realm, but when the light dissipates, he realizes he only hit the ground. The constellation has vanished. Confused, he searches for any trace of her. Then, without warning, she reappears behind him, declaring that the person she referred to, the one truly deserving of the title of strongest, is his master. Han, in her eyes, has no right to touch him. He promises a death far from peaceful. With that, Tushi attacks again. A second merciless stab plunges into Han's chest. Han's screams echo through the void, foolish, futile, and filled with terror. The next morning, back in the Valhalla dormitory, news reaches them that the entire Yushin group, as well as the faction known as Ryu, was found dead in their own hideout. Disbelief arises as they observe how the simultaneous disappearance of two rival groups was sudden. Someone had planned to eliminate them as soon as they left Valhalla, but now it seems someone did the job for him, leading to an unexpected question from Bart, asking if he plans to graduate from Valhalla. Han reflects calmly that he only enrolled due to a warning in the notification window. Now that his mission is complete, there is no reason to stay. Still, he decides that he will remain in Valhalla until the approaching calamity passes. Inside the office of the president of Valhalla, President Shin is confused, trying to understand the identity and purpose of the unexpected visitor, Black Cat. The enigmatic owner of the market wastes no time with pleasantries. He calmly declares his intention to buy the school. The bold proposal leaves Shin stunned. Without hesitation, he refuses, expressing firm disapproval of the idea of handing over his academy. to someone associated with such a suspicious place. Impassively, Black Cat taps his fingers, revealing a box overflowing with money. Shim, however, quickly clarifies that he is not someone who can be persuaded by money. He recounts the origins of the school, explaining that when he was still a hunter, Korea had been vulnerable to labyrinths and the monsters that emerged from them. While law enforcement could handle human crimes, the chaos caused by monsters required special intervention. In those days, the government relied on guilds and their hunters to respond to these threats. In an effort to strengthen national defense, the government formed a monster response unit composed of contractors. However, due to the random selection process, many of these contractors proved to be even less effective than guild members. Witnessing this, Shin decided to establish a proper academy in Korea that could train both contractors and hunters. To match the skill level of their international counterparts, today, this vision has become a reality. The academy has produced a number of talented individuals who now serve not only as elite guild hunters but also as key players in various sectors. Thanks to its rapid response to monster threats, the school is one of the best in the world. Shin firmly believes in the purpose behind the academy. He asks if the Black Cat understands the principles that guide it, but the Black Cat offers no acknowledgement. Instead, Black Cat insists that it does not intend to change the school's mission, only its ownership. The rules will remain the same. Still, Shin questions whether he can truly trust these words. In response, the Black Cat presents yet another box of money and subtly tests Shin's determination. However, he remains unyielding, reiterating that his school is not for sale. But as time passes, the Black Cat's fingers begin to tap impatiently, and slowly the atmosphere in the room shifts. A mountain of money soon appears before Shin, almost covering his desk. Within this overwhelming offer, Shim ultimately gives in. He agrees to the transaction, announcing his decision to retire and entrusting the academy to the care of Black Cat. Without delay, Black Cat informs the Constellation that Valhalla has been acquired as instructed. The Constellation immediately issues new orders to connect the entrance of the central market building directly to the space of Valhalla. Install more surveillance cameras throughout the academy to monitor anyone who attempts to court its master. Elsewhere, as Kim walks through the school courtyard, he casually comments on how everyone seems busy. Our boy admits that he has barely paid attention to recent events until he notices the common activity among the teachers, sparking his curiosity. Soon, Kim crosses paths with Erin and wonders aloud if she just returned from her trip, but the girl explains that she spent the entire day in class. Kim realizes he didn't notice, because he had been sleeping most of the day, so he walks with her toward the training center, expressing his interest in accompanying her. Upon arrival, she immediately grabs a sword, revealing that she went home specifically to fetch it. Kim feels something familiar about the weapon. It radiates intense mana. Arden confirms his suspicion, explaining that it is the divine artifact of their clan. The revelation surprises Soyon, who did not expect her to wield such a powerful item, leaving her stunned. Zoyo asks why she brought the sword. She responds by explaining that she passed the selection test and officially became the legitimate heir of the clan. Despite the explanation, Zoyao firmly states that under no circumstances should a high school student. She shouldn't carry a divine artifact so casually. However, Aranya argues that her father allowed her to do so. Therefore, she believes it is acceptable. She then tells Kim that from now on, she wants to train with her Blue Moon sword. Kim, without objection, asks if he can hold the sword. Sonya, visibly frustrated, shouts, reminding him that the sword is a divine artifact of the Choi clan. He questions whether Aram really intends to let him hold it. Despite Soyon's concerns, Aran hands over the sword without hesitation. The moment the young man grasps it, he is hit by an unknown, yet strangely familiar sensation emanating from the mana. Suddenly, Kim finds himself entering the mental realm of the Constellation. There, he sees a figure with its back turned, commenting that it has been a long time since they last met. The figure calls Kim Hyung and introduces itself as the constellation of the Choi clan known as Da Wang First. Not recognizing the figure, Kim needs a moment to process. When he does, he remembers the figure and affectionately calls it, that boy. The constellation, now visibly older, responds by saying that the name no longer fits, as it has grown. He then wonders aloud if he has ever revealed his true name to him. Our boy, with a touch of amusement, replies that the constellation never shared its name, only pointing a sword at him. The constellation admits that although it wants to reveal its true name, it cannot remember it since becoming a constellation. Kim, unconcerned, suggests that in that case, calling it boy is perfectly fine. Our boy reflects on how the constellation, which was once a mischievous child, has transformed. He remembers Da Ruan as a child holding a sword, a decade ago, challenging him to a duel. Curiously, he asks what the duel meant and why he wanted to fight him. The child, with unwavering determination, explains that it is because he is the oldest and strongest among them, and therefore the most suitable opponent. Da Wang, teasing, calls him old man. The perplexed disciple asks if she should just kill the boy, but quickly retracts when Kim tells her to calm down. The young warrior then asks the little one why he really wanted to fight. The child reveals a tragic reason. When monsters attacked his family, everyone died because no one knew how to wield a sword. This experience left him determined to create a sword technique that could be learned by anyone, regardless of age. He wants to ensure that no one else suffers the same fate. With that, he proposes that they fight using his strongest technique. Impressed by the child's determination, he questions how the little one can develop such a powerful technique when he can't even hold a sword properly, and stipulates that he will only fight if the little one calls him Hyung, or older brother. Without hesitation, the little one complies, and Kim charges at him, declaring that he won't go easy. Despite the boy's age, from that point on, they fought once a week, while the little one continued to pester Kim. The Constellation reflects on how if our boy had let him win just once, he might have stopped pestering him. Kim, with an ironic smile, retorts that letting him win would defeat the purpose of developing a sword technique. Despite his defeats, the Constellation expresses gratitude, acknowledging that in the end, he developed his own sword technique. Who asks if the technique in question is the invincible iron body, or whatever it is called. The Constellation confirms this, and suggests that if he were his only disciple, he could have taught even more. To which the Constellation responds that it's not that he doesn't want to be his disciple, but rather that if he learned from Kim, he could no longer call his techniques his own. Perhaps that's why he couldn't become his disciple, Kim reflects. Impressed by the courage that the Constellation now possesses, he understands why the way of wielding the sword feels familiar to him. The Constellation then explains that since becoming a Constellation, he has taught all his contractors his blade technique. Kim, intrigued, questions whether the technique seems different from the first one he encountered years ago. The Constellation promptly confirms this, adding that our boy certainly recognizes it. He explains that the current trend prioritizes mana training over physical ability. His original sword technique, very difficult for modern bodies, has been modified to facilitate learning for today's contractors. Although the modified version may no longer be considered the strongest technique, those who understand immediately recognize the Constellation, expresses disbelief that he could reincarnate in the body of a high school student, who wonders if the Constellation had received a notification before their meeting, to which the Constellation quickly denies, claiming that he had not received any message. This revelation makes our boy think deeply that Luminos had received the notification window, and already knew from the beginning that he would be reborn. He realizes that perhaps only those directly involved with him received notifications. Suddenly, the Constellation suggests that it seems destined for them to meet, and asks Kim if he wants to fight him. Kim, eager to test the Constellation's strength, happily agrees and expresses his desire to see how far he has come. The Constellation, feeling a rare excitement, prepares for battle with his weapon in hand. Kim advances towards the Constellation, who also prepares to attack. The only sounds of battle fill the air, rendering their movements invisible. After the fight, Kim returns to Rin and thanks her for allowing him to examine the sword. He comments that her Constellation is a worthy being, and advises Rin to visit him from time to learn new techniques. Meanwhile, back in the mental world, the Constellation Jazz is defeated in a large crater created by Kim's attack. Completely impressed by Kim's immense power, Seol, summoned by the elders, wonders why he was called. The elder responds, explaining that with the position of clan leader currently vacant, they need to discuss who could occupy the role. One elder expresses his desire for Seol to take the position, but the elder points out that according to clan tradition, the leader of the institution cannot also be the leader of the clan. The elder asks if Seol has someone in mind for the position, clarifying that it should not be someone like Ion, who used the clan and the Constellation for personal gain. With firm determination, Seol states that he has already chosen someone worthy of becoming the new leader of their clan, and back at the training center, Arwen and Enlong remain focused, each preparing for the upcoming fight between them and reminding Rin of her previous instruction to avoid using mana as much as possible and to rely solely on her physical abilities. The sword she carries is a sacred relic, and she must not draw it from its sheath, for doing so could cause serious harm. Enlong, however, shows no concern and seems, for doing so could cause serious harm to Lang. However, he shows no concern and seems not to worry about the possible consequences of the sword, being the one who insists again that Enlong tries to block with bare hands. This could lead to serious consequences. Meanwhile, Kim notices Enlong in the area and wonders about her presence. Enlong simply states that she wants to observe, but in truth, she hopes to see how Rin deals with the fight, remembering how the young girl defeated her easily when they fought last time, and now she wants to witness what strategy Rin can use to win, even though she has become stronger with Kim's help, and now possesses a divine artifact. I am still not sure if this will be enough to overcome Enlong. The girl warns to heed Kim's advice, emphasizing the danger of attracting the sword, but Enlong quickly advances, attacking without hesitation. She quickly prepares and grabs the sword while her weapons and fists collide. A powerful gust of wind sweeps through the entire training center. Using all her strength, she pushes back with her blade, then jumps to deliver a knee strike that Rin narrowly avoids. After the dodge, the girl launches a mana slash that almost hits Enlong. The aura collides with the wall. Catching Enlong's attention, she realizes that if it had hit, the damage would have been severe. It is clear that Rin has become significantly stronger, yet Enlong advances once again. She feels that she still does not understand all of her abilities. Nevertheless, she refuses to lose. No matter what it takes, she delivers a powerful punch, making Arim stagger. Enlong begins to notice that Arim's strength and movements have changed from what they were before. This is no longer the same girl she encountered previously. Lost in her own thoughts, Enlong does not realize that Rin has already closed the distance between them. As a result, she is almost hit by Rin's sudden attack. Although she barely manages to dodge, she still receives a small injury that she clearly struggles with. Arim clearly taunting comments on how she dodged well from that attack. Enlong, visibly irritated internally, denies having let herself be hit on purpose. Yet she begins to realize that each of her attacks is being blocked by Arim. There is a limit to her strength, and if the battle continues like this, she knows she will lose with that. Enlong decides to face the next attack head-on, planning to counterattack right after when Arim advances and swings her sword. Enlong moves forward to absorb the attack. Deliberately, this unexpected move catches her by surprise. She had not anticipated such a tactic at the same time. Enlong delivers a powerful punch, sending the girl flying. When Arim falls to the ground, she quickly grabs her weapon again, preparing to continue the fight. However, Kim suddenly intervenes to stop them. He announces that if either of them is seriously injured, they can seek healing, and only after that will he share his thoughts on the outcome of their battle. In his mind, he is pleased that Arim has improved significantly. Since Kim formed a contract with her Constellation, her abilities have become stronger in such a short time. Kim then notices that the young girl seems to have taken a considerable hit and immediately checks her condition. She responds that she is fine, although she silently reflects on how close she was to a serious injury. It was only by managing to move in the direction the sword was pointing that she avoided a worse fate. The tip of the sword concentrates more power, and being hit there would have been devastating. Fortunately, she was hit near the guard of the hand, where the force is weaker. She wonders if Arim's new strength is solely due to the divine artifact. This thought leads her to remember her own divine artifact. She begins to consider if she will soon have the chance or the need to use it as well after the battle, who declares that they have done enough for now and can take some time to rest. A few days later, our boy enters the mental realm of the guide. There, the guide reveals that she now knows the exact location where the disaster will occur. Upon hearing this, Kim immediately becomes alert and asks mentally where it will happen. The guide reveals that the disaster will strike a city called Sejong. When Kim asks about the timing, she says it will occur within 3 weeks. This new revelation surprises him, especially because previous information predicted that the disaster would happen in 3 months. This updated information seems to indicate the 3 weeks remaining until the disaster. They also revisit a plan previously discussed to clear a labyrinth as quickly as possible. However, Kim begins to worry about the monsters that may escape once he enters the labyrinth. The guide reminds him of what she had already advised, to form a team. When she asks if he has found trustworthy companions, our boy starts to consider his potential allies. However, he feels that gathering them might only create more chaos, so he then suggests positioning contractors in the area to protect it, a strategy with which the guide agrees. However, she emphasizes that his focus should remain on defeating the boss of the Great Labyrinth, as that responsibility falls solely on him. He confirms that according to their plan, he only needs to use the ring while eliminating the boss of the labyrinth, a detail that the guide affirms. Afterwards, she hands him a disposable teleportation crystal. She explains that it can only be used once, and when infused with mana, it will transport him instantly to where they are. Curious, the young warrior wonders why the guide couldn't simply summon him directly as she usually does. The guide responds that while it is possible, there are limitations to what she can perceive from within her realm. Furthermore, she plans to keep an eye on the movements of the Labyrinth boss at the moment the disaster occurs. With that, the guide advises that it would be best for him to leave immediately after completing the Labyrinth. After their discussion, they part ways, agreeing to meet again in 3 weeks. As Kim returns, he begins to plan his next steps. The first on his list is to hire Adilia and assign contractors from the Ventric family. The task ahead seems manageable, so he considers bringing his new disciples, believing that the next challenge won't be too difficult. As the event will take place on a weekend 3 weeks from now, our boy decides to request permission to leave the academy. He calls Instructor Lily to seek approval. When she answers, the first thing she tells him is that she is facing a serious problem. Confused, he asks what happened. Instructor Lily hesitates at first, but eventually admits that she was fired from Valhalla and responds calmly, expressing that he had already anticipated this outcome. His unexpected reaction surprises Instructor Lily, who then questions why he seems so indifferent. The young warrior explains that in his opinion, her dismissal seems justified. Instructor Lily is shocked by this, but quickly defends herself, stating that although she may have seemed negligent with Kim, she has always performed her duties well. Her academic performance has always been excellent, and she often submits extra research papers on monsters. This makes him pause and reconsider the sudden dismissal of an instructor in the middle of the semester. It seems strange, especially with the holiday period approaching. Instructor Lily adds that although she is aware of the sudden change in the school's leadership, still finds it hard to accept how quickly she was removed. Who is shocked to hear that the academy has already replaced its president. Instructor Lily explains that the change was deliberately kept secret from the students to prevent any news from spreading. This revelation makes our boy wonder if there is a deeper connection between the dismissal of Instructor Lily and the sudden replacement of the president, worried about losing his freedom to request permissions to leave the academy, especially now that Instructor Lily is gone, who decides to go straight to the president's office to uncover the truth. On his way, he receives a message from Emlang, which also reveals that she has been removed from Valhalla. This further confuses our boy, leading him to think if there is a link between both dismissals and why they happened so suddenly now. Determined to get answers, he knows he must speak directly with the president. Upon arriving at the office, he is greeted by the presence of the Black Cat, who asks him if he is really the new president of the academy. The Black Cat replies that he is just an external president, while the true president is the constellation he serves. The boy then asks if Emlang and Instructor Lily were dismissed because of Lumen. The Black Cat confirms this and explains that Lumen had sent a notification to him claiming that both women were trying to flirt with their master. Lumen still wishes for Aaron Choi to be expelled, who tells the Black Cat to stop and insists that the women should be reinstated as they are not trying to flirt with him but are helping with his training. He expresses his concern that they are being punished just because of him. The Black Cat responds that his constellation has already agreed to his request. When Kim asks why Lumen decided to buy Valhalla, the Black Cat explains that he was following orders. They made the purchase after he refused the offer to live in a building made of money. Lumen thought that by buying Valhalla, he would be forced to move into her building. Our boy is stunned and asks if that is really the only reason. The Black Cat further explains that one of the rooms in Valhalla was secretly connected to a building in the market area. Only authorized individuals can enter that room, which can be used whenever necessary. He agrees to this arrangement. The Black Cat then asks if Kim needs anything else. Kim takes a moment to think before asking if he can do whatever he wants inside the academy. The Black Cat replies that he can do anything, as long as it does not interfere with teaching activities. Upon hearing this, Kim smiles and says there is a favor he would like to ask. 3 weeks later in Sedong City, Seol is paralyzed with shock. Upon seeing the devastating scene before him, his city reduced to ruins by monstrous forces. He is deeply confused about what is happening. Seol arrives in the city of Sejong to deal with a family matter, not expecting the chaos that greets him. Monsters are attacking, and while he stands frozen in disbelief, he hears a strange noise, a woman desperately trying to escape from a goblin. Just as the creature is about to attack, Seol quickly intervenes, delivering a powerful punch that instantly kills the goblin. He immediately urges the woman to flee, warning her that the area is too dangerous to stay. Despite his victory, Seol feels something in common. Unlike the simulations he trained in, this fight leaves his entire body trembling when his fists connect with the monster's body. Although he manages to kill a goblin, he knows there are many more enemies he must face alone, and the thought leaves him feeling overwhelmed. Still, he presses on with the goal of defeating at least half of them. As soon as he prepares for the next wave, Sai Ryo is surprised by the sudden arrival of Inlang and Arim. The two women quickly advance and begin to massacre the monsters with ease. Sai Ryo is impressed by the straightforward way they handle the situation, and as they finish off the remaining enemies, Soyon also arrives, but is very surprised to notice that they have already eliminated the monsters. Sai Ryuk, still confused by everything, asks the two women what they are doing there. Inlong simply points to Kim, saying that he is the one who should be asked. Well everyone, this is the end of the video. If you liked it, comment for the next part, subscribe to the channel, and leave a like. Thank you for watching, and see you next time.